Howdy, howdy. How's it going? We will be getting in here shortly. 1 second. Ignore that if you heard that. If you heard the Macintosh screenshot taking sound effect, ignore it. I just needed to do something really quickly. Just a moment, folks. Just getting a couple more things set up real quick. I thought I could get a couple of errands, couple of tasks around the house done, and before the hour struck, but I was not quite fast enough, so sorry for the slight delay on my part. Then there were a couple of things. I had a couple of things I wanted to do. I was like, I should probably take care of these now, and then a couple of things I needed to do, so. Wrapped up the need to do while the music was running. Sorry about that. So how is everybody doing this evening, this eventide? What will we do tonight? We will watch more of the stupid 3-hour-long video that I made a year ago, since we only watched the first 45 minutes of it previously, and when we did that, we skipped the first 11 minutes, and it still took us 5 hours. To be fair, we didn't start watching it until we were an hour and a half in, so... Will this take 5 hours or only 6? Hard to say. Hard to say. I do have kind of a, not a hard and fast, but a mental cutoff of like, we probably don't need to go too late into the evening tonight. So I'll try and keep our runtime under control. We'll try and go relatively fast, but, I mean, I don't know. Who cares? We can always do a third part if we have to. The point is, I don't know. What time is it now? I figure we probably shouldn't go over 5 hours again. I don't know if it'll take us that long. Here's the thing, right? Like, last time we started out with discussing a huge, like, kind of outside of the context of the video, a number of subjects. We had a really lengthy lore discussion. We had a really lengthy discussion about the show and me and some of my shortcomings and failures, which I managed to document even more of last time around, as per usual. We're all human. We all make mistakes, though. Doesn't necessarily mean we're allowed to just get away with it. We really didn't do all that much of the video. Once we started it, we then, we had a whole discussion beforehand, then we started it, then we derailed into, lengthy lore discussion. When we were actually watching the video, it went relatively quickly. The biggest slowdown we had was when we stopped and I just played a scene from Remind for those of you who hadn't seen it, and then we discussed it afterwards. And then we played the first 2 minutes of Ruby Dog's masterpiece, Serial, the greatest short film ever made. Tonight, I do have a couple of things I want to do before we get right into watching the video, but they hopefully won't take super duper long. However, I glance around at my desk and I see the glass of water is not sitting here on the coaster next to me because I placed it into a refrigerator in that direction. I'm going to retrieve it, and I'll be back in a moment. See, that wasn't too bad. Alrighty, one thing I want to do before we get too hot and heavy here today, we got a bunch of comments on the last stream already. I'm not going to read all of them, but I thought instead of typing out a reply to them, there's probably a decent chance that whoever left those comments will probably wind up watching this stream at some point. So why not just respond to some of them directly? I don't remember precisely which ones I wanted to respond to, so I'm going to have to kind of skim them. Give me a minute here. All right, okay, here's something. Sean Boahen, and Jop discussing something on the last one. Sean asks, I still don't understand the stakes. What exactly happens when Xehanort wins? Does he end reality or just remake it? Job says, that's something I also take a lot of issue with. Yeah, they never really explain exactly what Kingdom Hearts is and what the consequences are for messing with it. Almost every villain has had a different motivation for it, so it doesn't help make it any clearer. Ansem wanted to use it to gain ultimate power and plunge everything into darkness. Xemnas wanted to get hearts for him and the organization. Xehanort wants it for, I'm not even entirely sure, universal balance, I guess. But like I said, it's not clear how that would affect reality. So, let us examine this. I still don't know why it's freaking doing this freaking iTunes window thing. Let me try something. Let me try something briefly. Betcha. If I pick and then go back, we'll see if that works. It probably won't. It'll probably keep glitching out, but I tried something. Nope, still glitching out. What is causing that, I wonder? What is causing that? How strange. Probably not the time to be troubleshooting this now, but it doesn't happen unless I'm streaming. It's very strange. Nah, whatever. You guys are just gonna have to live with it. Or I could get rid of it and tell you guys what all the songs are when they come up, but that might get a little tedious. Anyway, with regards to the question of what the heck is going on with Kingdom Hearts, yeah, it's 8 Shadow 4 says Kingdom Hearts. The object is multi-purpose. Yeah, I think Kingdom Hearts is so powerful that that one who controls it is granted one perfect wish, and that's all we necessarily need to know, right? Because in the first game, it takes the form of the door to darkness, which lets one open a pathway between the light realm and dark realm. Second game, gonna use it to get hearts. Though that always seemed more to me like a theory that Xemnas had, not necessarily something that would have worked. Plus, the later games call into question, we find out that that was not, Xemnas' actual motivation, because in Dream Drop Distance, it's revealed he was doing the whole, 13 Xehanorts thing. So perhaps his whole theory of if we beseech Kingdom Hearts for hearts, maybe that was all just fake. Maybe Kingdom Hearts doesn't just give people hearts for fun. And that was just something that he made up for the purposes of his scapegoating activities. No, JG, we don't know what the Master of Masters wants. We knew what he wanted in the short term of the ending of Chi, kind of. I don't know if we need to get into we're gonna talk about Chi later on in this video anyway. So we'll talk about the Master of Masters and Chi later on today. JG says, does he want the keyblade too? Because Sora is technically its true wielder of it now. No, as Joey and I noted in the Kingdom Hearts 3 playthrough, Joey's like, where'd the keyblade go? Why is he using the kingdom key? I said, it's gone. It doesn't matter anymore. Does the Master of Masters care about it? No. I mean, maybe the Master of Masters cares about it, but I'm willing to bet that that is now a dropped element and will not be relevant again in the future of Kingdom Hearts, but who knows? Who knows? It is incorporated into the backstory of the Master designing the Keyblades, so he's aware of the blade, but then again, if he once studied it and had long enough access to it to artificially create all other Keyblades, then clearly he spent his time with it already, and he really didn't need it for anything else, so, you know, who knows? Maybe he needs it for something in the future, but kind of doubt it. Anyway. Yeah, we'll talk more Master of Masters later, folks. But yeah, no, so what's going on with Xehanort in Kingdom Hearts 3? Well, what's going on with Xehanort in the context of cutscenes in Birth by Sleep is Xehanort believes the galaxy, the universe is out of order, there's too much light, it's snuffing out darkness, and balance is important to be maintained. He intends to counteract this by creating a completely new world, which will require destroying the old world. I say that, it's kind of, yeah, no, that's right. That is basically what he discusses in the cutscenes. He reveals another motivation in the reports. In the cutscenes, he says, yeah, 8 Shadow 4, the Keyblade is super ugly. The blade is super duper ugly. The, what's that guy's name? I've recommended these videos on the stream on the show before. Kryptonix02, who's currently doing a rewriting Kingdom Hearts project. This fellow over here. He's covered Kingdom Hearts 1 and Chain of Memories down here in Part 1. Days and 2 over here in Part 2. Part 3 is just a Birth by Sleep rewrite. He's working on the DDD rewrite now, no coded rewrite. Highly recommend these videos, but one of the first changes he makes is that that our heroes, the Keyblade, has nothing to do with our heroes. The Keyblade is changed to the gay blade from Dream Drop Distance, the combined blade that Sora and Riku use when they're doing their special attack in the final world, the world that never was, right? I didn't remember I had Celeste in this playlist. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I thought there was a glitch. I thought it was pulling from another playlist on accident, but I put it in here. I'll leave it in. Within the context of the cutscenes of Birth by Sleep, Xehanort says the universe is out of whack and we need to fix it, and the most efficient way to do that will be to blow up the universe using a massive reaction recreating the Keyblade War of old, right? Because that reset the balance of the universe when it happened. Light survived in the Princess of Heart, the Hearts of Children. Well, depending on new lore or old lore, doesn't matter. The light survived and darkness survived, but it reset the board, and things have gotten too bad, and we need to fix it. Now, Xehanort's argument has never made practical, applicable sense in universe, not because balance. I've seen a lot of people go like, oh, Xehanort makes sense because, yeah, balance is important, right? But balance as a concept is, how do I put this? Sure, there are stories. There are some stories, some religions, some society. There are contexts within which balance between all things is very important to the equilibrium of the world. Environmental balance, population balance. That's why we have, humans, we hunt certain animals to actually help the environment to reduce the quantity of herds that are becoming out of control of certain types of animals. But you can overhunt something into extinction or else. The problem is that in a story in a story where one team is just you're not going to do a story about balance in a zombie movie, right? Where, oh man, we have to strike a balance with the with the zombies, because they have just as much of a right to exist as we do, these mindless creatures that can build nothing and accomplish nothing and exist only to consume and spread their virus. Technically, I guess the last 5 minutes of Shaun of the Dead make jokes about that, and the Dead Rising series spends a lot of time making jokes about that, but jokes, they're not a dramatic crux of building a society that coexists with zombies who must be treated as the yin to our yang or whatever. And within Kingdom Hearts, the darkness outside of Riku is exclusively portrayed as evil. Riku uses elemental darkness for good, so that indicates, oh, it's just another type of magic which one can use, which makes enough sense. Star Wars is a good example of a story where balance is key from a spiritual standpoint, though there are clear good guys and bad guys, where many stories in Star Wars strive to make a point about dark side and light side, two sides of the same coin. If you try to get rid of all the dark side stuff and there's too much light, the darkness comes back, etc. The prequels and the sequels both spend a lot of time exploring that idea. And some expanded media, KOTOR spends some time on this as well. The point, though, there are bad guys who need to be taken out, but like gray Jedi are generally in the fan base and in media that care to explore them, or gray Force users in general who use both abilities are generally considered to be like kind of this, not necessarily better incarnation of Jedi or Force users, but a really interesting, important thing to examine, right? The idea that one could hypothetically use the dark side or dark powers, but not be a bad guy. One can be a good guy, but not follow the tenets of the Jedi or whatever, right? So that's an example of where you have philosophies and power sets which can be used in different ways, and are observed being used in different ways throughout the franchise, both in its films and in its expanded media. But there are still clear-cut bad guys. There are space Nazis and the space good guys, right? In Kingdom Hearts, the balance whole thing is very odd because outside of one guy, Riku, and I guess technically Terra, who use darkness as a they just have the power, but they use it for good. Outside of that, darkness is exclusively monsters and assholes. And we don't see anything else. If there were like mindless light monsters, then that would scramble the whole scoreboard, right? And then we'd be having a different conversation here. That's actually something that I already forgot his name, the guy whose rewrite I was talking about just a second ago. One of Kryptonix, one of the first changes he makes in his rewrite series is nobodies are creatures of light in the same way that Heartless are creatures of darkness. Nobodies are pure light elemental that also seek to consume and destroy and spread their influence. I don't know if he's directly cribbing notes from Shadowbringers, because to be fair, that concept has been done elsewhere. But Shadowbringers also, Final Fantasy XIV, excellent example how to explore a balance between light and darkness in these types of settings, with these types of rule sets and elements and good guys and bad guys, explosions as far as the eye can see. So one of the issues with Birth by Sleep is that since we don't have that, it's just assholes and monsters. And beyond that, the blowing up the universe with Kingdom Hearts would presumably reset all realms, not just the realm of light. At least it sounds that way for the way that they discuss it. And the realm of darkness in Kingdom Hearts is exclusively, as far as we can tell, monsters. There are no light settlements. There are no, like, normal people living in there in, like, secluded areas of, like, we're not evil, we live here and we, coexist with the Heartless, or we deal with the Heartless. There does not seem to be a balance of light and darkness existing in the realm of darkness. It seems to be just darkness. Whereas the realm of light, there's some more evil skewing places. There's Heartless, there's good people, and there's bad people. One of them is a rich tapestry of environments and worlds, and the other one is a single biome wasteland of evil. It's like it's a Sith planet for an entire dimension, right? So it makes the whole argument about light overrunning darkness a little bit strange when Xehanort makes it, because as far as we can tell, from what we can observe about the Kingdom Hearts universe, darkness is, if anything, leading an incursion into the realm of light, and the realm of light is keeping their hands off of the realm of darkness. So his whole argument that light is overwhelming darkness doesn't really make sense. This is what he argues in cutscenes in Birth by Sleep, that the world is out of balance. The only way to fix it is to blow everything up. And it would be very interesting to see what happens. I mean, the world that we exist in now happened because of a Keyblade War happening. What if something even cooler and better came about because of blowing up the universe? And he's 80. He's 80 and he's bored. He knows he's gonna die soon anyway. He doesn't care about all them kids. As Jordan says, F them kids. So why not blow up the universe and see what's gonna happen, right? That's Xehanort's stated motivation in cutscenes in Birth by Sleep. Xehanort's stated motivation in the Xehanort reports in Birth by Sleep is slightly different, though not necessarily incompatible. I spent a lot of time in the Birth by Sleep playthrough ranting about how, like, we are presented two different Xehanorts between these documents, and a lot of people pointed out that these things are not necessarily incompatible, and even perhaps the explanation he gives to other people in cutscenes, like Ericus, is his publicly stated, more like benevolent goal, and he's saying that as a lie to try and maybe get supporters to help him with his much more selfish goal. I don't have a problem with him having two motivations. I care about a character's seemingly primary motivation being reserved exclusively for documents. You think we could get a couple of little scenes here and there of him at the ending of the game confiding in Terra what his actual desire is as he possesses him or whatever, or some kind of flashback or flash forward where he's talking with Vanitas about his ambitions. You know, something. It feels it's disappointing to me that we have in the documents, especially, we set up a very interesting character that we don't get to explore much in the actual cutscenes of the game. Which then leads to this confusion among audience members, with people asking, so what's Xehanort's deal exactly again? Can someone clarify this for me? So in the documents, Xehanort's stated motivation is, I left my tiny world behind, learned to use a Keyblade, hung out with Ericus, and a bunch of other OCs that will be introduced in a mobile game 10 years later. I feel I have accomplished much with my time here on this earth, but not really. I look back now, I'm like 70, 80 something, and I've learned all of this stuff. I've gone beyond my small world, I've learned all these skills, but really I have left no noticeable impact upon the galaxy. And there's still millions and millions of worlds out there that I'll never see, and everything, and existence is beyond the comprehension of a mortal. There's so much on this. What's the thing from the Circle of Life? There's far too much on this planet for us to ever see. What's it got? How does it go? More to do than can ever be done. There's more to see than can ever be seen. More to do than can never be done. There is far too much to take in here. Now I'm going out of order. More to find than can never be found. With the sun, da 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 da. Yeah, you guys know the song. Anyway. His stated motivation in the documents is thinly veiled existential dread about his cosmic unimportance, and going to himself, if I could create an entirely new dimension that I run, give myself eternal life and eternal stewardship over that dimension, not only could I probably make a pretty cool world, but, you know, it'd be fun to, you know, be a god and have finally knowledge over everything and control over everything. That would be acceptable to me. I find this state of existence acceptable. So his stated motivation in the cutscenes, slightly different than his stated motivation in the documents, but to be fair, to be completely fair, the motivation of I want to balance the universe can certainly go hand in hand with, that's why I need to make a new one. Anyway, then in Dream Drop Distance, his motivation isn't really stated. In Kingdom Hearts 3, his motivation isn't really stated. They just say Xehanort is a bad man, and we must put a stop to his evil, dastardly schemes. Yes, this is all they say really about Xehanort in Kingdom Hearts 3 when we're being introduced to the plot of the game. They don't even bother to explain what the actual stakes are, which is a big part of what this original comment was technically asking about. Because it was, what happens when Xehanort wins? Does he end reality or just remake it? And really, it would be remaking it. Reality doesn't end forever. That's the important part to understand. In Kingdom Hearts 3, to my recollection, to be fair, I played it once and edited it once, so I don't have Kingdom Hearts 3 quite memorized like the back of my hand like some of these other games. Not to say that I don't make mistakes about the other games. To my recollection, they all they say is Xehanort is bad, and we must prepare our forces to fight his forces. I'm pretty sure that's all they ever say about what's actually going on in Kingdom Hearts 3. It's just we must get our guys ready to fight his guys, because they can't acknowledge that fighting his guys means he wins. So they never actually explain what's going on or why it's important or how it works in Kingdom Hearts 3, because somewhere along the line between Dream Drop Distance and Kingdom Hearts 3, I'm confident that somebody somewhere realized if we spend any time explaining what's happening, it will fall apart at the seams. So just don't explain it. Let's just commit and just stick with it instead of rewriting it, which is fine. I mean, it's not fine. It shouldn't have been written the way that it was in the first place. But I just mean from the perspective of I am now sitting down to write Kingdom Hearts 3, and be I Tetsuya Nomura or somebody else, I sit down and go, oh, wait a second. I've created some huge problems here, but I really don't know how to fix them without just saying everything in Dream Drop Distance was a lie. I guess I'll just redirect attention away from the problems and we'll focus on other stuff. The problem was that Kingdom Hearts 3 didn't find something else to focus on, but in general, I don't begrudge the effort, is my point. Okay, so yeah, in Kingdom Hearts 3, they don't really state what his motivation is or really what he's even trying to do until the very ending of the game, whereupon Xehanort is defeated, and he states, and later restates in explicit detail in Remind, that his motivation is, I fear this false light, which is truly darkness, that really the worlds are being overtaken by assholes, by fake people, not by literally fake people, like not they live, but just like, you know, people who are jerks, people who are not kind, people who are running the universe very slowly into the ground. And they pretend to be benevolent, they pretend to be supporting the light by simply not being, you know, literal heartless or demons or whatever, but they're all problems. And I fear that the only way, really what he's saying is, I think society, really what he's saying is we live in a society. And he finds that the only way to correct this problem is to create a new reality where he is in charge to stop this from being an issue. This is his stated motivation in Kingdom Hearts 3, and his elaborated upon motivation in Remind. What's really weird is that Sora doesn't explicitly object to this take. Shall we venture into the Kingdom Hearts 3 all cutscenes video of somebody? I don't know who this is. Where's Everglow? Surely Everglow has an all cutscenes playlist for Kingdom Hearts 3. Whatever, he has a full playlist. Full playthrough. That will do. That'll do. Boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants. Oh, crap. One video too late. Went to the very last video, which I assume would be the final cutscenes, but it was not. It was literally like the final FMV and then end credits. And secret ending stuff. Let's watch and listen. I'm just gonna keep our music on, because I don't think this scene has music anyway.
Why? How?
It's over now. You lost.
Yeah, he did. Beat him up.
No, look. You are too late.
Am I, though? Yeah, I remember even during the playthrough we were confused by this. Like, what does that mean? We talked about this last time at length.
Are we really?
Like, since they haven't told us what's going on,
What's gonna happen?
we can't establish, like, we haven't established clear stakes and clear objectives and what's happening within the context of the game, right? Because if we told the audience what was happening, then the audience would realize that the characters are making a mistake. So that means that in order for the stakes to escalate at the ending of the game, Xehanort has to win. And even after we beat him, they're like, I've won, you see? And it's like, I don't know why it means anything, because he monologues for a second, Sora says, you suck, and then our heroes appear and Xehanort quits. So I don't understand what the winning here was. There's so much in these, we talked last time, like, it really does feel like, for all the praise of these games being artistic masterpieces which do not need to be bound by conventional storytelling standards, it really does feel like they are being bound by conventional storytelling standards, because so many scenes that feel a little bit weird make a lot more sense when you start looking at them exclusively through the lens of if I was writing a scene, what are like the beats that I would be hitting, and what's like the feeling and the ups and downs of the scene that I want to communicate. And it's like, oh, we beat you, but not, but like they want to create a back and forth, but they just pick really weird ways to do it. But anyway,
A purge. The world will be returned whence it started.
so he's saying the realms, our existence will be returned to how it was when they were blown up at the ending of the previous Keyblade War, at least I assume. Maybe he means all the worlds will be remerged to before the Keyblade War, but he's dead now, and his scheme doesn't matter, so who cares about the specifics at this point?
The world began in darkness, and from that darkness came...
See, now this is new lore. This is new lore.
came the people, and the people had heart.
Like, is he talking about pre-Union Cross origins? Like, is he talking about the origins of the world which the Foretellers and the Master of Masters all lived in? The world started in darkness, and then light emerged, and then people came from the light, and they had heart. Is he talking about before Union Cross occurred? The original state of the world? Assuming there wasn't a world before that, which I'm sure there will be because of the man behind the man requirements of Kingdom Hearts twists. But I'm left to wonder, does he mean after the Keyblade War and Union Cross? Because now, that barely made sense even with the original fairy tale simplified permutation of the backstory, which was the world got blowed up, however, light survived. Light went on in the hearts of surviving children, and that remade the world into the form that it is today. That's what the original lore was for the creation myth. The new lore is a little bit unclear because the end of the world is not actually depicted in Union Cross because it takes place in the real... Like, the second that the Keyblade War concludes and presumably the world blows up, we cut to inside of a computer. And we have yet to see outside of a computer except in the very final scenes of Union Cross, which seem to be scattered not only across space, but across time when the characters all return to the real world. So it's very unclear as to the exact state of the world now following the Keyblade War. However, it existed enough for there to be a computer somewhere still running the digital Daybreak Town. There had to be somewhere, undisturbed by the destruction of the world, a computer. So clearly some mass and some structure still existed somewhere. So I don't know what he means when he says the world emerged from darkness. This is more of the flowery Kingdom Hearts language of them drawing equivalences and trying to sound poetic in places where it obfuscates what they're actually trying to talk about.
Evil bird.
JG says, wasn't there a Keyblade War before the Union Cross era, like in Master of Masters' childhood? So yes, there is a comment where the Master of Masters says something about there was a Keyblade War a long time ago, before, and other stuff. However, one of the prevailing theories about the Master of Masters is that he is actually a time-traveling version of possibly Sora or one of our other main characters involved in the world's biggest time loop. And that when the Master of Masters says there was another Keyblade War in my youth, he might secretly be referring to this one that we played out at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3. That's just a theory, a game theory.
Virgin in those hearts. begetting more darkness. And the darkness spread across the world.
Okay, sorry, hold on.
More
Hold on, I gotta pay attention.
evil burgeoned in those hearts, begetting more darkness.
Uh-huh.
And the darkness spread across the world like a plague.
Yeah, uh-huh. You guys like the sound of me chomping ice?
The symbol of the world's hope.
Clacking it around against my teeth.
By shadow, leaving like a plague.
Okay. Darkness spread like a
light.
plague.
The symbol of the world's hope was devoured by shadow.
Okay, alright. I'm with you.
Leaving nothing but ruin and utter.
When did this happen? Maybe this is leading up to the Keyblade War.
The first light.
He said that the world was completely overrun by darkness and left the world in ruin. He can't be referring to the present state of things. Or, hold on, oh, no. He says this world. Hold on. Very beginning of this.
World.
Oh, no, he says the world. Okay. I assume the world refers to all of existence. Not to Scala ad Kylum, which he's currently sitting on. Because Scala ad Kylum, we can assume, was in fact somehow corrupted and destroyed within Xehanort's lifespan. And it's possible that he's just really sad about his hometown getting blown up and he wants to fix it. I kind of doubt that, but... Nah, this seems like it's talking about existence. All of existence. The world seems like he means all of existence.
The world's hope was devoured by shadow, leaving nothing but ruin.
So maybe he's referring to the first time around, to the Union Cross, because right now we're not in utter ruin, really. Or maybe he just thinks that. That's just like your opinion, man.
It can give us a new start.
See, but then he says that, which makes it sound like he thinks things are in ruins right now. I guess it's just his opinion.
An empty world, pure and bright.
This was the line that set off a firestorm on Kingdom Hearts Reddit and forums of mistranslation, because everybody was saying now Xehanort's motivation has been completely changed from his prior statements, because even if we go with his original, he cares about balance, his focus was on that light was overrunning darkness. Now he's claiming that darkness is overrunning light. So it's literally the inverse of his first stated motivation in Birth by Sleep. However, people turned to this line and said, he says an empty world pure and bright, but in Japanese, he says an empty world pure and blank. But there's also like the whole rest of the scene, and we'll get back to, we'll talk about why this is definitively not a translation error in a minute.
It wasn't your decision to make.
So this is what's weird.
Then whose was
Now we're gonna get an ad, hold on. Any of you guys put ranch on your pizzas? I've done it once or twice. I've like dipped it. I really don't care for it. Not my bag. This bit's odd.
Wasn't your decision to make.
Then whose was it?
God, that keyblade is so ugly. So ugly. The keychain is just like itself, but smaller. That's the funniest thing to me. Like, look at the keychain. It's just two standard kingdom keys crossed and like a heart behind it. Like, that's the worst. Why isn't it Kingdom Hearts or like the Door to Darkness or something? It's so weird. It's such a this is a MacGuffin for the ending of the Birth by Sleep game that you only see in one campaign, and not a thoroughly considered like this is our MacGuffin for forever design.
Then whose was it? The world needs someone to stand up and lead. Someone strong to stop the weak from polluting the world with their endless darkness.
Then who should be in charge, Anakin? I don't know. Someone wise. There should be someone who when they don't agree, there should be someone who makes them. And then Anakin reveals he supports a fascist dictatorship.
Stand up and lead. Someone strong to stop the weak from polluting the world with their endless darkness. someone to dictate their destiny.
If so, you're not that person, Xehanort. A real leader knows that destiny is beyond his control and accepts that.
So that's like, I think, maybe the worst line in the entire franchise, and definitely the worst thing Sora's ever said. His entire response is very odd, because he's like that wasn't your decision to make, and then says maybe so, or like maybe you're right, but even if you were right, that wouldn't be your decision to make, Xehanort. He's making a point about, like, you know, Xehanort, you don't get to make a call for all sentient life forms, right? That's his previous thing, which is already a bit odd. He should be, like, because, again, we have not seen anything to support what Xehanort is now claiming. And previously, his motivations were slightly more selfish. Now he has a strictly, like, he has, like, a messiah complex, right? Of, I'm going to fix the world and I'm going to save everything. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, like, conceptually. But it's not built to, because we are now, it's treated as a reveal now, right? We had no time to explore this. Like, if we had had a scene up front, imagine a slightly different Kingdom Hearts 3 where we weren't concerned with having reveals, and, like, very near the beginning of the game, Old Man Xehanort confronts Sora for the first time, right? Sora finally sees his true enemy, who he has yet to lay his eyes on. And Xehanort says, listen, Sora, we got off on the wrong foot with the whole me trying to possess you thing and Dream Drop this. Listen, but I really think if you hear me out, you might appreciate what I have to say. Yeah, I've had a lot of time to reflect on my decisions across the last 10 years of possessing people and being split into two. And I've realized, I think, even without my help, the world is irreparably on a crash course for devastation. And I'm afraid that a complete reset might be the only way to save everybody. Dorok Zero, this song is the tutorial theme from SMT Imagine, which was a Shin Megami Tensei MMO back in the day. And then imagine that there's this pressure on, maybe Xehanort makes a compelling argument for, like, you are going to spend the rest of your life, your progeny will spend the rest of their lives. Everyone will spend the rest of their lives fighting because there will always be evil in the world. How about you and me put a stop to it right now? And then there's a little bit of that tension throughout the game. I mean, Sora doesn't have to seriously consider it, but maybe, like, there's just moments where he's like, gosh, I don't know, maybe the world is kind of messed up. Maybe he's got a point. But I don't think that there's any actual desire to explore these ideas. Because really, we have a guy, our director, Tetsuya Nomura. I really, like, honestly, I hate just talking about him when we're discussing these games, because it's very unfair, because a lot of other people work on these games, and there are other writers involved on the games, even if he is supposedly ghostwriting them now and doing most of the writing and planning. There are other people working on these games, and there are probably other people coming to him with ideas that he's like, that's a pretty good idea. So, you know, I don't want to, I hate just using his name all the time. But then, whenever I see the KH stands talking about how genius the game is, there's almost no mention of other designers, of other people involved in it. They're just like Tetsuya Nomura has planned everything out, and he has the galaxy brain vision of exactly what he wants to do. So, I don't know. Because there is something worth examining here, that Tetsuya Nomura has said repeatedly that this guy is currently his favorite character. That he relates to the Xehanorts much more than he does to the heroes. He finds Xehanort relatable. He feels old and feels drawn towards darkness somewhat. This has changed around. Like, we hear him saying Sora is like my son. He and Noctis are both like his sons. But then Versus 13 gets canceled. Sora is like my enemy. And I don't think that's even, like, I don't mean that in a sarcastic or dismissive way. I can see how somebody who previously had multiple creative outlets and was exploring a lot of different ideas, when he feels continually drawn back to a project that really he was involved in because he wanted to make a Mario 64-like. And perhaps this isn't what he's most interested in from a design standpoint or a storytelling standpoint. And this is, hold on. This is the exploration theme from the Gali Nuva segment of the original Bionicle game. Editorman RGG2 with a $10 donation, thank you very much, says, "Hey Jacob, how you doing? I love your 2-hour talk with Bloody Biscuit. Your research and theories were god tier amazing." Well, thank you very much. I'm doing okay. We're doing all right here today. Talking about Kingdom Hearts. I'd love to go back on Bloody's show sometime, but he's going through a lot of stuff right now, as I understand it. So I'm not gonna pester him for a little while. I think it's about the 1-year anniversary of me going on his show as well. And I was talking about Final Fantasy 15 among other things. And my internet works much better than it did back then, so I wouldn't cut out as much as I did when I was talking with him before. Sorry, what was I talking about? I was talking about Xehanort and Tetsuya Nomura. It makes sense to me that Tetsuya Nomura is like, I feel kind of angry and bitter about things, and there was a comment in an interview once where he was like, I hate theorizing about a man's personal life, especially one who's very private, because I value my own privacy. So I'll keep this kind of stuff about Nomura brief. There was like an interview once where he mentioned like when he was talking about his cats, he was like, I was told to get cats. And I'm like, why is somebody told to get a pet? That sounds like something a therapist says to somebody who's maybe a little bit depressed. I don't know that for sure, but as discussed previously, you're looking at a guy who spent 8 years working on his passion project with all of his buddies, because he took all of his core development stuff from KH1 and KH2 over to Versus 13. He spent 8 years working on it, and then it blows up in his face. Nothing is accomplished. He's never given the support and resources. He's never given the support and resources for the game, and then it's taken away from him because of corporate BS. You know, I get it. I get the bitterness. And in some ways, I think about. I don't want to talk about spoilers for Metal Gear Solid 4. Steak Bentley's fantastic review, Metal Gear Solid 4 was a mistake, which is one of my favorite video reviews of anything on the internet. Discusses at some length how Hideo Kojima relates personally to Solid Snake, and this isn't like theorizing on the part of the video creator. This is something that Hideo Kojima's talked about at length, so he has a lot to pull from. And basically, he discusses how if you were writing a story about yourself, about a character related to you, wouldn't you want it to have a happy ending? Talking about how when you look at what's going on at the ending of Metal Gear Solid 4 and the relationships that are being explored right at the very end, and you examine them in the context of Kojima as an author and his life, you go, okay, all right, I think I see what he is doing here. And you know what? Yeah, I felt that a little bit. Yeah, that was nice. And I can't help but wonder if there's something here with Xehanort, where this is a character now that he feels drawn to, not necessarily because of how Xehanort is written, because Xehanort is, I think, very underwritten after Birth by Sleep, and that was written before. So he was talking about how much he related to Xehanort, and before Xehanort completely changed. I think, because now Xehanort seems to be written as someone who wants right now, Xehanort is being written as somebody who, because when Tetsuya Nomura said, I relate the most to the Xehanorts back in the day before KH3 came out, I was like, that's a really weird thing to say, that you relate to the god complex, I want to blow up the world, villain, right? That seemed to me like an odd thing for somebody to say of themselves. Oh, by the way, this is obviously Cavern of Remembrance, but it's done with Chain of Memories sound font by a guy on YouTube called Overcast Immortal. Since I don't have the I'll flip back over when I'm not talking. I guess the video's not playing, so I'll flip back over here and we'll have the little thing up. So I always wonder, what did he mean by that? What did he mean by relating to the characters? And in this permutation, I think I can see it a little bit more. Especially with, even though it seems like, from what I understand, I think, correct me if I'm wrong on this, I could certainly be mistaken. I feel like I read Tetsuya Nomura is not writing Dark Road, like other people are writing it. He's not really involved in it very much. So I don't know much about Dark Road, so I'm not really factoring that into my observations and decision making here. When I look at the one substantial scene we have of Xehanort, which is the ending of the one substantial scene of Xehanort in Kingdom Hearts 3, which is his death scene, what I perceive is a character who is deeply embittered by a long life of disappointments and separation from the people that he cares about, and feeling that he has to do everything on his own and that he has to fix things. And at the very end, someone else comes in, takes the responsibility from him, and his old friend with whom he had a falling out many years ago reappears and says, "It's okay, I forgive you," and the two of them go off to just be together. The fight over, right? When I look at it from the perspective of Tetsuya Nomura in his own mind, just feeling embittered toward reality, maybe. Again, I'm projecting onto somebody that I don't know and who talks about his personal life very little. So please, nobody take this as like, oh, now I understand Tetsuya Nomura and I'm going to run around and I'm going to talk as if I get what's going on inside of his head. And I'm not pitching that I get what's going on inside of his head. I'm just attempting to do a little auteur theory here, try to reverse engineer when he says he relates the most to Xehanort, and this is the only Xehanort scene he wrote since saying I relate the most to Xehanort. What does he mean by that? And JG says, also, isn't it kind of revealing that Tetsuya Nomura wanted to make a story about an angry man, that he came up with the idea around the time that he lost Versus with regards to Stranger of Paradise? Yeah. But anyway, I find this very interesting. I find this an interesting angle with which to, or rather, I would find this an interesting angle to look at the character of Xehanort if he was in Kingdom Hearts 3. I don't even necessarily have a fundamental problem with completely rewriting Xehanort to have a completely different motivation. I think that's silly, but at this point, Tetsuya Nomura has spread out these games across like 20 years. He invented the character as we know him in Birth by Sleep and as we know him in Kingdom Hearts 3 in a 2010 PSP game, right? By the time this is coming out, it's like 9 years later. And a lot has happened in his life. So if he's bored with writing this story, on one hand, you can make an argument that he owes it to the story, to the integrity of the story, and to the audience of the story to remain faithful to what he was writing previously and not just go completely off the rails and write something else. You can make that argument. You can also make a fair argument that, hey, listen, he's the guy writing it. It's his thing. And if he's not interested in it, then maybe he should do something different. To be fair, I think the actual answer should be he should have given it to somebody else who was interested in writing the material and just kind of overseen it and directed it and offered ideas and offered guidance and kind of laid out the overall details, which is kind of what he was doing originally with developing the story. Because I don't think he's a bad storyteller. I just think he's a bad writer. I don't think he commits to his writing. Because he has this idea of how he wants to depict Xehanort, but he doesn't want to put the effort into, or I don't know if he doesn't want to put the effort in, or if he thinks, like, I want to have this reveal at the end. I don't know what his mentality is, but he's written, for all you can say about retcons or whatever else, a potentially interesting take on the character of Xehanort, but he backloads this entire permutation of the character. So it really doesn't matter. We really don't get to explore this permutation of the character at all. So it exists exclusively as this weird, tacked-on happy ending for a person who we suddenly feel we don't understand at all. We only really get a better understanding of him. Oh, I guess, hold on, we should talk about first, before I leave, the worst line Sora's ever said.
Xehanort.
Saradic J, with a $5 donation, thank you very much, man, says, hey, Jacob, with the 180 character with the 180 character turn for Xehanort by the end of KH3, do you feel we can ultimately expect the same for Master of Masters once that saga concludes? I don't know, because as I just said, I feel that probably what's happened with Xehanort here is not even... Tetsuya Nomura has stated he always writes with the intent to surprise even himself. So it's possible that this heel turn for Xehanort exclusively comes from an angle of what would be surprising for the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3? What if Xehanort was completely different from how we understood it? It's possible that he's approaching it from that perspective. I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt that he wouldn't have done it just for the sake of surprise, rewritten the main antagonist at the 5 minutes before he dies forever. Well, not forever. He's already been back as a ghost once and as a spin-off game, but that's beside the point. I sincerely suspect that this is the course of over a 8-year, 9-year period of developing this game. I know that, technically speaking, development wouldn't have started until after Dream Drop Distance, but he was surely thinking about what a Kingdom Hearts 3 was going to be, and Dream Drop Distance was a stopgap, well, because he was still technically... Because around the time that Dream Drop Distance came out, somebody earlier, the super chat we got earlier from Editman RGG2, sorry, I wanted to make sure I got your name right with the Yakuza icon. When I was on Bloody Biscuit's stream last year, I got the years wrong, which I regret. I said the same year twice. But when you look at the timeline of what's going on with development on all these games, a lot of stuff with Dream Drop Distance makes a lot more sense when you know that Tetsuya Nomura is interested in hardware, and he was like, I wanted to make a game on the 3DS, and that was all I had. I just wanted to make a game on the 3DS. And then when you read Ultimania stuff in interviews where it's like the staff decided, the staff wanted to do this, the staff thought it would be a good idea to do, etc., etc. Weird. It seems like there's a lot of people other than Tetsuya Nomura making big creative decisions on Dream Drop Distance. What's up with that? Well, then when you look at the actual timeline of events, after 2005, 2006, when KH2 is over, Tetsuya Nomura goes to start working on Versus, right? Splitting his attention between Coded, Barely, which is a request from Disney Japan because cell phone games are a big deal. Days, which is being co-directed by other people and handled by an outside studio. And the story of which was apparently outlined by the woman who does the light novels, and he then filled in the script. And Birth by Sleep, which is being developed in Osaka, has a co-director and a co-writer. Again, he said he's ghostwritten everything since after KH2, so it's fair to assume that he was still involved with these games and doing all the writing for these games, but his attention was probably directed at this point towards primarily Versus 13, because he was building something from the ground up with the core development team. However, around the same time, 2006-ish, Final Fantasy 13, which had been in development for a year or two before that, I think, because it was originally being developed, I don't know if it was intended for PlayStation 2, but it was being developed with PlayStation 2, like, tech prototypes. Around 2006, 2007, Crystal Tools is not working properly, and Final Fantasy 14 and 13 are prioritized over Versus, and Nomura's staff is continually poached, and the engine is not functional in such a way that they can really develop gameplay, which is why, until 2011, we only got cinematic trailers for Versus, because it was probably Tetsuya Nomura and a bunch of artists and maybe some people doing gameplay prototypes sitting around trying to figure out what the game was going to be. After Final Fantasy 13 comes out in 2009, and then 14 comes out a year later, finally, 2010-ish, around the time Days and Birth by Sleep are done, all of Tetsuya Nomura's staff is back on Versus, and the technology development side focused on Crystal Tools, because the 13.2 and 13.3 are in development, but they're essentially using the engine in the same way that it was used previously. So now, focus is being shifted to help Crystal Tools support the development of Versus 13. So circa 2009-2010, Tetsuya Nomura is finally engaged in full-on game development for Versus, which is why we get a legit gameplay trailer in late 2011-ish. And why, to my mind, it explains why Dream Drop seems, more so than most games in the series other than Coded, a little bit obligatory. Not much happens in Dream Drop. It's all just set up for the next game, because it feels like something written by someone who is only halfway paying attention. Not out of deliberate negligence or dislike for the material necessarily, but just because he was busy with something else. He finally had all of his staff together, and this other game was in production, and he was focused on that. And this makes sense to me. Again, this is a scenario where we're perhaps saying, let's bring in one of those other writers who was working on 1 and 2 and Chain of Memories, and maybe have them take over writing duties for Kingdom Hearts, and I'll just supervise. Would have perhaps been a good idea, but that ship has well since sailed. So with this in mind, the ultimate heel turn of I'm bitter and I'm pissed off. I'm sure he was pissed off a lot before, while Crystal Tools was in development and his staff was getting poached. But then he was just working on Versus until 2012. And then they came in and said, hey, listen. And to be fair, from what we understand, it sounds like Versus 13 had a lot of other development problems. The story wasn't really finished. Things kept changing. There's a bug right in my face. So, you know, I don't want to say like, the perfect, flawless vision of Versus 13 was corrupted by greedy executives, because we don't know all the details, and it sounds like there could have been some real issues with the development of that game. Oh, that was, by the way, that was the big parade from A Hat in Time, and now we're playing Rush Hour from A Hat in Time. My kill bets per second dipped briefly, but they are back, as if they never left. Anyway, I feel that with all of this in mind, we only start seeing this real bitterness in interviews toward any of the material after 2012, when they said internally, we're scrapping everything you've done so far, we're moving it to PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, the new engine, we're reorganizing your staff, and Hajime Tabata's going to co-direct. And you have to wonder, was there, at that point, a discussion internally of Tetsuya Nomura, you will be taken off of this project eventually? Or was the decision actually made in 2014 as they claimed? I don't know. But regardless, I suspect the heel turn of Xehanort occurs exclusively because over the course of 2010 to 2019, Tetsuya Nomura was at least in the back of his mind noodling what that KH3 was going to be about. And as all this other stuff happened around him, and he got really, really bitter about, I finally got my development resources, yay. He works on the game for 2 years. They come in and say, hey, listen, you really screwed this up. It's not working. We're going to change it up. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm finally working on it. I couldn't before. And then after they give him more resources and more money and more press, then it's taken away from him completely. They just take him off the project entirely. Go work on Final Fantasy VII Remake and Kingdom Hearts 3. Perhaps, across this time period, as he was conceptualizing the story of Kingdom Hearts 3 in his mind, he found within himself a certain resentment for the happy-go-lucky, everything is good all the time, hero character Sora. Now, of course, I will argue, until I'm blue in the face, that Sora is a more nuanced character than that in the earlier games, who is not just happy all the time, who puts on an optimistic face when necessary to support his friends, and who approaches life with a certain level of excitement and giddiness, and is generally a pretty happy person, but one who allows himself to be vulnerable and to be sad. But over the course of distancing himself from those games and writing about, admittedly, much more on-their-face angsty characters with the Birth by Sleep crew and the Days crew, and then writing a very bubbly Sora in Coded, and then an extremely bubbly Sora in Days. Suspect Tetsuya Nomura's his characterization is not very subtle. Even the good characters in the more recent games, I would not call their characterization terribly subtle. And Sora is not like, you know, he's not a masterpiece, genius level character in the original games, but he's fairly nuanced. He's got a little bit going on, and I'm not sure that Tetsuya Nomura has a delicate enough hand to write that, or perhaps just did not have the patience to write it, or in his mind, Sora had already morphed into this other entity, and it was too late, and he was choosing to write it that way because that was what he thought of Sora as. And in the process of that happening, he grew disinterested in writing about that character, and he knew when I get to Kingdom Hearts 3, because of the way I've set it up, it's going to be all about that guy. And most of the characters that I find slightly more interesting and more angsty and more realistic will not be present. And in that same vein, probably spent a lot of time thinking about our villains and conceptualizing who he wanted this here Xehanort to be, and found that within the bitterness and resentfulness of a man who's upset with the world and feels that time is beginning to pass him by and he's losing his opportunity to create the things that he wants to create and leave his mark on the world, perhaps he would have found a certain kinship with this character. And then, in the same vein, at the very end, perhaps he couldn't bring himself to just have the characters kill the guy and have him be a mustache-twirling evil bastard. Maybe he really wanted to change that character a little bit to reflect more of Nomura's own resentments. I am, again, attaching a massive asterisk to this entire conversation and saying this is speculation about a man who I do not know and have a lot of respect for. as an artist, as a game director. So, don't want anybody running around with this being your new de facto interpretation of who Tetsuya Nomura is as a person, please. But this is a way to look at this ending that perhaps makes some more sense of it. And since I veered off on this in response to Cedric J's donation in question, thank you again. I feel that we probably won't have a complete character 180 with the Master of Masters. Currently, we don't even know what the Master of Masters wants. Maybe Tetsuya Nomura doesn't know what the Master of Masters wants. Maybe he has in his mind an idea for a personality for a character, and he's going to work out what the guy wants later. I'm not going to say it feels that way to me, but it could be written. As it's written right now, that could be the case. This could be a smokescreen while he's figuring out exactly what he wants to do with the guy. But with that in mind, because he hasn't told us exactly what the Master is up to yet, and we have very little information, whenever he gets around to writing about the Master, he can just pick whatever, suits his fancy. And in that vein, if these games get made more quickly from here on out, because Tetsuya Nomura is not splitting his attention as much, he's kind of like a creative supervising director or what. He's like, he had the concept for Stranger of Paradise. He's gonna be part of a team of creative directors on the Final Fantasy VII Remake, but he's not even directing it anymore. And even then, he was one of 3 directors. And it seems like, to some extent, his focus is going to be on this franchise. So assuming the games get made at a steady clip, and he doesn't spend 10 to 20 years, trying to conclude the Master of Masters' story, I think there's a fair chance that whatever Tetsuya Nomura decides he wants to do with the Master of Masters will stick. Whether he's decided that or not, whether he has decided but changes his mind, he might be able to change his mind before he even tells us what the Master of Masters is up to. So I don't think we will witness a last-minute 180 with the Master of Masters, because I suspect that this 180 was prompted by extremely specific circumstances, which I hope are not replicated again. Anyway, Sora's line. Thank you again for the donation and the question. Hopefully I don't have to explain why this is insane. A real leader knows that destiny is beyond his control.
And accepts that.
And accepts that. Is a weird take, Sora. Also, just for the record, music, Final Fantasy IX, Border Village Dolly. It's a strange take for our optimistic hero, which again plays into some weird thematic stuff that's going on in Kingdom Hearts 3. They can take your world, they can take your heart, pull you away from everything that you know, but if it's your fate, if it's destiny, then every step forward is always a step closer to home. Sora's taking on a very fatalistic attitude very suddenly in the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3 and in the weird disconnected monologue at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 3, which again, we could perhaps auteur theory our way into this and say, perhaps Tetsuya Nomura is feeling a little fatalistic right now. But let's disregard auteur theory for a second here and just examine why this is kind of a weird thing to say. A real leader knows that destiny is beyond his control and accepts that. That's right. A real leader, your commanding officer in your military unit knows that the situation is probably hopeless and that there's no way that you can get out of it. So he turns to his men and says, "Men, we're all gonna die. Let's gather around and let's just put an end to it." A real leader knows when the situation seems dire and he cannot think of a way out of it, that it's probably destiny, and he should just give up instead of fighting to save his family or friends or business or unit or country or whatever else. It's a weird take. And this is part of a larger conversation we could have about JRPGs and fate entirely. Someday I need to do more research about, like, actual Japanese literature, because I know a little bit of, like, classical Japanese folklore, but I know very little about modern Japanese pop culture outside of outside the context of, like, anime and video games that I consume. I don't watch a lot of, like, mainstream, just Japanese movies and TV shows and whatnot. I wonder, though, if this type of crap that's in JRPGs is just a symptom of JRPGs, or if there's some kind of deeper cultural thing of, like, this extreme emphasis on exterior forces controlling everything. Because to me, the way that it's usually used in stories like this is as a writing crutch. To examine Union Cross, for example, we have a main character, or a main villain, who knows everything that's going to happen. And how do I put this? We have time travel plots and foresight plots and fate and destiny plots in Kingdom Hearts and some other JRPGs too. They feel very odd to me because sometimes you have these stories that are just about, like, we got to kill God and assert our freedom and how humanity can lead its own way into a bright future or whatever, and we don't need you. And that I get, you know, a little bit more. I think it's tired. I think it's rote and played out because it's been the plot of every other JRPG since Shin Megami Tensei, probably since before that. But I get it, right? And it shows up a lot in anime and manga too. And a lot of the times in fantasy writing, premonitions are just an excuse to get lazy with something. Like, why do the characters make the decisions that they do? Well, because fate said so. Oh, okay, whatever. Why does the plot proceed the way that it does? Well, because fate said so. Why do the characters do the things they do? Well, because they had to, because fate said so. And it makes writing very easy when you absolve the characters of all decision making. If you know something if you in your head are like, this needs to happen next in the story, well, you can just cheat and say fate said so. A ghost said so. A ghost said they had to do it. This is a weird take, though. This weird fatalistic take on the outlook of the future and then Sora dying at the end of the game. And I can't help but wonder if this is just clumsy foreshadowing of Sora's death, or if this is an inverted worldview from Tetsuya Nomura. If Sora is like his enemy, and he relates to Xehanort, mayhaps, in his mind, he's just like, what's the opposite of what I would say? That giving up when your back is against the wall is the correct course of action. I would never say that. So that's probably what Sora would say. There's literally an interview where he's talking about Sora's like my enemy, I relate to Xehanort. In one of those interviews, he literally says, Sora generally does the opposite of what I would do. Is this literally Tetsuya Nomura going, what's something that I don't believe? What's something Sora would say? Because I don't understand him and I don't relate to him. If I said to someone that the world is messed up and we need to save it, what would be the opposite reaction? A fatalistic give up message. So perhaps that's what Sora would say. I don't know if that's what happened, but it feels like that's what happened there. Anyway, got way off track there. Obviously, we always do, don't we? We gotta go to Remind.
Discover and compare the...
Shut up. We have to go to Remind. Then we'll watch my damn video. This is gonna be a 5-minute answer about what Xehanort's motivations were, and then I was like, this is just interesting to talk about. This is just interesting. This is probably more interesting than anything in that video we're gonna watch later.
Let him go, Mickey.
That was Alley Cat from Persona 5, by the way. Before that, it was the Comet Observatory, but hopefully you guys would recognize that. You guys ready for more Remind?
So? Yeah. It wards off darkness. It's useful.
Told ya. So, how'd it go?
The tour. I learned the reason for my existence.
Oh, tell me more.
All around the world, people live seemingly peaceful lives. They believe themselves to be moral and virtuous, but it's all an act. Darkness lurks in the pit of everyone's heart. Their light is a total farce.
Sounds like your trip around the world opened your eyes, but you got a little bit more than you anticipated. You must have seen a lot of darkness.
Those who are weak, and who desire greater power, simply strip the strong of their power and convince themselves they've earned it. That's how people become tainted by darkness. They believe what they want to believe, using hollow reasons as justification. They repeat this cycle, and their darkness grows.
So you're saying the weak feel the need to justify their actions to maintain a sense of self. Can't let that slide?
No, it's better they be ruled by darkness. People carry delusions of having power, but it's a lie. They are but sheep pretending to be wolves. Though I admit, I can understand why.
Oh, I've never heard that one before. A keyblade wielder willing to side with the darkness? Why not just let them be until the darkness consumes them?
Because left alone, the world would fall to chaos. There needs to be order.
You sure about that? Why not just sit back?
See, now we're saying Xehanort's motivation is essentially there is too much evil in the world. All these fake assholes pretend like they're nice, benevolent people, but they're all really assholes, and they're making the world worse. And what we need to do is we need someone to take over and run everything. Because I'm not just going to let them all die and fall to anarchy, because I care about the state of the world, and we should probably fix it. And I'm smart, so I'm probably qualified to fix it.
Watch it play out.
Understanding hearts is difficult. More so the emotions within. I simply realize... Understanding hearts is difficult. More so the emotions within. I simply realize that it's easy to dismiss what you don't comprehend.
All right, all right. The world needs you. I'll grant you that one.
I don't know what I can do, but I will act. What comes next is too important.
I suppose letting false light dictate the future might be a pretty lousy move. So, you can make a change. You have that power. What do you want for the world?
Power, eh? Who knows? My training's coming to an end, and the exam's not far off. Maybe I can gain some clarity then.
You're letting the exam decide? Listen to me. The results don't matter. You believe the world needs you. Sounds like you already know where you're headed.
It's funny. Somehow, I can sense where I'm supposed to go, and what I'm supposed to do. Yes.
Hold on, I just remembered something. Hold on. It's worth discussing very briefly. Oh, it's the kind of worse one. There's two KH wikis. This one's kind of awkward. Okay. Go away. Shu. The last one, written by Lu Shu. Now at long last the Keyblade War has begun, and Kingdom Hearts will open. A true and complete Kingdom Hearts, born of the clash between light and darkness. I will soon be reunited with my old companions, and in the moment my long vigil will reach its end, he will return. Now, I think there's more in here to hint about it, but I'm not going to go back there and read all these secret reports because we got other things to do tonight. I'm pretty sure, I think it's safe to say that he returning refers to the Master of Masters. So it seems as though the entire function of the plot of Kingdom Hearts up to this point, all of Lu Shu / Briggs' backscene machinations to get Xehanort to do what he wants, were all to get the Master of Masters to come back to life. In the modern day, right? How is he here? Briggs' entire objective is to bring the Master of Masters to the modern day, and yet here he is, in some form, 75 years before the Keyblade War involving Xehanort and the Sora. Is this a projection? Is this a Book of Prophecy illusion? Unclear. But it's important to understand that that the Master of Masters appears to be, in this scene, speaking to Xehanort 75 years before the core story. Even though the core plot of the main antagonist is to bring this guy to the modern day. So My point is, I don't even know when or if I'm going to play KH4 or whatever. My recommendation would be keep your eyes peeled for an explanation about how the Master of Masters was present for this scene. I'm kind of willing to bet there won't be one.
Damn, decide? Listen to me. The results don't matter. You believe the world needs you. Sounds like you already know where you're headed.
It's funny. Somehow, I can sense where I'm supposed to go and what I'm supposed to do.
Because of the destiny, because of the time travel. Remove all agency from characters. If they are dictated to do something by fate, I don't have to write a justification for the characters to take actions.
Yes. Even this coat. There's something familiar about it. As if I'm meant to wear this.
No. You'll ditch it soon.
What do you mean?
I mean that one day you're going to outgrow it.
How so?
If you truly possess great
I mean,
power,
you'll get taller, dude. The suit doesn't size up with you.
the darkness can't control you. You won't need a silly old coat to stay safe. In fact, you'll be the one controlling the darkness inside.
And yet all the Organization 13 members still wear one. Just...
Me, on the other hand, I'm too much of a scaredy cat to ever take mine off.
Who are you really? Some kind of fortune teller?
Well, I could lie and tell you that's what I am.
Are you guys ready to find out who the Master of Masters is and what his motivation is?
Some kind of fortune teller.
Well, I could lie and tell you that's what I am when I'm actually a brilliant artist, or even a scholar. I could tell you that I dream of world peace, when I'm actually planning for its destruction. The truth is what you see with your eyes, not what you hear.
So, your name?
For a story which I'm sure even the most hardcore fans would agree generally prefers to tell instead of show, having a character about whom we know nothing, who has taken no actions within the story, but who has talked quite a bit, say, dialogue is meaningless, action is the only thing that matters. In a story where no one takes actions, least of all the Master of Masters, and all the actions he has taken, what few he's taken, he took because the Book of Prophecies said to take them or to prevent somebody else from doing something. It's a very... I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it, Mr. Nomura. It feels to me somewhat disingenuous.
So, your name?
What did I just... Never mind. I guess there's no harm. My name is...
And then it mutes.
I'm a lost master.
Lost master?
May your heart be your guiding key.
Oh yeah, that's the whole scene. I thought there was a little bit more after that, but no, there's nothing. And then it loops back to the scene we watched yesterday over and over again, where they attempt to explain who's who, and it doesn't make sense. I was gonna read more comments from the previous stream, but now we're like an hour and a half into this bad boy. We need to start watching the damn video.
Where I literally did not understand what was happening and what I was supposed to be gleaning from it. Like it just.
Hold on, actually, hold on 1 second. I need to make a quick adjustment to something. I need to make a quick adjustment to something, if my computer will work with me. There we go. Thank you.
Insane. It doesn't make any sense. It's like a fever dream. It's like a Kingdom Hearts fever dream. It's the first time I've ever legitimately felt.
And I disagree with that thing that I said as we discussed at the ending of the show last night. I kind of disagree with my take at the end there, but that's fine.
A heavily edited clip from a very lengthy stream, and I wanted to kind of add something in here really fast that will get lost without 3 hours of context from a larger stream. This is coming after other discussions about the Kingdom Hearts series that I think are important to understand, just in case, because I see people sometimes even.
This bit was just me, like, because this bit was recorded when I thought I was just going to talk for like 20 or 30 minutes. So this bit feels a little disconnected from even the rest of the video, because despite being an intro, it's introducing a version of the video that kind of doesn't exist. Did I get it? Did I get the gnat that's been buzzing around nonstop? I think I may have gotten it, but I'm not sure. Yeet! Nailed it. Billy the Kid Lawrence says, you play Yu-Gi-Oh! Online? If not, I didn't kill it. There, it flew again. I was playing and some guy was using your name, profile pic, and his card skins were Joey's face. I don't even know what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that Yu-Gi-Oh! Online? There's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Online game? Thank you for the donation, Billy the Kid Lawrence. There's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Online game and someone's using my name and Joey. No, I haven't seen this. You'll have to tweet some screenshots at me or something. I appreciate it. I would appreciate it if you did that. But no, that's definitely not me. My username on games is usually just Frustrated Kid, not Frustrated Jacob. Typically. I'm not necessarily going to have a lot to say about certain sections of this video. There may be some bits where I just let it roll for a while. We're just going to see what comes up. Oh, I was in the wrong window.
Our Let's Plays who kind of misunderstand my points on some of these things occasionally. Whether or not the lore makes sense or there are things that are nonsensical or are difficult to follow or whatever is not the important part to me with the Kingdom Hearts games or really with most stories. There are plenty of things in, for example, Kingdom Hearts 1, a game that I really like, that don't really want to make a ton of sense. If I wanted to, I could tear that game apart on a logic level, and you can with a lot of stories.
For context, again, it's because this whole section back here was basically me making jokes about continuity errors. And the original reason this video got so out of hand was because I wanted to, basically I was like, what if this highlight because I was just trying to cut like a quick stream highlight clip of just the funny stuff of ranting about the plot holes and Remind. And then I thought I should probably, just in case someone posts this on like KH Insider or KH Reddit or whatever, I should probably include the lead-in bit where I'm talking about storytelling styles and structure and intent. And then also give a little outro where I'm like, hey, listen, I cut this for fun. This isn't the most important thing in the world. But then my attempts to explain snowballed, and then it became the monstrosity this video is.
That when you have something to engage...
This bit is really going to be pretty redundant for everything we've been talking about. I'm going to put it at 2 times.
With in the story, with characters who are interesting, with action that is exciting and compelling, and a narrative that's pulling you along and keeping you engaged, you don't notice those things. This is why when you go and see a movie, you might not realize until after it's over, there were a couple of plot holes here and there, because if you were actually engaged with the action of the story, as long as those plot holes weren't so big that they were getting in the way of character motivations or the just minute-to-minute logic of what the characters were doing, those things don't necessarily distract so much.
If you ever heard the expression fridge logic, uh-oh. Our kilobytes per second dropped to 0 for a moment there. We're just going to wait it out. All right, seems to have stabilized. But sometimes when it drops does not actually relate to the footage you guys lose, so giving it a moment of space, it seems fine. We will continue. The concept of fridge logic is basically something that doesn't make sense in a piece of media, which you only notice when you've got up and gone to the fridge to go and get another beer or something. That's where the original expression comes from. Hitchcock had something else. I forget what it was, like lamp logic or something. Like it was like if you when you're getting in bed and you turn off the lamp, then that's when it comes to you. There's a couple different expressions for this. But basically the idea that when you're in there and you're engaged with the material, you might not necessarily notice that things don't work, that things didn't make total sense. Movies and stories get away with this all the time, and it's not a problem and it's no big deal. Movies and stories are all fake, and they're all going to have it, because reality has plot holes. Movies and stories all have plot holes and little issues, and it's fine. It's no big deal.
My problem with the later Kingdom Hearts games, and indeed the reason that many Kingdom Hearts fans have become somewhat disengaged with the later entries in the series, is because of the way that the actual story is handled. There's not really any character drama. There's no arcs. It's very lethargic. There's not high stakes. You don't feel like, oh man, what's going to happen next as the story is going on, because it all plays out in a very slow, expository way, where the story is significantly more concerned with explaining how various events can occur than actually going into why the characters are doing what they are doing, or constructing a narrative where the heroes will be pushed to their limits emotionally as well as physically. Though honestly, they aren't even really pushed to their limits physically that much either. Outside
that was an example I gave in terms of this isn't always necessarily the case, but generally in stories, you want your characters to be driven to some kind of extreme by the end. You want to build up taking somebody to some kind of extreme. Now, some things aren't necessarily action stories, but even dramas and slower movies, even comedies and stuff, generally build to some kind of extreme where your characters or the setting or something else is going to be pushed further, or the concept of the story is going to be pushed further by the end, right? So when I say characters pushed to their extreme emotionally as well as physically, I mean it because we're in a story which generally claims to be very character-driven and story-driven, but is also an action game about fighting bad guys. And you don't have a story which really tries any of our characters, forces them to make taxing decisions, forces them through extreme emotional highs or lows. And every time that it does, it's only briefly lingered upon. Generally speaking, you want some lows at the end to up the stakes, but even the highs of like the characters reuniting, we get like a scene per, and often they're executed very poorly. Joey and I didn't really freak out about it during the original screening, because I think we were like, you gotta remember when we were playing Kingdom Hearts 3 before, we literally cheered for Aqua shedding a single tear at being back in the Realm of Light, because that was how low our expectations were for the characters' emotional reactions to things. So when it happened, I was desperately trying to be positive about like, hey, you know what? Listen, when Aqua rubs Ven's head and says, "Good morning, Ven," my mind was on other things, and I was like, this, I'm seeing it happen now. Maybe some people out there have it, but like, freaking "Good morning, Ven" is the stupidest, just the dumbest, and like, it's what a stupid way for this character who's been trapped in hell for 10 years and who thought that she'd abandoned their friend and hadn't managed to say, what a dumb way for them to interact. And they all, they break down and hug and cry later. Why didn't they do it? It's just very strange. It's very odd. And the story is very non-committal about dealing with any of the lead's emotions. And even Sora getting mad about Kairi only matters in the scene where he's mad about Kairi, because he doesn't get upset during the course of the finale, really. In gameplay, we have that weird, he goes into rage form. I'm so mad, but he's not mad. He doesn't even go rage form because he's mad. Like, there isn't even, like, a cutscene where it's like, Sora, I killed your girlfriend, and he goes, rah, psh. He goes rage form because Xehanort pulls the light out of him. Remember, that's the context of what happens during the boss fight. So really it made more sense for him to go anti-form. It's like they had this idea of, well, maybe he gets mad at the end of the game because Kairi said, he goes rage form because he's mad, but then like the script doesn't support it, the context of the fight doesn't support it. It's a huge mess. And then as they push to their limits physically as well as emotionally, because obviously I feel that the game fails to do that in cutscenes. Sora has 30 seconds of being sad about Kairi, and then he doesn't care. But even physically, certainly in video games, I'm going to say in a second here, a limit. In fact, I'll just let it play. I need to blow my nose really fast anyway. Of boss fights. That's a video game thing that can be harder to depict than movies and books and whatnot can get away with. Where you have to have gameplay where the player plays the game and performs well. So that's harder to depict. But with a Kingdom Hearts 1, just to stick within this series, there's tons of stuff in that game that I can tear apart that doesn't make sense, but very little of it gets in the way of the character drama, the stuff that the characters are learning, the stuff that they're going through, the stakes of what our heroes are having to overcome. When you get to Dream Drop Distance, it's almost written like a mystery story, because basically the plot of that game is the characters are given a really mundane task, and then the game says something other than that is happening, and then at the very ending they just tell you. But with most mystery or crime stories, you have what's called a hook in writing. You have something that pulls you. What I meant about that with regards to the design of video games is that it can be difficult to depict in video games a character struggling physically because you have to play a video game and win fights. So, for example, it would be difficult to do a video game adaptation of Die Hard in terms of capturing the tone of Die Hard. Now, Die Hard is you could do a video game about a guy trapped in a building fighting mooks. Indeed, that's what most shooters were before Call of Duty. It was usually single man in concrete corridors fighting people. The difficulty is that in Die Hard, the experience of running on glass and bare feet and getting your feet cut up and that being a huge issue and slowly taking wear and tear and fighting even one guy being a huge difficulty is something that is difficult to impossible to depict in video games. Without being extremely tedious and depowering and difficult from a game design standpoint. It can be done. There are games that really focus on absence of power, taking power away from the player, obviously, but it's much more difficult. And it's hard when you have to, at the end of the game, fight a bunch of bosses to depict the characters really being pushed, because it makes sense from a gameplay standpoint. Yeah, you're fighting harder bosses by the ending of the game. So, like, it doesn't come through necessarily to the player as like, oh, wow, this is much bigger and more dangerous, and the characters are really being pushed, because obviously at the ending of a video game, you fight a boss who's tougher than the other bosses. So the vibe doesn't really survive. You know what I mean? And it can be done, but you usually have to rely on context of cutscenes showing the character struggling, or you have to have cinematic interruptions to the fight where the character gets pushed around and beaten up a little bit and hurt, right? Like have a cutscene midway through where your character gets hurt, your character gets beaten up and cut up a little bit, and then they get their second wind and they come back at them. It can be difficult to depict it from a gameplay standpoint unless you specifically design the fight such that you get beaten up a lot, and then you get some kind of comeback mechanic that lets you to come back through the fight, And oftentimes it can feel artificial and cheap, and it doesn't, like, it feels more annoying than interesting storytelling. For example, game I love, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, falls prey to a failed attempt to depict this kind of dynamic and pushing the characters further, wherein you are fighting the final boss of that game, and the first phase is a normal fight. The second phase is the final boss becomes invincible. You cannot hurt them, and you just have to survive for like 10 turns or something until a cutscene occurs where you get a power boost and the boss is weakened and you can do damage. And then the third phase is a regular boss fight again. Pretty good boss fight with pretty good music, but neither here nor there. That 10 turn phase of just you can't do anything is so blatantly gamey. You don't feel like you are being overpowered and beaten. You feel like the game has said, we're stopping the game now to have this story scene happen. In a movie, when the hero gets beaten up, assuming it's done in a way where, like, oh yeah, that makes sense that they would get, they're hurt and they're getting, whatever. Like, when the hero gets beaten up in a movie, it makes sense. When you as the player know what the mechanical function of the game is and what your normal capabilities are, and those things are stripped away from you, it feels very artificial. And it doesn't feel like you or the character necessarily are being pushed. Now, games that do a good job of depicting this type of vibe need to be designed around it. Like Hades is a very good example of this, where you are always pushing against the upper threshold of what you are capable of until you've cleared through the whole thing once. So I'm trying to think. I feel like I'm trying to think of something. I'm trying to think of an example of a game that, like, does a good job at this, but I'm kind of coming up blank. Maybe I'll think of something later. Final Fantasy VII Remake generally does a pretty good job of depicting the increasing scale and danger of just the final couple of boss fights, but that's because, to be fair, the scale of the final boss fight of Final Fantasy VII Remake is so many leaps and bounds beyond anything else you've done in the game that just the context does sell it. But anyway.
Into the story. Somebody's been murdered if it's a detective story. We gotta steal something if it's a heist story. How are we gonna do it? Along the way, there will be complications. We'll learn things we didn't know, and the story will change up, and we'll get more and more information that eventually brings us to the conclusion dynamically. Dream Drop Distance is more or less a mystery story, but it didn't give you something to engage with on the surface level. It didn't give the heroes a compelling quest that tied into what was actually happening. It just sent them off on a mundane errand, and every now and then people would pop up and say ooga booga booga, and then at the end they explained why they were saying ooga booga booga. So with nothing else to engage with in the story, you say, okay, they better have a really good reason for saying ooga booga booga, because that's what the entire game is focusing in on. It's all building up to Xemnas sitting Sora down and explaining what's happening. So if his explanation doesn't make any sense, then the story falls apart at the seams. And that's where these later games have problems. And honestly, in the first place, exposition, lore, telling us, like, that is not a narrative. Just telling us lore about a fictional universe is not a story, but we'll get to that in a second. For right now, let's labor under the assumption that just
and this is where a lot of that vibe, I think, of people who are pushing back at me for accusing that a story that lore could not be the primary driving factor of somebody's engagement with media kind of comes from. And I don't disagree that lore can be very interesting and it can be the primary draw of something, but I don't think that lore is a story. Now, I think you can be engaged with something for other than its story. I think I really like Tron. I really like the original Tron. the story and characters are not my primary point of engagement with that film. The lore, the aesthetics, the art design, the technology behind how the film was made, those are the main things that I'm engaged with when I'm watching it. The characters in the story are like third on the pecking order of things that I care about when I'm watching Tron. But I don't consume information of lore about the world of Tron as a story. It's just like, it's like fun to think about maybe, and it's kind of like some cool ideas, but it's not the same thing as a story. That was what I meant by that. More not that one could not be engaging.
Then the story falls apart at the seams, and that's where these later games have problems. And honestly, you know, in the first place, exposition, lore, telling us, like, that is not a narrative. Just telling us lore about a fictional universe is not a story, but that's, we'll get to that in a second. For right,
which also loops back to the point that I made about how the Silmarillion is a lore book, but really it's a series of historical short stories about Middle-earth.
right now, let's labor under the assumption that just telling us information about a world that doesn't exist is actually a form of storytelling. We'll loop back around to that later, but let's say that it is. And even within that framework, that's where these games have problems, and that's where Remind has problems, because Remind, the only thing in it that I can even begin to process...
Video City 1 says, does Tron really have lore? Everything has lore. Anything with world building, with information about the makeup of its setting, has lore.
As an important emotional beat is like, oh, Sora, he wants to save Kairi because he loves her, but number one, you can't even bring him to say that he loves her or have them interact in that way, and it's like, it's one beat. It begins at the beginning of the game. Sora says, I need to save Kairi. The other characters say, if you do that, you'll die. Sora says, I don't care. And then he saves Kairi, and he dies, and he doesn't care, and that's it. There's nothing to engage with beyond the, okay, how is Sora gonna body hop and get there? How is he gonna save Kairi? How are all of these things gonna happen? So if those things don't make sense, then it falls apart, because all the DLC is an explanation of how Sora saved Kairi, which is not an explanation we even needed, because the how he did it isn't important. It's just all that matters is that he did it, that it's done and he died. But the how doesn't factor in. It's unimportant at this point. And you have to understand that this is not a Remind problem at this point. This was originally a Dream Drop Distance problem, but now it is a series problem. Dream Drop Distance is, how are the Xehanorts going to come back? That's what the whole game is. Chi, back cover, and Union Cross originally was, how is the Keyblade War going to happen? Which we all knew from the beginning. And currently in Union Cross, the mystery is what is happening. The mystery is literally just what is happening. There are...
And I would say that now that Union Cross has concluded, the vibe that you get upon the conclusion of the game is what was happening. And I think that was intentional. So I'm going to say that's, I stand by that take. I stand by that take from mid-game. And I stand by it even with the game completed. We've learned stuff, but not everything. We're left with more mysteries.
Union Cross originally was, how is the Keyblade War going to happen? Which we all knew from the beginning. And currently in Union Cross, the mystery is what is happening. The mystery is literally just what is happening. There are two other smaller mysteries, not smaller mysteries, more conventional mysteries that we'll get to in a second. But looking at the what is happening mystery is a good encapsulation of the problems with modern Kingdom Hearts writing. Most of the time, a mystery story is, who's been murdered? How did this thing get stolen? Where is this missing person? And along the way, we'll get more bits of information that are like, okay, this person wasn't kidnapped, they ran away. And that adds a wrinkle to the story, right? In Union Cross, as it currently is running, it's all just a huge question mark. The mystery is literally, we don't know what the story is. Why are there glitches? Where are we? Literally, where are we? Like, in what dimension are we? What is going on? What are these glitches that are happening? What's with the Strelitzia ghost? Who is Bees? And what is Bees? And how is Bees? And why is Bees?
And I want to point out that most of the answers that we got into what was happening in Union Cross was like, so what's going on? What's happening in Union Cross? I mean, ultimately what we find out was happening in Union Cross was the Master wants to prevent darkness from overrunning the entire world, and he doesn't care how many people die as long as some people live. So he's very detached and pragmatic, and ends justify the means. Anybody, like 100,000 people can die as long as the core objective is met. So we come to understand that about him, at least. Words. But at the end, most of the answers that we get are, why was this character doing that? Well, because the Book of Prophecies said so, or because the Master told them to. Which is really what we had. That's been the narrative content of the game from minute one, essentially. Remind just says that of everything. Our melody memory. God, these names. Union Cross says that of everything by the end. Why was Darkness, Bees, doing anything that it was doing? Well, the Master wanted Bees to go inside of the computer. Bees is very gullible. So what the Master did was, he took the Book of Prophecies and wrote a passage that said Bees will go inside of the computer. And so Bees read it thinking, I'll read the Book of Prophecies. Like, aha, I go inside the computer, and went in because the book said so. Writing a character who is so gullible that they'll do anything that they think is in the book, and having a character write that while also having perfect foreknowledge of the future, like, it removes all agency and purpose from any of the major players in the story, but that's a whole other discussion. We are still left with many questions about we don't know what the Master's long-term goal is, still. We barely understand his short-term goals. We do not understand what happened to the real world or what happened to any of our main characters at the end. Really. And we only have a basic understanding of the fact that there are 8 Bs, right? Or there are 13. I remember it wasn't 7 or, I thought it wasn't 7 or 13. There's like 8 different permutations of Bs of darkness, which are dangerous, and like 8 manifestations of darkness. I think it's 8. Maybe it was 13, but I feel like I was surprised that it wasn't 13. And they want to generally destroy and consume, but they also are gullible and don't think and are barely sapient, it seems like, or at least they're very, like, they just kind of do whatever. Like, it's very odd. You come out with almost every major question that you have really is not answered by the end. You don't get a proper answer on when and where Marluxia and Larxene and Ven reconnect with the Prime timeline. It's a mess. And without clues, really. I mean, people have theories about stuff, and some of the theories are probably right about what's going to happen, but it is 13 Bs? Fimbulvetter? Okay. My mistake. I thought that it wasn't 13 Bs, but whatever. No, Ali W, Bees isn't evil. Bees is evil. Bees just like thought it was going to be smart and read. Here's what happened. Here's the circular logic of what Union Cross says is going to happen. Master of Masters wants to stop Bees. Bees wants to read the Book of Prophecies. Master knows Bees is going to do this because the Book of Prophecies says he will do it. So the Master writes a passage in the Book of Prophecies that says Bees goes inside of the data world. Bees secretly reads this information and goes, oh, the book says I got to go in the data world to win. And so he goes into the data world, and that was all part of the Master's ingenious trap, you see, to trick Bees into going into the data world for reasons that I'm not even going to try and unpack right now. Let's move on.
We don't know anything about Bees. What's the Ark? What is the Ark? Who built the Ark? How did it get here? What is the Master's plan? The Master talked about some other war that happened long ago. What is that about? What is Ava up to? She's up to something, or was up to something.
Yeah, we still don't know what Ava was up to. Ava had some kind of, unless Ava was Bees the whole time, or Ava was Bees sometimes, but like the last time we actually saw Ava was in an update like 2 or 3 years ago at this point, and she was definitely doing something and trying to mess with the Master's plans, and we still don't know what or why or how, because the only time we've seen her since then was once when Bees was disguised as her when he killed Strelitzia to frame Strelitzia's murder on Ava to no one, because the only witness was Ven, whose mind was broken, and minutes after Ven recalled what occurred, Bees revealed itself. So Bees only disguised itself as Ava to screw with the audience.
What about Marluxia and Larxene and Ventus? How are they here? Is Skull the Subject X from the secret reports of Kingdom Hearts 3? There's not actually a storyline behind any of these things, and there's not an investigation. Dream Drop Distance, as we all know it now, is a game where we found out that the...
And I don't mean that to suggest that Union Cross had to be a detective story, because we're going to spend a chunk of time later talking about rewriting a section of Union Cross as being a murder mystery story, right? And I don't mean that it had to be a mystery story, but what I do mean is that since the characters aren't taking action, since the characters don't have objectives, since the primary content of Union Cross is the characters and the audience wondering what is happening, the logical conclusion then would be to write a mystery story. But they wrote... Like, they try... I guess Union Cross on a scene-by-scene basis, it's difficult to explain. It's like... I guess it's trying to be a character drama, but we don't understand anything about the characters, and the writing's really shoddy. And really all they ever do is discuss mysteries and just say, we don't know what's happening, but they don't really do any work to solve all of them. I don't mean that, like everything has to follow a set structure. Like, if a story has mysteries, it has to follow an Agatha Christie, genre pattern, right? I don't mean that. But the Union Cross doesn't do anything, really. It doesn't have any content. I mean, a lot of people who really like Union Cross, I find, because I've tried to talk to people and be open to people who are like, I really like Union Cross. Generally speaking, it seems to me that people who are drawn to Union Cross, says, I don't like defending KH writing, but the Master of Masters isn't basing his action on the book. He's writing and omitting info from the book to manipulate others. Yes, that is true, including where he writes a passage to trick bees into doing something. But the Master also has perfect precognition on everything that's going to happen. So while he isn't following the instructions in the book, you're like, nobody else knew that bees existed, so the Master probably left them out completely. You are correct. While the Master is using the book as a set of instructions in many cases to manipulate other people, the Master himself has perfect foresight of almost all events involving Union Cross, so he's still able to perfectly execute the exact types of actions that he wants to take at every turn, outside of having to have any cleverness or us having to have any understanding of why he's doing the things that he's doing. So functionally, it's the same thing. Anyway, I don't have a problem with a story not following, like, police procedural or Agatha Christie tropes if it's a very mystery-oriented story. You can also do a mood piece that's about, like, you could do, like, freaking, Stephen King books are very mysterious, but I wouldn't exactly call them detective novels for the most part. But that's because they skew horror. They skew, let's do a vibe, let's do this mood of the characters freaked out about one or two particular existential nightmares and this problem that they're dealing with, or that they can't deal with. You could make an argument that the works of H.P. Lovecraft are largely mystery stories, but they're not detective stories for the most part, because they're about people confronting the abyss of the unknown. But Union Cross is, I think it perceives itself as a puzzle box to be solved, but it provides us with no valuable information with which to solve it. So it winds up being adrift in terms of its actual content. And there are a lot of people I've seen who really were into Union Cross and into its characters and into what it was attempting to do, where they were waiting to see where it was going to go and kind of drifted away from it after the Union Cross, like after the continuity shift to the cell phone version, after the Keyblade War, right, where it kind of recaps that stuff. Once it moves into the new Union leaders, I see a lot of people kind of losing interest because it becomes much more apparent that all those threads that, like, there's a lot of threads that aren't being taken anywhere, and it's not really being developed appropriately. And generally speaking, I don't mean this to shoot anybody down, most people who I see excited about who are like legitimately excited about the ending of Union Cross are mostly excited for, I can't wait for Dark Road and I can't wait to see what happens next. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. Plenty of times I've consumed media and been excited for what happened, or like wanted to see what happened next, but usually only when the author has earned a certain degree of trust from me, and I simply don't have any trust in the ability of these games to pay off long-term stuff. And Union Cross contained very little that was satisfying on its own without, like, hoping that maybe something cool will happen later.
Villains were trying to put Sora as part of their team, and they reveal what their evil plan is for now.
Lunar Siren says, I really liked Union when it was Chi and Unchained, but once it became Union Chi, I stopped enjoying it. Yeah. Well, I don't want to use that as like, aha, case closed. Exhibit A, Your Honor. because I don't mind. You know, I've talked with people who enjoy Union Cross more and tried to read posts about it as well, and like I kind of get it, but I really just don't. A lot of the gushy stuff that I see about Union Cross kind of lacks form. Maybe I'm not looking in the right places. If anybody knows like a really beefy Tumblr post that someone did about how genius Union Cross's story is and how genius the ending is, please send it to me, because I would like to read something like that. Because most of the writing that I've seen, most of like posts and writing I've seen about the ending of Union Cross are about how, oh my god, everything paid off so well, all these, like, it all built up to this big finale, and I love all of these characters, and I can't wait to see what happens next. And I don't begrudge anybody for those feelings, but it doesn't do anything for me. The only character I found even vaguely likable was Strelitzia, which we've talked about many times on this channel, and indeed we'll talk about in this video later. Right? But for a huge chunk of the story, if you're playing, that's what we talk about Dream Drop Distance as now that we've finished it, now that we know what happened in it. Except Agatha Christie mysteries weren't solvable, lol, says Video City 1. Yeah, sometimes. But the structure, the point that I'm making is still there. Mystery doesn't necessarily have to be solvable for the structure to exist, but I appreciate your point. But if you were playing it for the first time, the story of Dream Drop Distance is essentially just Sora and Riku are wandering around, and something is happening, but I don't know what. When Union Cross is finished, it will be the story of the Master manipulating the data to alter the fates of the dandelions or something. I don't know what it is. That's the thing. I literally don't know what the story I mean, I was right, but, you know, we didn't know that until the end.
of Union Cross is yet. If we go to murder mystery stories and classic detective stories, the plot doesn't become a different story.
Lunar Siren further elaborates, saying, I found it just this fun little thing that was kind of separate from the main Cage story, and it was kind of refreshing. Yeah, I get you. Like, that it was like, I just want to kind of vibe with this setting and these characters, and it's fun to see something that isn't trying to be overarching and interconnected, and of course it wound up being inexorably tied with the future of the series. But then again, who knows how much anybody other than the Foretellers and the Master and Lucia will have to do with anything. You know, Ephemer and Brain and Scold and whatnot, who knows how much relevance they'll have. And the actual events of Union Cross, who knows if they'll mean anything at the end of the day. But, you know, we'll see. Like a Professor Layton mystery, says Ninja Bunny, yeah, you ain't gonna figure out what's going on in a Professor Layton game until the end, or unless you are just an absolute galaxy-brained mad lad.
When the detective, or whoever the main character is, solves the mystery. Murder on the Orient Express, we gotta figure out who killed Mr. Ratchet. Chinatown, Jake's gotta figure out who hired him to follow around Evelyn's husband and why he wound up dead. Both of those stories have some pretty big twists, but the plot, what the film is about, is not—
I hate that I accidentally referred to Murder on the Orient Express as film first and not book first. I noticed that when I was editing the video, and I just didn't want to go back and change it. I was like, what a scrub move. Because I was thinking about, I was already in my head forward to Chinatown, so I called freaking Murder on the Orient Express a film, not a book.
Mr. Ratchet. Chinatown, Jake's gotta figure out who hired him to follow around Evelyn's husband and why he wound up dead. Both of those stories have some pretty big twists, but the plot, what the film is about, is not fundamentally altered by the ending. And more—
Ninja Bunny makes a good point. Miracle Mask you can work out ahead of time, kinda. That's fair.
pressingly, even if the ending did somehow completely alter the story to where just the basic logline pitch of what it's about was now rendered irrelevant, there was at least a story before you got there. With Dream Drop Distance, there is no story until you get to the twist. And that's why if you've ever heard me call Union Cross and those games anti-story, that's what I'm talking about, because nothing has happened yet. Currently in Union Cross, there are two mysteries that are actually real conventional mysteries with hooks that we're trying to solve. Who killed Strelitzia, which then leads into the second mystery, who is the—
Bees killed Strelitzia. Though he kicked the responsibility of storytelling down, because then we have to ask, why did Bees kill Strelitzia? The answer is because the Master wrote in the book for Bees to kill Strelitzia. Why did the Master write in the book for Bees to kill Strelitzia? Why are you so impatient, Kingdom Hearts fans? Wait for Kingdom Hearts 4. What was that thing? There's a bit in one of the later Union Cross updates where the Master, like, KH fans were like, that cheeky Nomura. They were all, like, enamored with it. And I was like, I hate this crap. And it was like, the Master says some crap like, hey, listen, things don't, just because you don't understand what's going on right now doesn't mean it makes sense. Doesn't mean it doesn't make sense. Just because you don't understand something, it may make perfect sense. You just, you're trying too hard to make everything fit together. You should just roll with it and it'll all come together eventually. And it's like, it's your job to write the story, guy, but whatever.
the imposter.
Literally, it's the Master of Masters' job to write the story, and it's the writer who wrote the dialogue's job to write the story. Both are failing cataclysmically at their jobs and pushing the buck of responsibility down the road.
The group who stole her documentation. But even these things are treated weird because, number one, they're not the main plot.
Yes, JG, I've watched BBC Sherlock. I kind of liked it okay. I quit after the first episode of season 4 or 3, or whichever one is the horrible one, after the Christmas special. Christmas special pissed me off because I was into its standalone mystery, and then it wound up being a big, like at the end, Sherlock, it was the last straw for me of like, this Sherlock never solves any damn mysteries. Because the whole freaking episode is about him trying to solve a mystery, and then at the very end, he doesn't solve the mystery. He just figures out one component of it of like, the Moriarty is really dead for real, and he comes out of his cocaine-induced coma, and he didn't solve the mystery we just spent like an hour and a half on. That show's so bad. H-Bomber Guy's take on that show is completely correct.
They're like, I don't know what the main plot of Union Cross is. Maybe Strelitzia's murder is instrumental to the Master of Masters' master time-traveling plan of mastery. But I won't know until the game is over.
You hear that? You hear that, boys? You hear me? Did you just hear me? Place my faith in Kingdom Hearts. Did you hear it?
These things are treated weird because, number one, they're not the main plot. They're like, I don't know what the main plot of Union Cross is. Maybe Strelitzia's murder is instrumental to the Master of Masters' master time-traveling plan of mastery. But I won't know until the game is over.
Did you hear me? Have faith in Kingdom Hearts. Surely by the ending of Union Cross, we will know why Strelitzia died and who killed her. And we will understand how her death factored. Because I literally theorized maybe her death is fun and is instrumental to the Master's master plan of mastery, but I won't know. We found out, I guess maybe, because it seems like probably the Master told Bees to murder Strelitzia, but what? See you later, Video City 1.
So who knows if it's important or not, or if it's just a thing we're supposed to care about because we care about Strelitzia. And beyond that, there's no actual, investigation happening in the
You know who did solve mysteries? Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century. That one's canon. I can prove it.
Story. Every now and then we as the audience get little bits of information that the story just kind of deigns to give to us, but none of the characters internally are solving a mystery and gathering together clues for us to watch a detective at work, right? The only character in the story who is doing any kind of detective work is Brain, and his big brain detective work is, I have a piece of paper that was given to me that says the name of the culprits. And it's turned into a mystery because we have a scene where Appa says, hey, here's a list that says all the people. And we get to go, oh, he knows who it is. And then 4 weeks later, there's another update where he says to Ephemer, hey, I know that someone's a fake. And we get to go, oh. And then 4 weeks later, they say, we should do something about this. And then 4 weeks later, they say,
Union Cross was excruciating, man.
let's call Scold and Ven. And we get to go, oh.
I didn't even follow it that closely. Sometimes I missed a couple updates and I glanced back in on it. And even then, it was excruciating. Aaron Andrews, hold on, who wrote the Book of Prophecies? The Master of Masters wrote the Book of Prophecies based on his foresight of the future, but he lies in it sometimes to manipulate people to whom he gives access to sections of the Book of Prophecies.
Oh, the only 2 people who hadn't been eliminated as suspects. Oh, and then 4 weeks later, there's another update where they're like, hey, Ven, why isn't your name on the list? Oh, and then 4 weeks later, we don't even get to see what happens next because instead we get to see Marlisha dreaming about his sister in a field. But the fact of the matter is that stuff with Brain and the elimination of suspects is like the best mystery writing the series has done in any of these games because we do actually get clues, even if the characters didn't get them. It was just stuff that the screenplay gave to the audience because most of the time in these games, the way it works is there's something going on and it's like, oh man, how are we going to deal with this situation? And then it just gets dealt with. Like any book, any movie, any TV show, any entertainment thing that people are engaging with, they are there, the audience is there to see characters do things. It doesn't matter if it is a heady political drama or if it is a brain-dead Michael Bay action film, okay? In the heavy political drama, you're there to see characters debate issues or try to convince people, hey, we need you to vote for this thing, we need you to support this cause or whatever. In the Michael Bay action movie, you're there to see, oh man, what kind of cool action karate move is Optimus Prime gonna do to kill all these Decepticons or whatever. You are there to see, whether it's to see characters talk or to see cool special effects action sequences, you are there to watch characters do things. That's
Now, to be fair, I just said a minute ago that for me, Tron is more interesting on the art level, technical level, world level than on characters and story, right? However, what would be more interesting? Reading someone's cool Wikipedia article about how the computer probably works if there was a world inside of a computer, what would it be like, man? Here, I wrote up because I could basically write down, here's some cool ideas about what happens in my mental version of Tron, where let's pretend Tron isn't a movie. where I'm like, okay, like, so inside of a computer, there's like the IO tower. It's like a religious thing, and that's where programs receive commands from users. And yeah, so programs call humans users, and like they think of us as kind of like deities and whatever, and like they take on the appearance of the person who wrote them, and they play video games like we do, except, you know, we're in our world it's just little, you know, dots and pixels on a screen because the film was made in the 80s and the technology was for video games is pretty primitive. For them, it's these huge gladiatorial arena battles, and it's so good, you know, it's so great. It's this huge thing. Like, even though I say the characters and story of Tron are lower on the rung, the story and characters are what bring us through the world and show us all the cool lore. How do we find out about the cool gladiatorial battles that take place in the world of Tron? Our characters go there and have cool gladiatorial battles. How do we find out about all the cool vehicles and hardware that have all these neat, interesting special effects that were powering them in this, or like one of the first films that ever really used all this computer-generated imagery? How do we see all of that? Well, the characters get in cool vehicles and get chased by other cool vehicles. How do we learn about weird lore like the energy and them slurping up the energy? Well, there's a scene where the characters go, sweet energy, and they slurp it up, and they're like, it feels good, right? I'm learning about the lore of the world by the characters doing things. Imagine an alternative where the whole movie is Jeff Bridges sits down at a computer, and the MCP or someone else who's capable of talking back says, hey, and he's like, hey, tell me what the world inside of the computer is like. And we sat there for 40 minutes as the computer said, well, you know, there's this going on, and we just sit in an office and two characters talk about how cool it would be to be inside of a computer and all the neat stuff that's going on inside of there. They didn't do that. Yes, the primary draw of Tron, to me, is the world building, is the lore. How is it communicated? By the characters going through the world and showing us the lore, showing us the world building, showing us the cool art, instead of just talking about, oh man, how neat it would be if a story happened eventually. Like these clowns all sitting around in the desert talking about how eventually they'll do something, and how they did something off screen a while ago that we didn't get to see. So this thing where I'm demanding that people go to movies or engage with any story to see characters do things, I can see how that would be taken as a shot at anyone who is engaged with the product because of its art or because of its world building, and that's not necessarily fair. However, I will argue that even in something which is primarily about its world building or about its art, you are being driven along by a character who is typically either taking actions to drive them through the world or being abused and drawn on through the world by other characters. Two separate Disney movie examples of this, actually. Alice in Wonderland. I think you can make an argument that Alice is... Both of these, I think in both of the instances, there's something going on with the characters and the story that perhaps you could be engaged with, but I think with both The Jungle Book and with Alice in Wonderland, you have films where the primary draw is probably the setting, the wacky characters that they run into, etc. But regardless of that, in both films you have, in one, Alice, generally speaking, is a driven character who's making a deliberate choices to progress forward, confronting these characters the way that she does, moving through the world and solving problems. Mowgli in The Jungle Book is usually at the mercy of forces around him. He's compelled by other people to leave home. He meets Baloo and is drawn into his lifestyle. He's kidnapped by monkeys and compelled to participate in a dance number. The only time he really makes a decision to stop going with Bagheera, which leads to him meeting Baloo. And similarly, he makes a decision after the whole King Louie sequence to run away when he feels that Baloo has betrayed him. But he just kind of aimlessly wanders and stumbles into other scenarios. You know, most of The Jungle Book, part of why I joke in that Disney remakes video, I say it seems like much like the pseudo vaudevillian structure of The Jungle Book, I have lost the plot. Because really The Jungle Book is about circumstances continuously conspiring for Mowgli to stumble into new weird characters and new weird musical numbers, and he has very little agency as a character. He makes very few decisions. He's pretty much just at the mercy of the rest of the world around him. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but because the point of the movie, to some extent, is about him being unequipped to live in the jungle because he's like he's a little kid, and he's being hunted by tigers and snakes and monkeys and stuff. Alice in Wonderland, on the other hand, is about Alice getting kind of bounced and battered around between all these different weird scenarios, and it has a very similar structure wherein it's really just our character drifting from one wacky scene and one wacky character, one wacky locale to another. It has a similar structure, but it feels at least semi-connected in that it is Alice going on a semi-deliberate adventure, where she's like, well, I dealt with that problem, on to the next thing. Sometimes she's compelled by some kind of catastrophe or emergency, or getting in there a scene where she's like washed away, like an area floods and she like washes away on some flower petals or something like that. I'm probably not remembering the exact details. And obviously at the ending of the film, she stumbles into the trial and flees for her life, and that's the finale of the film. But much of what she does is driven by a curiosity and drive forward, as opposed to Mowgli getting just kind of tossed around all over the place. But my point is that when I say like you go to a film to see characters do things or whatever, and both are examples where I think the main draw of the film is seeing what wacky thing is around the corner next, which I think counts as being primarily engaged by the world building, by the musical numbers, by the jokes, right? But in both, those things only happen because the characters are interacting with it, because Alice drives the adventure forward, or because another new wacky character who's about to drive this next interesting scene has just come in and is now carrying Mowgli onto in the next bit of it, at his willingness or otherwise. So I definitely see how the way that I've worded this here, arguing that you go to see a movie to see characters do things, may seem like I'm dismissing being engaged with the movie for other things. But my point is that the way we experience anything in a movie or video game or a novel is via characters taking us on the experience of seeing those things, or explaining things to us, but I find generally explaining things to us to be a vastly inferior way of learning about the world. J.K. Rowling gets to cheat a lot in the Harry Potter books because she's literally set her story in a school, so she can have characters literally just explain things. But most of the interesting discoveries and learning opportunities in Harry Potter are found through the extracurricular activities. Most of the memorable, interesting world stuff that happens in Harry Potter is when the kids are off on their own under an invisibility cloak, getting themselves into trouble. Because sitting in a classroom and being told about magical theory isn't super duper interesting, even though Violet Matter does a very good job of making magical theory discussions interesting in her fanfiction series, The Pure Blood Pretense, which you should all read. Assuming if you haven't read Harry Potter, maybe you shouldn't read it. So yeah, I insisting that, like, I understand how that can be misinterpreted, but even in stories where your engagement is elsewhere, where your engagement is not necessarily with the action, with the characters, with the storyline, the characters and action and storyline are the things that drive you through those interactions and engagements. And to me, if I'm like, I like the world building of Kingdom Hearts, I like the lore of Kingdom Hearts, right? I want to learn more about the realm of darkness and light and Heartless and how worlds work and how keyblades work and what's going on, right? Then I don't want to see Sora standing in a room with Yensid going, I am now going to give a vague explanation of maybe how something works. And Sora going, I don't understand. And then that's 90% of the non-Disney cutscenes in the whole game. And then at the end, they just hit each other and there's just that's not interesting to me. If the primary draw of Kingdom Hearts is the lore and is the world building, then I'm not getting any of that from this either, because it's just the characters having dull, dry boardroom meetings, or brain-dead, emotionless boss fights, or Disney worlds, which are treated as being completely disconnected from the rest of the experience. Crossburn says, okay, but why have world-building stuff when you could make a second show called World of Remnant and put it all in there? You make a good point. You make a solid point. World of Remnant, which for those who don't know was a supplemental informational show for RWBY. They stopped doing it, I believe, after the third season. But basically, in seasons 2 and 3 of RWBY, was it every other week? it was every other week or every like between every 2 episodes. There, like, a normal episode of the show would not be released, and instead you got a thinly veiled PowerPoint presentation explaining some aspect of the world building to you, because the writers could not think of more naturalistic ways to incorporate that stuff into their show. And their show was literally set at a school. Oh, I was just shitting on J.K. Rowling a second ago for setting her story in a school, and I'm pissed. Those guys literally set their story in a school. That's one of the, oh god. The freaking Fat Man Falling talks about this in his Ruby reviews. But like, what's so funny is that like the 2 times we sit in on lectures at the combat school that all our main characters go to, the subjects of discussion are as follows. All right? What a huntsman is. That is to say, in the context of this world, what a bounty hunter is, right? What a person who fights monsters / bounty hunter is. They are every character in the room is at a school, a combat school that trains huntsmen specifically. This is a like high school tier, like basically military prep school type thing. And all of the people in this room have been to like earlier combat schools in order to qualify to get into this school. So having a lecturer in a room explain what a huntsman does, poorly, by the way, to everyone in the room who is here to be a huntsman is pretty stupid. Then, the next character, the next time we are in a classroom and get exposition about something, is a character explaining what the faunus are and what racism is toward the faunus. This is following a scene of showing us racial discrimination where a girl with bunny ears is being bullied and picked on and having her ears yanked on in the cafeteria by some thugs. Then they give us a scene. This is following one of the first things we know about one of the first things we know about the world of RWBY. We see a news report about faunus civil rights protests. Then 6 episodes later, we see our first faunus on screen being bullied. Then we cut to a classroom where a teacher says, "There are faunus in the world, and there is racism against them." RWBY is such a piece of shit. Anyway.
Cool action karate move is Optimus Prime gonna do to kill all these Decepticons or whatever. You are there to see whether it's...
Oh, hold on 1 second. I saw LAW said, oh no, he got to RWBY. Also, I thought it was seasons 4 and 5. They did. You're right. No, there were. I remember now. They did do more into like seasons 4 and 5. You are correct. I'm wrong. Hold on, but that reminded me, you asked another question earlier I didn't respond to. LAW said, oh, hey, since we're talking about mysteries, I've been watching Psych and wasn't excited by season 7. Should I watch 8? I think so, yes. I honestly think that season 8 is like one of the best seasons of the whole show. What's in season 7? Let me look at season 7. What happens in season 7? It's like, is it like, let's see if I agree, and I'm like, that's a boring season or whatever. Did you, also important to note, it's here it says, Psych the Musical aired later that year. Make sure, Allie, that you do not miss Psych the Musical. It doesn't really fit into the continuity anywhere in particular. You can watch it anytime in season 7 or after season 7. I think you can watch it even before season 7, if I recall correctly. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see what happens in season 7. Santa Barbara Town 2. That's a decent episode. Juliet Takes a Lava, that one's fine. Lassie Jerky, that's like the found footage episode where they're looking for Bigfoot. I really like that episode. No Country for Two Old Men, I'm partial to. 100 Clues is a good episode, but it depends on your like knowledge of the film Clue, I would say. That's part of it. And also, it depends on whether or not you know that Billy Lips is played by the same guy who plays Harry Flynn in Uncharted 2. Cirque du Soleil's kind of lame. D's Nups is alright. Turn Right or Left for... Well, D's Nups is funny. It's fine. Turn Right or Left for Dead is very character heavy. It's like a decent episode, but it's just about character stuff. Juliet Wears the Pantsuit is fine. Santa Barbarian Candidate is pretty good, but it pushes, like... It reminds me a lot of Think Tank, which is the worst episode of the show, where, like, people's lives are at stake, and Sean is, like, maximum clown mode. And it's like, this feels out of character. He's being too much of an asshole. Santa Barbarian Candidate feels like he should have toned it down. That said, Santa Barbarian Candidate does have one of my favorite jokes from the whole show, which is when they try to tank, because in the episode, Sean runs for office. Basically, he thinks that somebody's been murdered, and he wants to delay somebody else taking the office, so he runs in what was going to be an uncontested election, basically, just to try and jam the process up. But once he's convinced that the other candidate is not the murderer, he's like, no, I need to back out of the campaign. So Gus makes an advertisement for him. It's like, I'm Sean Spencer, and this is my vision for Santa Barbara. And it cuts to, like, World War II footage and, like, seagulls covered in oil. It's so good. Office Space I like that episode. I really like the beginning of that where they trash the crime scene. Dead Air's decent. Nip and Suck It's okay. No Trout About It's okay. It's fine. I like the character of Trout, and he's in 8 a little bit, but that episode where he's introduced just mid. Season 8, it's like killer. Lock, Stock, Some Smoking Barrels, and Burton Guster's Goblet of Fire is primo psych. Seize the Day is pretty good. Then the remake episode is really good. Someone's Got a Woody's fine. I don't remember what Cog Blocked is about. 1967, A Psych Odyssey's pretty good. It's really good. Sean and Gus Truck Things Up is one of my favorite episodes of Psych, period. Touch of Sweevil is fine. Nightmare on State Street is great. And the finale, The Breakup, is pretty good. I'm going to say if you felt that season 7 was mid, watch the musical and watch season 8. You'll probably like it better. To see characters talk or to see cool special effects action sequences, you are there to watch characters do things. That's the engagement. If it's a detective story, you want to see people solve some kind of mystery, gather clues, piece things together, see how smart they are. Crime story, you want to see people get away with something. How are they going to pull off this amazing heist? Action suspense story, we want to see the person defeat a guy or survive some kind of harrowing situation. Crossburns reminds me, in Ruby, I love that the characters snore through the lecture on racism because the joke is supposed to be how boring and unimportant the topic is. I'm not saying that 2 white guys can't write a story about racism. I'm saying those 2 white guys couldn't write a story about racism. Situation. A more, a lower key drama or about a social situation or whatever, seeing how these characters are going to reconcile a relationship or seeing how this person is going to win over the girl or the guy, whatever. We are there to see characters do things, okay? Whatever the pitch of the story is, that's what we're there for. And when you have saying the pitch of the story is what we're there for, that's completely unfair. That's not fair at all. Because there are stories where your primary engagement is the art, is the storytelling, is the cinematography, is the style, is the world. Saying that you're there for whatever the pitch of the story is not fair. But the story has to carry you through the world building engagement things. Okay? Whatever the pitch of the story is, that's what we're there for. I disagree. I put that poorly. I freely admit that. I wouldn't even say that's the result of a hasty, unscripted, because all of this was unscripted and just me talking for doing this. This is a billion recordings over months. So I'm not even going to say that. I would probably have written that somewhat similarly, but having had our whole discussion about the appeal of lore and stuff, that's not a good way of putting that. Characters, but you can't put an asterisk on everything because this video is already 3 hours long. Do things, okay? Whatever the pitch of the story is, that's what we're there for. And when you have a story where it doesn't matter if it's this is not some kind of, this is for people who, are really, really into highbrow stuff or whatever, and this doesn't apply to stupid things. This applies to the stupidest of the stupid. This applies to comedies, okay? It doesn't even have to be watching somebody do something competently. It can be watching somebody do something poorly. Comedies and sitcoms are generally about characters being incredibly incompetent at doing something, right? Whether it's about them failing to do something or whether it's about them bumbling their way through something and accidentally accomplishing something. Doesn't matter. The point is that they are doing something. They are taking some kind of forward action to accomplish something, right? Whether they mean to or not. Old school like Donald Duck. We make fun of hammy sitcom plots that have been done a million times over, but oftentimes the story is not necessarily the joke. For example, I was having a conversation with a friend the other night trying to explain how a joke came up in a show that I was watching. And I was saying in the episode, the main character is an older guy, is trying on a suit and it doesn't fit. And the guys at the store make fun of him saying they don't have a suit in his size. And so throughout the episode, he's dieting, and that's a subplot, right? And it's we've seen that a million times in a million different shows. But then I said, but that scenario leads to this funny joke, right? So we're not necessarily, when we're watching a show, it's okay, we've seen this story about how many plot lines from I Love Lucy have been done a million times over, right? The the guys are going to take care of the house and the women are going to go get a job or whatever. That's the famous when they do the chocolate, the conveyor belt thing from I Love Lucy. There's so many of these plots that we repeat over and over and over again. And part of the reason why we don't get sick of them is because each time it's with slightly different characters and different writers, so we get to work new jokes out of them, hopefully. Sometimes they're lame. The Three Stooges, really, every episode is just about them hitting each other on accident or on purpose. But in order to keep it fresh and to create new scenarios within which they can all hit each other and say stupid things, we need some kind of story or context within which for them to do that. Nobody cares about the storyline in a given Three Stooges skit, but you need one to facilitate the gags, because if it was just Curly, Larry, and Moe sitting around on sofas going, what do you want to do today? I don't know, what do you want to do? And like cracking wise to each other or like hitting each other for no reason, it would be insufferable. There would be nothing. If you watched a sitcom where they didn't do one of those generic plots we've seen a million times before, it would just be them sitting in a room quipping at each other, maybe, if you even got that far, That's why you need scenarios to carry things. So yeah, I worded this wrong by saying the story is always the primary engagement, but the story is always what helps carry us to the primary engagement, I feel, or generally is. Goofy cartoons and Mickey Mouse cartoons, a lot of them involve slapstick comedy where the characters are trying to do one thing and they accidentally wind up doing something else. But they're doing something. You're watching the characters accomplish something. Inspector Clouseau in the Pink Panther movies, right? He wants to be this great detective, but he's a complete imbecile. So he, stumbles around through all these different scenes, and by the end of the movie, he manages to somehow trip his way often into solving the crime or catching the murderer or whatever needs to be done. But like it's accomplished, and we don't care about the mystery or the murder. We don't care about solving the crime in a Pink Panther movie. We care about seeing Inspector Clouseau do stupid stuff. But if it was just an hour and a half of him tripping over things and I was about to say, and saying silly things, but if he didn't have something to be talking about, he wouldn't even have anything silly to say. So you need that to drive it forward. And when the plot of your game is, we will accomplish nothing until the end of we will all stand around and talk and do nothing until the ending of the game, then even your lore and world, there's nothing to communicate and carry your lore and world building if that is your primary engagement. This is my problem. I admit, perhaps I did not articulate it as best as I could have in this video, though I'm at least stabbing at the point, and I think probably, at least most of the audience will probably understand what I was getting at, but I can see how it would be misleading or elitist about lore-based stories, in spite of his bumblings and failings, right? But we still enjoy watching him do things, watching him attempt to do things. Any sitcom is like this as well. When you say like, oh, that's such a, if you watch, whatever sitcom, like, oh, that's such a George Costanza moment. That's such a Seinfeld moment or whatever, right? When something happens in real life or somebody does something, it's because you're saying to yourself, oh, that's how George Costanza or Jim from The Office or anybody would react to this situation. And I know that because I've watched them react to situations like this. In Kingdom Hearts and other bad stories like Kingdom Hearts, I shouldn't be directing it at Kingdom. And of course, Seinfeld the show is an extension of the observation, like the school of observational comedy and stand-up. Without something to observe, there is no comedy. Now, a lot of what Jerry observes and what the show Seinfeld observes are the little absurdities of just going about your day-to-day life, even inside the comfort of your own home. So that show's able to spin comedy from the comfort of a sofa in an apartment very often. But it has to have some kind of common experience to observe first. Something does generally have to happen, or the absence of something happening is what's being observed. In Kingdom Hearts, the characters are all discussing things that have happened or will happen. They're not discussing things that are happening, and they're not doing things. Kingdom Hearts all the time as if Kingdom Hearts is the worst thing ever. In Kingdom Hearts, and to pick a random example, Ruby, let's say. Can't get away from it.
In these shows, in these things, here's what happens. The characters say, here's a situation that we have to deal with. How are we going to deal with it? And instead of watching them struggle and try things and fail, and then... Did I say this? Did I give this monologue before or after the Go Downing in Atlas? I don't even know what season Ruby is on now because I stopped watching it after season 5, but I check back in on the plot every now and then. What was the last season of Ruby?
8? Yeah, this looks right. I think that's 8. Yeah, it looks like 9's not out yet. When did 8 air? When did 8 finish airing? November of 2020 to March of 2021. So the whole, like, the entire arc of Season 8, which is the characters, which is Military Man Ironwood saying, the situation is dire, we have to make a pragmatic decision. Some people will die, but I'd rather some of the people die than all of the people die. And the heroes insisting, no, there has to be a way to save everybody, but having no plan until literally the second to last episode when they literally acquire a wish-granting genie, which lets them solve the problem. That would have been a perfect example of what I'm discussing here. But, I didn't, that hadn't even happened yet when I said this in October of last year. In these things, here's what happens. Ninja Bunny says, oh, I thought Ruby ended. That's unfortunate. Ninja Bunny, Ruby has got at least another, like, 5 to 6 seasons of story content coming your way. It's not... Unless Ruby and friends find the solution to beating Salem in the... Literally the last thing that happens in Season 8 is Ruby, Weiss, Blake, Yang, and Jean, and a few other characters, literally fall through a world, deal in the normal world, dealing with other pressing matters of the plot. So unless Ruby and friends discover in this alternate dimension a secret weapon which will allow them to beat Salem, and they acquire it at the ending of Season 9, and they return in Season 10 and use it to beat her, which I cannot imagine will happen, I do not anticipate Ruby concluding for another 5 to 6 years, because quite frankly, the plot has not moved very much at all. The characters say, here's a situation that we have to deal with. How are we going to deal? Hold on. Kilobytes per second freaking out again. Stabilize, come on, stabilize. Stabilize. Seems fine. Deal with it. And instead of watching them struggle and try things and fail, and then maybe they finally at the end figure out a solution to the problem, instead they say, how are we going to do this thing? Oh, of course, what am I talking about? When I did this, I was describing Season 5, because Season 5 is Episode 1, Ruby, Jean, Nora, Ren, and Shitface are all told this is what we have to deal with. And then they spend literally the entire season doing absolutely nothing, sitting around having discussions about unrelated topics and occasionally wondering, how will we deal with this problem? And then at the ending of the season, the problem is dealt with by external forces, and they have a fight with some other people who came to them to fight them. That's what I was thinking about when I said that. I bet I was probably thinking about Season 5, which is when I stopped watching the show, as I've said many times on here before. Their hands over it for the entire length of an adventure, and then when it comes time for them to deal with the situation, a laser beam from the sky, generated by bad screenwriting, appears and deals with the problem. Oh wow, a character had a power that had never been mentioned before and solved the problem. Oh wow, this other element of the story that we never talked about before showed up and saved us. Thank you, bad screenwriting. See, I don't even necessarily have an issue with Deus Ex Machina scenarios. There are plenty of good stories that have Deus Ex Machina solutions, right? What I really despise, what I truly deeply despise, is stories wherein we are told a crisis and the characters don't even attempt anything for the entire runtime, and then at the end, a Deus Ex Machina occurs. Plenty, if you have a story where your characters try their absolute best and work hard and try to beat the villains or try to accomplish whatever they're trying to, like, if they truly struggle and a story occurs for 90% of your runtime, and then at the end, despite all their efforts, they haven't quite made it, but to give the story a happy ending, the hand of God reaches down and external forces conclude the story and resolve the issue. Sometimes that can be hacky, sometimes it can really hurt the story, but sometimes it can work, it can be cute, and it doesn't necessarily ruin things. When you spend an entire story with the characters going, what are we gonna do? And then at the end, external forces solve the problem for them. In the first place, you're already wasting my time by having the characters go, what are we gonna do? But if they hypothetically spent the entire runtime leading up to the end, trying to think of a solution, and at the last moment they went, I've got it! And then they executed, maybe fine. That could work out. I've seen some stuff like that works, where it's mostly people worrying and investigating and trying to find a solution to a problem, and then at the end, executing. This has been done. This is acceptable to me. When the characters spend the entire time thinking and worrying and come up with nothing, and then external forces save them, that's not a story. That's filling time to sell a product. See you later, Brad P. The archive will be up, presumably, unless something goes wrong, tomorrow. And even in Remind, in Union Cross, gosh, I hate these names. Even in Union Cross, where, sure, the screenplay does give us, okay, so I guess that eliminates Marluxia as a suspect and eliminates Brain as a suspect. It still is just like, okay, and then Brain just knows the answer and tells the answer to the audience. It's not like he had a scene where he cross-examined Ventus and was like, hey, Ventus, remember that one line of dialogue you said that one time? How did you know that? Didn't you said the wrong thing there? Haha, I caught you in a lie. But instead, he's just like, hey, Ven, I have a sheet of paper that says you're evil. A good example of what I was talking about. What do we got going on here? But instead, he's just like, hey, Ven, I have a sheet of paper that says you're evil. Since I recorded that, there's been another update to Union Cross, and the situation has somehow gotten even sillier. It would be reasonable to hope that the characters would finally confronting Ven would generate some drama. What will happen now that the truth has come out? Will he try to defend himself as the walls close in? Will he attack the others? Will he run? How will our heroes react to the revelation that their friend is a killer? There are any number of ways the scene could play out, but one way or the other, something has to happen, because the status quo has now been disrupted. Characters will have to take decisive actions that alter their relationships. There's no way they can stand in a room with Ven and say, Ven, you're a murderer, and not produce some kind of reaction from Ven and from the other people in the room. But never fear, Union Cross is so allergic to telling a story that it managed to worm its way out of even this surefire dramatic event. First things first, we cut around the actual confrontation. Brake says, why isn't your name on the list? It cuts, and the next time we see the characters, it's hours later. Ephemer and Skuld politely recap the dramatic scene the writers didn't want to write. Ven apparently passed out when his true memories returned to him, and he's currently resting in his room. The other characters express concern for him. What's this? Concern for Strelitzia's killer? That doesn't make sense. They're all acting like nothing happened. Then we see a flashback. Ven did kill Strelitzia, but not of his own volition. He was possessed by darkness, aka Bees, who is Ava in disguise. Or maybe Bees is disguised as Ava for the benefit of the audience and no one else, since the witnesses are all dead. Anyway, Ven isn't a chosen leader and he is a killer, but he didn't do bad things on purpose or even remember he did them. He is innocent and nothing about the scenario or characters has changed. Instead, we are given a new mystery. Why did Ava kill Strelitzia? So we're back where we started, having gained only a new goalpost on the promise that something will happen eventually. I promise. Please keep buying jewels. Anyways, I'm talking about this because this is... Yeah, and that whole thing... Oh, crap. That whole thing has not... That's... Time did not make that situation any more favorable. Time did not make that situation any more favorable. I see a discussion happening about how long Red versus Blue has been going on, and Ninja Bunny saying, so glad I never got into Rooster Teeth. I would sincerely, legitimately recommend the first 5 seasons of Red versus Blue, the like Halo 1 and Halo 2 stuff, is legitimately deeply funny. It is so good. My brother did not see any of it until last year, the year 2020, and we watched pretty much all the first 5 seasons together, and just, it was so fun. That show's so good. The next 3-ish seasons, where they kind of, like the first couple of Halo 3 seasons are pretty good. They're still really funny, and they start to be a little bit more narratively involved, and the narrative is pretty fun. Then the Monty Ohm seasons happen. There's like 2 or 3 Monty Ohm seasons that are Halo 3 mixed with Monty Ohm animation. And they're really good, especially because of the Monty Ohm animation. Then there's a season that's like a flashback. It's almost exclusively a flashback. The comedy funsies segments are machinima done using Halo Reach, and Monty and the other animators who were coming on board before moving on to Ruby did the backstory segment of that season I forget what number season it was. The backstory segment was all original animation, and then the present day stuff, the comedy stuff, was machinima. That season was like good Monty animation, some good music. I was starting to completely lose the plot, and I remember the comedy being mid. I didn't stop watching there. I watched I think I watched the first Halo 4 season, and I was like, I'm done. I am out of here. I would sincerely recommend to anybody watching Red versus Blue up until that flashback season. Yeah, I don't remember what number it is, but you'd know it because at the very, very end, a character, like the last scene of the previous season, is in the Halo Reach engine. And it's honestly a really good place to just stop. It's a really good reason to it's a really good spot to just end. If you want to just see more cool Monty fights, because Monty was a master, then watch the Freelancer season, the Freelancer backstory season. Maybe put it on 2x speed until action starts happening, then put it on normal speed. If you're really into Monty-style action, which I am. Or just jump around and watch the fight scenes, even. After that, I think I think there were a couple more seasons before they got into 5's engine. And an argument can be made that there was still a story that was happening right up until the first season in Halo 4, I mean. And at that point, that was when a totally new arc started. Like, the first 5 seasons are kind of their own thing. They're just a comedy show, and they don't really have an arc. After that, there's like 2 or 3 seasons before Monty comes on board that have a story arc that is pretty much... Wait, no. It's one season, then another season. Yeah, okay, hold on, I'm thinking. There's one season, like a micro season that's just comedy, that's pretty good. Then another season... Then a final, like, kind of, like, there's yeah, it's 3 seasons with, like, 1 or 2 micro seasons in between. They're, like, strictly comedy. It is 3 seasons, and the final season is when, the final of those 3 seasons is when Monty comes in, I think. I'm pretty sure that's right. And then the next season, so that would be 5, 6, 7, 8. Season 9 is probably the Freelancer backstory arc. Yeah, Ali says season 9 and 10 have flashback stuff, which is good. Just skip the Freelancer stuff since that's good, and that's what's good for season 9. Skip the Freelancer stuff since that's what's good. Yeah. I would say watch the first 8. I would say watch the first 5 seasons of Red versus Blue because they are legitimately really funny. They're just hilarious. And I have the utmost respect for the craft of that show from the technical standpoint of what they did and from a writing standpoint of the comedy. And even from an acting standpoint. Like, honestly, just, like, firing on all possible cylinders. 6, 7, and 8, and the little micro seasons in between 6 and 7 and 7 and 8. Pretty good. Honestly, shocking how good the story is, I think. Like, they kind of take the story more seriously at that point. Pretty solid. And then that season 6, 7, 8 is when Monty comes in. Phenomenal. Some of Monty's best work. Then watch season 9 for the fight scenes. If you're invested in the story, maybe watch the story content of the flashbacks, but maybe. I say I haven't watched it since it aired, so I don't know. Maybe I'd feel more positively or negatively about it if I went back to it. I have no idea. Because when Josh and I were watching it, we got through the first 5 seasons. We didn't get to that 3 season arc. We didn't get to that yet. And I'm not sure I would have continued on to the Freelancer arc. I remember being just really like, they're losing me real fast. I stuck with it to kind of wrap up that storyline because I was there and I was in it and I was enjoying the Monty fights. But after that, I was done.
Cross is such an extreme example that it makes it the easiest to demonstrate what the problems are. Kingdom Hearts 3 is not nearly as bad as Union Cross at this. It actually does have hooks. It has things that it tells the audience, okay, this is what you're engaged with. How are we going to save all of the heroes and bring them back to be part of the group? Okay, that's what we're engaged with in this story. How are they going to do it? Across the last 5 games, we've set up all of these intricate roadblocks. They're going to make it difficult to get Shion back and to get Terra back and to get Ven and Roxas and, you know, even Aqua, because we've spent several games like, how do you get into the Realm of Darkness and out of the Realm of Darkness? It's seemingly impossible. And so you go into Kingdom Hearts 3, okay, how are we going to solve all these problems? Well, when it comes time for the scene, for the problem to be solved, it'll just be solved, and then we'll just move on. Okay, what else is there? Well, we've got to beat the Xehanorts in a fight. But wait, if we fight the Xehanorts, doesn't that play into their hand and help them win? Don't worry about it. Okay, let's go fight the Xehanorts. Oh no, we've played into their hand and their plan worked. Now what?
Uh-oh. We're dropping again. We're dropping again, boys. Also, I didn't turn the video back up, so that may have been a bit too quiet for you guys. Some of that may have dropped, so I'm going to back it up like 20 seconds and play it again, just in case. Get Ven and Roxas and, you know, even Aqua, because we've spent several games like, how do you get into the Realm of Darkness and out of the Realm of Darkness? It's seemingly impossible. And so you go into Kingdom Hearts 3, okay, how are we going to solve all these problems? Well, when it comes time for the scene, for the problem to be solved, it'll just be solved, and then we'll just move on. Okay, what else is there? Well, we've got to beat the Xehanorts in a fight. But wait, if we fight the Xehanorts, doesn't that play into their hand and help them win? Don't worry about it. Okay, let's go fight the Xehanorts. Oh no, we've played into their hand and their plan worked. Now what? Portal, laser beam, kill. Okay, did it, fixed now. And there's nothing else going on other than these things. So when those things don't make sense, it's like, well, then what was, then... My computer is not happy about something. And I'm not sure exactly what. It is like, it is really struggling, and I'm not sure why. Sorry, folks. Give me just a second. I'm going to bump this down to 480. I doubt it's going to even impact anything. It's going to be a little grainy, but whatever. I'm going to close iTunes. I don't have anything else I can close, unfortunately. Hold on one second. I'm going to mess with a couple things real quick here. Ah, crap. Ah, I don't even need that one. Okay, hold on. Saving some stuff I had open in my browser to just go back to later. And closing some excess windows. It might help. But really, my computer says OBS is what's pissing it off. I pulled up like just a monitor, and it's like really, really upset about how much work it's doing right now. I'm going to tell it to stop recording for a second. I'm going to give the recording a break. No, I say that. Starting another one might freak it out too. I don't know. Stupid. Let's see. 1 second here. All right, give me just a second, folks. I have something embarrassing to admit. One of the things that I was saving to look at later was a meme. And the meme involved the theme song of Sophia the First, which I now have stuck in my head. I don't know all the words, though, so it's basically just the first bar, which is really throwing me off here. I was just a girl in the village doing all right. Then I became a princess overnight. I don't know the rest of it after that. I just got that part in my head. It's not an ideal scenario, if I'm being real with you guys. All right, let's continue.
If there's nothing else going on, if this is all that they wrote and they couldn't even figure out how to make played into their hand and their plan worked. Now what? Portal, laser beam, kill. Okay, did it, fixed now, and there's nothing else going on other than these things. So when those things don't make sense, it's like, well, then why did they write it?
I'm turning the video up so high, and I probably can't be heard when I'm talking at the same time. Lunar Surin is leaving because it's late. Have a good night.
Was the writer? What happened? If there's nothing else going on, if this is all that they wrote and they couldn't even figure out how to make the only things that they were writing make sense, and that's all there is to be engaged with in the story, then that's it. There's not interesting action scenes happening. There's not interesting character drama playing out. There's just the literal events that are occurring, and the literal events don't make sense.
And what I should have included in that was, because I'm about to go into a whole thing about how lore serves drama, that lore drives the storytelling. What I should have included is that there's also no vibes happening. Because you could be driving a story. We talked about the last time we streamed, was a couple nights ago, that I think Tetsuya Nomura's primary area of interest with these games is writing these kind of moody stories about teenagers being sad and trying to find each other and trying to find a way back home but never achieving it. Kingdom Hearts 2, unfortunately, was a finale where the characters got home and reunited. And I think he's been floundering on what to do with Sora, Riku, and Kairi ever since, which is why he killed Sora and why he split Riku and Kairi up at the ending of Melody of Memory, because if they're together, he is uninterested in them, I think. But all the other games are, at least to some extent, about the characters being sad about stuff. That is offset by the cast generally being a bunch of fun-loving goofs and running around to fun Disney worlds and going on these adventures along the way, right? But mostly, at the end of the day, the reason people cry at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 1 and remember that game is so potent is because the feeling you're left with at the end is this sort of bittersweetness, right? Is this sense of something being lost somehow. That's what the opening of KH2 is after. That's what Calm is after. And you don't have that in Kingdom Hearts 3. Now, perhaps he could have found it somehow. We have a story about Sora rescuing a bunch of people he doesn't know. Might we have pivoted the story towards characters who would be more invested in these trials and tribulations? Might we have rescued Aqua immediately and focused our attention on Aqua and Axel and their feelings about their failure to protect their friends and their need to find their friends, perhaps? Might we have focused on a deeper anxiety within Sora? Something that I did in that rewrite that I did. Here somewhere. What did I even do? I wrote it like 3 years ago. I don't remember what I did. Come on. This is still so funny to me. I don't know how that video didn't get 1 million views with that thumbnail. Anyway. Where is it? I know I re-upload. It's probably going to be faster than me trying to go through my Twitter to find it. Here it is. When I did this thing, I wrote this when did I write this? Because here's the original Twitter post. March. Yeah, we wrapped that up. We wrapped up filming, and I think I want to say that I wrote this a week after I played the game, after I finished playing KH3 for the channel, and I don't love parts of this. This has issues, but I tried to, the main thing that I felt the game was missing, perhaps I didn't know how to articulate it just yet, was vibes. No one was sad. I knew intuitively someone needed to be sad. So I made it about Sora being sad and putting on a happy face as he does. I think it's worth pointing out that in Kingdom Hearts 3, the opening cutscene includes the characters Yensid going, Sora, you've lost all your power. And he looks down and he's sad. He has this melancholy look, which is on his face here in this photo. There he is. That's him. He's sad. And the scene, he looks back up and he puts a smile on his face. He's like, no problem. And like, that tells us that he's putting on a front, that there is something that is deeply troubling him. He's putting up a front, right? The problem is that for the rest of the game, the front never fails. And by the ending of the game, he's regained his power, so he has nothing to be sad about. So I attempted, I don't remember everything that I did here, but I recall broadly that my desire was to make Sora feel that he had some kind of singular responsibility to save the world and to save everybody, and that he was letting everybody down. That by the other characters, like they're saying, hey, you know, Riku and Kairi and Axel and them, they're all gonna have to go pull double duty because you're not prepped. Right? You got to go work on getting your power back. They're gonna go do like the actual plot prep stuff. In the same way that in the actual game, that's kind of what happens, because like Riku goes and actually tries to find Aqua with Mickey. And Sora's just kind of trying to get strength back again. He's not really accomplishing anything. He's supposedly looking for Roxas, but nothing comes of that. It's a throwaway line on Twilight Town, and then never comes up again. Except in those cutscenes, those 90% of the story cutscenes where he just goes, "I haven't found Roxas yet." Great, Sora. Yeah, I guess it's kind of coming back to me. The idea was that Sora feels that by almost getting Xehanorted and putting all of his friends in danger, and now by asking them to take on the workload, he is fundamentally failing them. Because Sora as a character has been, other than Donald and Goofy, more or less a solo operator. And an argument can be made that Sora's entire motivation and where the deep feels and vibes of the series come from is his desire to just go home and be with Riku and Kairi again, to go back to how his life used to be. Now, surely to still continue adventuring, probably go adventuring with them, hang out with Donald, Duck, and Goofy, and to help people when they're in need. But at his core, Sora wants to be able to go home. He wants to be able to hang up the keyblade for even a few minutes and to protect his friends. So basically, I tried to contextualize it as Sora is deeply upset with the concept of Kairi being deeply involved. That Kairi and other people may now be put at risk because he's failing to fulfill his obligations to the group. So his objective is to not only get all of his strength back, but hopefully to take the forefront back again and take the wheel again on this whole thing and make sure that he's the one carrying the load of the saving the world. Because he considers that to be his responsibility, something to shield someone like Kairi from. It's kind of the way that I wrote it. He comes to not feel that way by the ending of the game, but by the time that he comes to feel that way and he's had a change of heart, it's too late, and he dies, setting up the next game. And I really didn't touch the plot that much. I just recontextualized things to give the characters more things to be sad about. And I put characters in slightly different places, so they had opportunities to be sad on screen. Like, I have Roxas and Xion have a run-in earlier in the game. I had Roxas go to Arendelle, and Larxene is there, but she's also bringing along Xion, and Axel has memory seizures and is very sad. This could also potentially allow... I think I wrote something where it's like, oh, God, I hate this. I freaking hate what they did with Syax, dude. Anyway, and then eventually I had like, an excuse for an adventure. I had Riku and Kairi come along to the Caribbean. I only designed Kai, and like Riku was like I rearranged stuff, but really the plot was the same. Like, I rewrote everybody dying at the end to be slightly different, but like I didn't rewrite Xehanort's motivations even. I didn't rewrite the Xehanort's involvement. I don't think I even rewrote the like 13 darknesses and 7 lights. I think I just left it alone. I just wanted the characters. I just rewrote it so the characters were sad about things. And it's like the game's there are still like fundamental plot problems that at least in my mind, looking at this fake outline of a fake video game that doesn't exist, that quickly in my mind become very unimportant because I'm engaged with the characters again. But I don't know. I haven't read this in a while. Maybe we should do a stream sometime where we read this. Maybe. Now that I'm here and thinking about it. I'll leave that open just in case something springs to mind, but I seriously doubt I'm going to need to be back in there. Let us continue. Actually, I guess I should probably read chat at some point tonight, shouldn't I? Doesn't he kind of go for the bittersweetness factor with Sora dying at the end? I absolutely agree. 08 Dark Knight 1. That's precisely my point about why Sora dies, is that I think that he killed Sora not because I think some people saw that as him like effing with the audience or like, haha, the series isn't really over, gotta buy KH4. I think that's him setting the stage for a story that he has even a modicum of interest in writing, which is now Riku has cause to be sad, Kairi has cause to be sad, Sora has cause to be sad. Honestly, the problem is that he still is, I think, not very good at writing dialogue. And so you get to Melody of Memory and to Remind, which should be about the characters being sad, and they're just not. Like he's like, okay, I've set the board. They'll be sad next time. But then he's not a good writer. I just don't think he's a good writer. He sets up decent scenarios sometimes, but he just can't write dialogue. Or whoever his co-writer is, even his punch-up writers can't write dialogue. Or maybe the localization is just that bad. Maybe it's so much more snappy and natural in Japanese. I have no idea. NNNN says, I feel like until DDD, Nomura was just playing with vibes that reflected his personal life, but now he's trying to tie up loose ends just through the lore and not vibes like before. Precisely. Especially considering that Days was an external request that Nintendo wanted a game on the Nintendo DS. The fact that he managed to make any part of that game feel personal and resonant speaks to the fact that he's like, okay, all right, I got an idea. I have an approach. Here. I'm going to do a thinly veiled commentary about corporate hierarchies and ditching the office in the afternoon and grabbing a couple beers with your friends and wishing you could move out of Tokyo out to the countryside and discover your real dreams. Whether that's a personal reflection of his own feelings or not, because he seems to at least somewhat enjoy what he does for a living. I say somewhat. I'm sure he does, or he wouldn't still be doing it. But you know, even if you don't necessarily directly relate to something, you relate to it enough and understand it enough and get it and feel it somewhere enough to write it. But yeah, once you get to Dream Drop, especially knowing that he was probably very hands-off with it because he's busy with Versus, which was Vibe City Central. Like, all we knew about it was vibes. And KH3, it feels that he's like, now I have to cash checks that I wrote previously. It's very Metal Gear Solid 4, where Metal Gear Solid 2 is all about big ideas, big concepts, vibes, making a point. The plot is entirely a vehicle for commentary. But fans engaged with it far too literally and demanded a proper follow-up. 3 is a prequel and totally disconnected from 2. But that was not enough. People needed to know what happened after 2. And 2 feels like one of Kojima's least personal projects, and I'm in spots. Some parts of it feel deeply personal, but so much of it feels like he's just right. Like, I gotta wrap up the story because they said so. MGS5, we don't need to talk about MGS5. No, that's, if nothing else, I've seen a lot of people arguing, hey, you know what, maybe KH4 will be cool because the Master of Masters is neat. You know, Yozora and Verum Rex may be neat. My only hope for these upcoming games is that Tetsuya Nomura has, in a way, completely reset everything. He still has the same cast, but he has giving us new locations, new characters, new villains we know functionally nothing about. So he can write basically whatever he wants. And he set up a scenario which seems to resonate with him more emotionally. So hypothetically, we are straying towards something that Nomura is at least interested in writing. And minimum, he was interested in writing Birth by Sleep in Days. And despite all of my quibbles, I like Birth by Sleep fine. Now, would I want the rest of the series from here on out to be like Birth by Sleep tier with minor fluctuations up and down? Hell no. We can do so much better. But Birth by Sleep is leagues better than KH3 and DDD, and Union Cross, so who knows. But then again, Union Cross is something that, I don't know, like I say it's something he wanted to write because he had a clean slate. But really, the company said, make a gacha mobile game. So I don't even necessarily think that that's a reflection of stuff he wanted to write. Especially when you consider Union Cross really doesn't have many vibes. The closest it gets to having vibes is the Marluxia and Strelitzia stuff. But and I guess there's vibes when like Ephemer goes missing and you're like, oh, I'm sad my friend is gone. After that, it's all just people sitting in a room talking about what kind of computer they're in. It's useless. I don't think he was very interested in Union Cross. Hero Gangster says, that sort of arc, I assume talking about the stuff I was doing before, definitely would have made Sora's sadness from his power from friends more natural. Also, maybe that last scene from 100 Acre Woods. Yeah, that scene from 100 Acre Woods, where it's like, oh my god, is my connection to my friends severed? And it's like this token effort, this really quick token effort of like, Sora sad because of connection to friends, but no effort being put into actually constructing the scenes. So that's why my faith in future KH games is still shaky, because despite the fact that I think Nomura is probably setting himself up to write stuff he's at least potentially interested in and steering towards stories that are about characters being sad, if the content of those games is just characters standing around going, I am sad, and they're not taking any action pertaining to their sadness, I guess it'll be better than characters sitting around saying, what's a replica, but only marginally so. Joy Perez, you can find the KH3 rewrite that I did. Maybe if you Googled Frustrated Jacob Twitter KH3 rewrite, it might come up, but it'll be faster if you just go to my Patreon and scroll down. It's a free post. You don't have to pay me any. It's just there. In fact, the post on Patreon not only has a link to the PDF that I did, but it also has like a bunch of like kind of corrections and expansions and comments upon it. Back when I thought I might update it more, but I never did because I got other things to do. I got so many better things to do. Ninja Bunny says, instead of being mostly sad about friend stuff, Roxas is mostly angry about friend stuff, which is an actual evolution of these vibes. You're not wrong. Why do you think people like Roxas so much? He cuts to the core of what's going on with the series thematically, just as strong as Sora, Riku, Kairi, and Naminé do. But he approaches it from a completely different angle, so he feels very distinct from the other characters present. The biggest problem with the Sad Times Club in Birth By is that they have no commitment to their sadness. They won't commit to feeling miserable until 0.2, and even then, I feel that Aqua's emotional state is not clear enough or interesting enough. I like 0.2 well enough, but more work could definitely have been done in that realm to make that stronger. Yes, that is correct, Trickster Fool. Nomura is George Lucas. That is correct. What are the chances that Nomura will get a new co-writer or main writer to help with his ideas? I mean, that's really up to him. All he has to do is ask. I don't think he wants to. I think he is a very creative person who does not have time to draw anymore, and writing scripts for Kingdom Hearts is probably a fun creative outlet for him in the midst of all the other crap that he has to deal with. So he probably just wants to write it. So, I I don't think anyone is going to come along and say, Nomura, you aren't allowed to write it anymore. Unless KH4 and KH5 sell terribly. Which, to be fair, they have set themselves up in a very bad position. I've talked about this briefly before. KH3, I don't know, like, I know it's sold faster than KH1 and 2, but I don't know if it's exceeded their lifetime sales, because they haven't talked about KH3 since, like, oh, it did so well in the first month, and they've said nothing about its sales in any quarterly earnings reports or anything since then. I suspect the KH3 fell off very harshly after its initial release, because everybody bought it for the meme, in the same way that, how many people in chat, show of hands, 53 of you, how many of you, you're not allowed to answer this question if you've played Half-Life 1 or Half-Life 2. How many of you would buy Half-Life 3 if it came out on hardware that you have access to? Because I bet it's a lot of you. Just for the meme. Tons of people bought KH3 for the meme. Tons of people who haven't played a game since KH2 were like, oh, you know what? I remember fondly Kingdom Hearts 3, and they bought it. And I don't think these people will be back later. I think we easily lose whatever number KH3 sold. I think we can expect 4 to come in at least 2 million shorter. Because no one's going to buy 4 for the meme, because the meme's over. Because everyone who bought KH3 for the meme played it and went, either A, went, ugh, or went, pretty good, and I'll go buy the rest of it. Maybe some people who bought 3 for the meme went backwards. But I think most people who bought it for the meme went, ugh. And I think that most people who played KH1 and 2 and are lapsed gamers or lapsed KH fans and went back for 3 went, that was fun. I'm done now. And I think that accounts for a significant percentage of KH3's sales, which 4 will not get. 4 would not get meme sales. And it would not get, I was a fan of KH1 and 2, I'm going to go back, because I love the vibe of KH, dude. Because I think the people who were on that front of, like, I'm a lapsed gamer or I haven't played a game since KH2 probably didn't even beat KH3. They probably had fun with it for the time they spent with it, and then they got to the end, they're like, that was fun. I don't know how many of those people, like, walked away from it going, I need to know what happened to Sora, because I think that anybody who's, like, going back to KH3 for nostalgia from having played it in 2006 is not deeply invested in the Sora death scene. I don't mean that to be dismissive. I don't mean that to suggest that those people don't have a deep affection for Kingdom Hearts or a deep affection for Sora as a character. But I'm saying that I think if you stepped away from the series for 15 years, the chances of you really giving a crap about Sora disappearing at the ending of KH3, I don't think it happened. I think that 4 and 5 are going to sell way worse. And I wonder if the people at Square and the people at Disney understand that. I wonder if the people at Disney and people at Square are like, finally, our sales were like, KH1 sold like this. KH1 was up here. KH2 was here. Calm was here. Days was here. Birth by was here. DDD was here. Coded was here. 0.2 remixes. They never really announced numbers for those. KH3's basically back up here. Finally, series is back on track, baby. I don't know that they understand why it sold, or if they're setting realistic expectations for the next game, which is very unfortunate, because I suspect that a game developed by an Osaka team that had already done a console game before and developed with more of Nomura's interest in the material, selling as KH3 for the meme, probably would have got more people on board with the series. I don't mean this as like a fan who's invested in other people's investment in the series. I'm speaking pretty much exclusively from a business standpoint right now. I think they have committed a significant error by not but I don't know, I say that. Maybe they're well aware. Maybe they know 3 was going to sell way better than everything else, and they are braced for a significant drop-off with 4, and they have an understanding of that, and that's within their projections. Maybe. But I kind of doubt it. I don't think they understand why KH3 sold as well as it did. So KH4 will have to try something new and impressive to get people invested. Unique worlds, gameplay-wise, whatnot. A good story, hopefully. Yeah. I mean, I mean, they're like the hardcore fans are gonna go in there anyway. But to draw new people, KH4 will not sell on meme. And I don't mean this to say nobody liked KH3 because it reviewed decently and a lot of people like it. But the the discourse around Kingdom Hearts has not improved since the release of KH3. I think we can all agree on that. The public reputation of should I get into Kingdom Hearts has not improved since the release of 3. I think that 4 will have to look very impressive. And to be fair, they've said they're going to be trying really new things, new gameplay structure. See, who knows? Maybe it's going to be an open world game set in Verum Rex, and instead of going to Disney worlds, they finally negotiated to have Disney characters outside of their worlds, and like there will be Disney cameos living in Verum Rex, you know, or something like that. Who knows? Maybe it's going to be totally different, and it'll really get people's attention, and it'll review spectacularly, and people will get back into it. Yeah, who knows? Hard to say. And the important thing to understand is that this is not a Kingdom Hearts franchise problem. This is a recent problem, because people will ask in comment sections, why are you here? Why are you doing this? Clearly, clearly you just need stories that make sense all the time. You just can't enjoy stories like this. Here's a good example of what I'm talking about. Chain of Memories. I'm on the record. I like Chain of Memories. Did a playthrough of it. I enjoy that game. I'm a fan. Why doesn't Marluxia just tell nominated wife Sora's memory at the beginning of it? His plan doesn't make sense. He's like, okay, nominate, trick Sora into thinking that I'm holding you hostage so that he'll want to kill me. That way he'll work for me. His plan doesn't make sense. Why doesn't he just have nominate wipe Sora's memory and then just, okay, let's just work from there. Then we'll just figure out a new thing. It'll take a while, but that's it. Even at the ending of the game, he actually says, well, okay. Melody of Memory sales. The Nintendo Switch version sold 22,813 physical copies within its first week on sale in Japan, making it the 9th best-selling retail game of the week in the country. The PlayStation 4 version was the 13th best-selling retail game in Japan throughout the same week, with 18,120 copies being sold. That's all Wikipedia says. In Japan, you always get, like, exact first week numbers. In the States, we only get it if the company announces it. Yeah, there's no other numbers. Probably don't need to tell you guys this, but 25,000 units isn't great. I mean, it's a rhythm game, so it's not that big of a deal. I think plenty of people who love Kingdom Hearts and are going to buy 4 didn't buy Melody of Memory because they just weren't interested. So I'm not too concerned about sales for Melody of Memory, honestly. Hey, Plan A didn't work. Nominate, wipe his memory. It's clear that like this is going to be a really time-consuming process or whatever. But it's like, I mean, what bus are you catching, Marluxia? Are you on the clock here? Obviously, there are some reasons in universe for this. He's trying to be stealthier because the organization, like, he's trying to trick them and turn Sora into his weapon specifically, not into theirs. But then if you go beyond that, why doesn't Marluxia? I mean. Duroc Zero. Square is a public company. Shouldn't the sales be public at the end of the fiscal year or in stockholder meetings? So. They have to announce earnings. They don't necessarily have to announce where the earnings came from. And it's very easy to obfuscate when something didn't do well by saying last year, the Final Fantasy franchise sold 10 million units. Now, let's say 5 Final Fantasy games came out last year. And one of them did really well. The Final Fantasy VII Remake sold 8 million units. The Final Fantasy VII Remake sold way more than that, but that's beside the point. So let's say there's let's say there's 5 Final Fantasy games came out last year, and they say last year the Final Fantasy series sold 15 million units. And Final Fantasy VII Remake accounted for 8 million of those, right? Okay, so we got 7 unaccounted for millions. We had 4 other releases. Which ones were stinkers? How many of those millions were like, people buying Zodiac Age and like 12 and like 10 remake, or like Final Fantasy 14, right? Which still sells tons of units every year, right? It's very easy for these guys to obfuscate whatever they like. It's like they'll be like, yes, the Kingdom Hearts series has sold more than 33 million units worldwide, but they don't. The last time we got like concrete numbers on how many units KH1 and KH2 sold lifetime was in an earnings report in 2007, where they previously said like how many units KH1 had sold. And they also said KH2 has sold very well and has brought the total sales of the series up to this figure. And to be fair, in 2007, there probably weren't a ton more copies of KH2 sold in the years following that because the PS2 was done. But how many copies of 1.5 and 2.5 were sold? How many copies were sold downstream? How many digital... they get to obfuscate these numbers by saying, we sold however many games digitally. Or they get to say, we sold this many digitally, and we sold this many physically, and they get to pick and choose which numbers are flattering. Very often, you'll get, in the first week, you'll be like, sold X number digitally, shipped X number globally, right? Now, shipped numbers are relevant because you don't just, like, send unsolicited copies of a game to GameStop or whatever, right? GameStop orders how many copies they want depending on how many they think the game will sell. So, and they've technically made their money, like if GameStop bought 2 million units of a game for all its retail locations, and Walmart bought 2 million copies of a game for all its retail locations. There are way more people that retail video games, so it probably wouldn't just be them, but just hypothetically. Let's say that GameStop and Walmart are the only 2 video game retailers, just for the sake of ease, right? If Walmart orders 3 million copies of a game, and GameStop orders 2 million copies of a game in the first week, announcing we've shipped 5 million copies worldwide is technically, like, that's still a financial success because those companies paid money to buy those products and put them on their shelves, right? That's money in. That is profit turned, depending on, how much the game costs to make. That's just you've made cash, right? That's cash. What game companies like to do is in their first week they'll say we shipped this many, which is based on an expectation of how well it's going to sell. Both pre-orders and a projection of how well we think the game is going to sell. Now, do those games fly off the shelves and within a month, both companies have ordered another 1 million units, another 500,000 units? Or do those 5 million initial units go out and do they sit and go nowhere? They're selling much slower than expected, so there's no reason to order more. That's what usually doesn't get announced, unless the numbers are really good. Then at the end of the year, you'll say, well, we've shipped however many since it launched, right? But if the numbers aren't flattering, there's no reason to report on that. Complete Mystery says, kind of like The Last of Us Part 2. For the record, I like The Last of Us Part 2. But yes, The Last of Us 2 is an example of a game that sold very well up front, and then really divisive word of mouth kind of killed its sales. It's a decent example. To be fair, I haven't been in a retail location where video games are sold in quite some time because of the global pandemic. So I don't know how many like copies of Last of Us are just sitting around unsold. But like, for example, I've talked about before, I have observed myself personally many times tons of just unsold copies of Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition because Final Fantasy 15 sold pretty well up front, and we can't fail. Here's the new version. Nobody bought Royal Edition. I think when it came out on Steam, because it was the first version, it was the only version available on PC, it sold like 1 million or 500,000. And they shipped 1 million, and they never updated those numbers ever. So I think the people who wanted it on PC bought it on PC, and the retail editions of Royal rotted on the shelves. Zemnis say, not Zemnis, Vexen. God, why doesn't Vexen say, just wipe his memory, and then I'll do science on him, right? It's like, we know that Naminé can wipe people's memories and then immediately have them up and running with a new personality because she does it to Riku Replica. Riku Replica had his own self-actualized personality. She snapped her fingers, and then he thought he was the real Riku, right? So maybe she got to cheat because she got to base that off of original Riku or whatever, so it took less time than writing a perfectly new Sora who served Marluxia would have. But the point is still, the chain of memories, you can absolutely tear it apart on a logic level. So why don't I? Because if the story didn't happen the way that it happened, then you don't get the story of Naminé. You don't get this character who is so sad and lonely and by herself that when Marluxia says, hey, trick Sora into thinking that he loves you, she says okay, even though she knows that it's wrong. You don't get this story building up to a moment where she gives Sora the choice of being with her or going back to the way that he used to be, and Sora saying, make me like I was. And then she says, right, of course, you want to be with the people who are really important to you. And just this tearing her apart on an emotional level. If okay, Kingdom Hearts 1, they introduced the plot point of all of the worlds being separated before this happened, and when we fix it, they'll all go back to being separate. And that wound up being a stupid plot point as the series went on, because then every single game has to come up with an excuse for how do we get around the barriers. For the first game, where it ended with, Leon and Aerith and Yuffie saying, after you do this, we'll never see each other again, and creating the further thing of when Sora makes the sacrifice, not only is he being able to see his friends again, but when he decides to stay behind and go and try to find Riku, it might mean that he can never see Kairi again. Even that lore thing that doesn't really make a ton of sense, and that winds up creating problems for the series long term, works narratively and emotionally for the first game. With all of the things in those games that are silly, that are JRPG-y, that are Kingdom Hearts-ish, as if we can now call it that, it is working towards something specific. It has narrative intent beyond confusing the audience or whatever. It has an emotional purpose. It actually relates to the journeys that the characters are going on. Now, let's turn our gaze towards Dream Drop.
To the vibes, since we're so focused on that concept today.
Distance. Oh, there's a bunch of Xehanorts, and they're all time traveling, and they need to have 13 of them fight 7 of us to form a thing that will help Xehanort get Doomsday weapon. Okay, and this is in service of what? This is in service of making Sora go on a certain character arc in Dream Drop Distance? Well, no, it's all at the ending, so it doesn't actually impact him at all. Okay, then it's about presenting a temptation of power for Riku, that he could be part of Doomsday Team. No, they actually never try to tempt him and indeed just want to kill him and get rid of him. Because all of the explanation is at the ending of the game. What is happening in the story of Dream Drop Distance is a secret until the ending of Dream Drop Distance and is unable to impact the first 25 hours of Dream Drop Distance. So what happened in the first 25 hours of Dream Drop Distance? Oh, nothing. Okay, so all right, okay, so I'm supposed to be engaged with the ending. Yes. Okay, what happens in the ending? The villains show up and they explain their plan. Okay, so I'm paying attention to what the villains are saying, and it doesn't make sense.
Shoot997 says, this is obviously only anecdotal. Maybe pausing makes it seem like I'm going, I'm right, but just an example. Speaking of bought it for the meme, I have a friend who loved KH as a kid, but only played 1 and 2. She is far from a gamer, and it turned out she stopped at Toy Story World. I think a lot of people did that. I think more people than we probably know. We can go look at trophy. You can look at trophy percentage. You can figure out how far people got, but
Sense. And again, even if it did make sense, this isn't a history class. This is just a...
Victor says, what is the vibes from Coded? Non-existent. That's why Coded sucks.
This is a fictional story. The facts of how they're gonna do the thing is not a story. And even that's not fair because
And that's also why DDD sucks, because it has no vibes.
History is really interesting, but that's because it's interesting when it's about people doing things, when you have a bad teacher.
I shouldn't say why. Because I think all these things are connected. They all go hand in hand. Because I'm talking here in the video about what is the purpose of the story? What's the journey our characters are going on, right? And that journey ideally communicates our vibes. And Sora and Riku are in their own minds doing their day job in DDD. They are simply going about their business, saving some worlds. And there are little obligatory comments about how powerful friendship is and how they rely on each other, but I guess the vibe of Dream Drop is supposed to be coziness, because the 10-year anniversary, the celebration, the cheery rendition of Dearly Beloved, the balloons in Traverse Town, Sora and Riku are so supportive of each other, and they swing the keyblade around. I guess, and the Dream Eaters. I think the vibe of Ninja Bunny says Coded has vibes. Like, they're not many vibes, but they're definitely there. Oh, yeah, that was a little bit unfair to Coded. And I really need to play the DS version sometime. They're there. They exist. It's going for something. I think it largely fails, especially in the movie version, but, like, it attempts.
But the maybe the vibes of Coded are coziness. Maybe the deliberate intent of either Nomura or the development team was just positive affirmation fun, which would explain why so many KH fans who are like, Sora is such a precious anime boy, he's so happy all the time. I loved his appearance in the Smash trailer where he's just smiling because that's the perfect encapsulation of the character. He's just fun and innocent and he's so cute. That not that Sora isn't fun because he's lighthearted or whatever, but if that's your primary approach vector to Kingdom Hearts is that, then I suppose I can see how DDD would really deeply appeal, because it is like, if you allow yourself to vibe with it, if you do most of the heavy lifting in your own mind, I can see how it could be kind of a cozy experience. I think it's not, because its tone is all over the place. The characters don't spend any time together. The Disney worlds are empty and hellish, and the cutscenes are awful. But conceptually, I suppose the game wants to feel cozy. I suppose that's what it wants. The vibe is, I like hanging out with Sora and Riku. But then, see, that's about the audience, not the characters. It's not about the world. It's about giving something to the audience. My approach vector is to the heavens, says H Shadow 4. Said the Zero pilot moments before crashing into the U.S. carrier. Who's just like, here are the numbers and the dates and the names, and you're not engaging with action. It's really uninteresting. What the villains are saying, and it doesn't make sense. And again, even if it did make sense, this isn't a history class. This is just... Yeah, Circo Duck. Exactly saying what I was just spent 5 minutes trying to say. The vibes of DDD as precious baby uwu boys just doing their bestest. Yeah, precisely. I wonder how deliberate that is. That's definitely not what the ending feels like, but maybe that was the point, to lull you into a false sense of security. This is a fictional story. The facts of how they're going to I think it fails miserably, because you know from minute 1 that something's wrong, and the villains constantly show up to harass our main characters, but whatever. The thing is not a story. And, even that's not fair, because, history is really interesting, but that's because it's interesting when it's about people doing things. When you have a bad teacher who's just like, here are the numbers and the dates and the names, and you're not engaging with action, it's really uninteresting. When you double that up and make it about a fictional universe, it's like, why do I care about this class? And you have the character who sounds like this, giving all of the exposition. Xemnas' voice, his indeed thing. It worked in Kingdom Hearts 2 when he was a big bad who sat on a chair and he really didn't have that much dialogue. There would be other people arguing about things, and then at the end he would say, indeed, Sora, evil plan. What's that guy's name? John St. John? Or whoever voices Xemnas? He's a good voice actor, but, you can't... That's not what he sounds like naturally. It's not like how James Earl Jones just sounds like Mufasa, just sounds like Darth Vader. And, even then, Mufasa only has, really one speech in Lion King. And he's fairly, relaxed during it. He's as low-key as James Earl Jones can be. Darth Vader doesn't talk he never gives a big speech. He never talks for very long in Star Wars. It's always direct back and forths. The most casual we ever see Darth Vader is probably the scene where he and Luke are at the landing platform on Endor in episode 6. When Luke surrenders himself because he wants to go kind of distract Vader and the Emperor. The guy, he was armed only with this, and hands the lightsaber to Vader. I see you've constructed a new lightsaber. But even there, Vader doesn't have to carry the conversation. He's back and forth with Luke, and he's usually talking in 1 or 2 sentences at a time. Asking a guy to sound like this all the time, it works very well for the mysterious man in the cloak who sits in the distance and makes bold proclamations to the peanut gallery. Then it cuts to Zigbar and Syax and Zaldin arguing about something. And then at the end, he goes, But when you've got him standing on a bridge talking for 10 minutes about the nature of nobodies and hearts, it's like, this is killing me. I know that's the point I'm making in the video, so I'm just repeating myself, but Paul St. Peter. John St. John, John St. Hold on, who's the guy? It's the guy who voices Waka. No, that's John DiMaggio. Who is John St. What's John St. John? What am I pulling that from? I know that's a thing. Thank Duke Nukem! Duke Nukem and Big the Cat, thank you. Okay, I knew it was an actor. It was killing me. I came here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum. Of course, that's technically from, that's technically stolen from They Live.
Arguing about things, and then at the end he would say, "Indeed, Sora, evil plan." Then it worked,
You guys seem to like this part of the video. I'll put it at normal speed for you.
Big bad.
You guys all seemed like a fan of this bit when the video came out.
Indeed thing. It worked in Kingdom Hearts 2 when he was a big bad who sat on a chair and he really didn't have that much dialogue. There would be other people arguing about things, and then at the end he would say, "Indeed, Sora."
Crossburn exclaims in all caps, "Wait, Duke Nukem is Big the Cat? How did I not know this? Someone hasn't watched our Sonic Adventure playthrough."
His indeed thing. It worked in Kingdom Hearts 2 when he was a big bad who sat on a chair and he really didn't have that much dialogue. There would be other people arguing about things, and then at the end he would say, "Indeed, Sora, evil plan." Then it worked, It's just, it's deep. He sounds in charge. It's a little bit sexy, since he's not going to get shirtless like Billy Zane did in the first game, and he's not as immediately attractive as Marluxia. You need a little...
Are we freaking out? Is the internet freaking out here? Sorry. God, I do everything possible. I do everything I can to make this crap work. Frickin'. Come on. Come on. There we go. All right, we're good again.
Sora, evil plan. Then it worked, It's just, it's deep. He sounds in charge. It's a little bit sexy, since he's not going to get shirtless like Billy Zane did in the first game, and he's not as immediately attractive as Marluxia. You need a little bit of sexiness in there. Kingdom Hearts villains got to be sexy, just like Final Fantasy villains. The voice kind of works until you get to a game where he's expected to do 7-minute long exposition dumps, and he talks like this.
I mean, it's not even like I couldn't even stream in 480 and fix it. It's not like, I could just stream at a lower resolution and it'd be fine, because it just dives to 500 kilobits a second, and it's like, what's the point? And then it goes back up to 4,000. 5,000. It just went in one. It went to 900, then it went up to 5,200. I hate it. I hate it. God, I've done everything that I can. I want to I could get their modem replaced. That'd probably just create new problems, and it might not even fix these problems because I still can't get a straight answer on what the damn problem is. God.
And he's not as immediately attractive as Marluxia. You need a little bit of sexiness in there. Kingdom Hearts villains got to be sexy, just like Final Fantasy villains. The voice kind of works until you get to a game where he's expected to do 7-minute long exposition dumps, and he talks like this. It's like sitting in the most boring history class you've ever been to. On the 3rd of May...
And now it's dying again when I get to the part people want to see.
History class you've ever been to. On the 3rd of May, 1944, the Allied forces continued to prepare for the D-Day landings at Normandy. Meanwhile, Churchill invented a new type of sandwich while on the phone with FDR.
Ninja Bunny makes a good point, which is that normal Xehanort, he said, I just like how Xehanort is super sexy. Yeah, Xehanort's the only non-sexy villain, but it's fine.
Yes, you in the third row with your hand raised.
I was gonna say he steals Terra's body, and then he gets sexy, but I thought better of it, and then Ninja Bunny, you said it, so there we go. Holy crap, no data. YouTube says it is receiving no data. Now it says the connection is excellent. We went from no data to excellent connection. Back to poor. Back to poor. F off. Audio still hasn't dropped, says LAW. Or maybe that's only your perception of the situation. Maybe it has dropped and you simply don't know. Dorok says, Jacob, try to download the video next time if you have space. Dorok Zero, I have the file, dude. It's my own video. The issue is that I wouldn't be able to go into the little gear and say 2 times speed, because if I hit fast forward on a QuickTime file, it mutes it. So I guarantee you, playing this video is not impacting the stream quality at all. It is just that I just have internet issues at my house. It just stops sometimes. It just quits. Just hit 0. It sat at 0 for 15 seconds. 0 kilobytes per second. Now it's back up to 4,000. I'm not downloading any new videos. The video's not playing. It's not loading more of the video. We'll keep going.
I will now hear your question. Professor Xemnas, is this really super duper important to understanding all of the details? Not really. But so I guess you're going...
Yes, Durox Zero, I could use VLC or something to watch the file on my computer, but I assure you it would not impact the performance of the stream 1 iota. It is entirely outside circumstances and the quality of the connection I receive at my house in the first place.
Somewhere, though. Indeed. Well, could we maybe... lunch period is in 5 minutes, and you've been going for quite a while now. Could we maybe skip forward a bit? Silence.
Giant butter knife, you don't want to watch me you do not want to watch this pre-recorded. This would be a nightmare pre-recorded. Plus, we lose half the stuff we're talking about if you guys aren't bringing it up and questioning stuff and pushing on stuff. It wouldn't even be a thing.
Cursed fools, you know nothing.
Plus, I'd have to upload a 6-hour-long file.
And then the bell rings, and we all leave class because holy shit. And then we get to go to lunch and listen to some cool music for a while, and it's oh, great, finally, I feel so much better. And then we go back into science class, and the professor walks up to the chalkboard. I am Xehanort from the most distant past. I traveled through time to come...
Unrelated, can I say I despise the skydiving mechanic.
Xehanort from the most distant past.
I hate this. I can't. I hate how it feels. I hate what it does to the camera. I hate that I feel out of control of where I'm going to fall, even though the intent is to give me more control over where I'm going to fall. I despise this mechanic. It's awful.
I traveled through time to come here today to help other people travel through time. Oh,
God! It's like, I wouldn't care. Well, number one, it'd be better if the script was a bit tighter and neater or whatever, but I wouldn't even care about all of this stuff if it was setting up for something really interesting, if it was getting us towards finding out, okay, so why does Xehanort feel the way that he does? Why is he obsessed with all these super duper complex plans? Why has he made this complex plan? Is he trying to screw with one of the heroes in some important way? Are we gonna see some interesting relationship stuff between the characters? There's nothing in Dream Drop Distance that stops it from being a game where Sora and Riku go on an adventure together and they realize that maybe there's some unresolved feelings about how, you know, they tried to kill each other a year ago. There's nothing stopping it from being a game where we find out. And for the record, there's also nothing stopping it from being a game about all of the cool lore of the Sleeping Realm and cool dreamlike imagery and how wild and crazy the world of Kingdom Hearts is. But it doesn't do that either. So it's doing nothing. More about, you know, Xehanort's past and how he felt as young Xehanort and why he's doing the things that he's doing now. There's nothing stopping it from being a game where Kairi comes along on the training mission and Sora is conflicted and doesn't really want her to be there because all this time he's been fighting to try and keep her safe, and now she's putting herself in harm's way and he's not sure how he feels about that. Clearly I've had that approach to Sora and Kairi's relationship ingrained in my mind for a while. All of the crazy lore would be fine if there was an interesting story accompanying it, or better yet, if the crazy lore somehow complemented an interesting story, but it's just the lore and nothing else. To be clear, because people are gonna be pedantic about this, if you're typing a comment about, ew, I don't like any of those pitches, they all sound gross, that's not the point. I was improvising them. That's not... The specific pitches that I had for the story there are not important. My point is that the lore that Dream Drop Distance was trying to communicate did not somehow prevent that game from doing stuff with its characters. And this is what really irks me when people leave comments or messages on my video. Ninja Bunny says, well, the fact that it's on the 3DS is probably stopping it from having some impressive dream imagery. I agree. So really poor decision making all around, huh? Or sometimes people will just talk about this in general with the series and just the audience in general, but people will leave stuff like, oh, Jacob and other people, clearly this series just isn't for them because they need stories that make total, complete sense all the time and are logically flawless and completely internally consistent, and that's not what Kingdom Hearts is about. Kingdom Hearts is about the character drama and the feelings and the emotions, and so they clearly, the story just isn't for them. And oh, dude, we're getting to vibes in the old video now too, man. I'm about to make all the points I've been making for the last 2 hours in the video. Oh boy. That's hilarious to me because that's exactly the stuff that Crossburn says, oh my god, do you remember when we got like 4 games hyping up Kairi actually getting to do something and then she does absolutely nothing and dies again for like the 3rd time? Why? And people wonder why I say, show me the money, be good right now. I don't care if Union Cross is setting up for something interesting. I want it to be interesting right now. And people wonder why I don't have much faith. I do value, more so than the logic, is the character drama, is the feeling of it, is what journeys the characters are going on. And arguing that Kingdom Hearts is more about that is insane to me because the reason I don't enjoy modern Kingdom Hearts stories is because none of that stuff is there. Yosh Kapoor says, Fantasia had a neat gimmick with the music, but the problem is that no other world did something like that. I agree. Hold on one second. And it looks even worse now that we have a direct comparison of somebody doing just a way better version of that concept. I don't know if you guys have seen this before. I don't want concept art. I want like some of that beta footage. Check this out. I'm gonna turn this up like all the way for you guys. Hold on. Remember when DDD had like a random harp sound and like a random doot doot when you hit things sometimes? And it had nothing to do with... I'm not saying this would have been easy to program, but maybe we could have like had the sounds like play the same note as the note that the current thing was on, or like it was, I don't know, something. I'm sure something could have been done in Dream Drop, but this is, I mean, I'm not like, this is a totally different thing, because this is a game built entirely around this. Like the combo string is built around promoting these types of sounds. So doing a head-to-head comparison between this and DDD is not fair, but I'm doing it anyway. Very nifty. Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
There, and this is more just generally about the way that I talk about these games, but it's like, it becomes very difficult to criticize something on anything other than a logic level when it strips itself of all other content. Like, if there's nothing else to be invested in, you can't criticize a story and character arcs that don't exist except to say that they don't exist, and you can't, there's only so much that you can elaborate on that, though I'm certainly trying to disprove that with this video, apparently. And this is not a problem that is unique to Kingdom Hearts. This is a thing that often happens with franchises when they just...
JJA8020 says, I am bringing up FF14 a lot because FF14 is basically British KH. But there's a character in Shadowbringers that has both Kairi and Namine's character arcs at the same time, and it's actually good. Yeah, because Kairi and Namine were like good characters who had things to do. Even Kairi had some things to do, and then neither of them had anything to do.
Go on for too long. This is the logical conclusion.
I don't know. I guess I wouldn't say Kairi necessarily had an arc, but I think I know who you're referring to. You're basically saying it explores what Kairi should have been exploring by this point. But anyway,
of sequels, because characters are usually created to go on a specific journey to populate a specific...
LAW, how late are you planning on going? I think we're probably gonna quit. It's almost, we've been going for almost 4 hours. I want to quit before we hit 5 hours at least, and we're gonna do a part 3. That's fine.
Story and learn a specific lesson, and when you drag them further than they were designed to go, you get to stories where you don't have anything left to do with the people, so you just have to start doing stuff with the rules around them, and that's how you get to stuff like Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, Metal Gear Solid 4, and at this point, the conclusion of the Kingdom Hearts series, though for the record, I think that Metal Gear Solid 4 actually has a lot better emotional stuff going on than the Kingdom Hearts ending of the series. But that's neither here nor there. If you go and look at really successful, well-done sequels to movies and books and stuff like that, you'll usually find that a consistent unifying factor is that they find a new thing for the main characters to have to deal with, a new journey for them to go on that may not have necessarily been explicitly established in the original because there may have not been a plan for a sequel. Alien to Aliens.
And you know what? I'll allow that could be exploring a new environment and learning new world building. I'll allow that. We didn't learn anything new about the world of Kingdom Hearts in Kingdom Hearts 3. We spent hours explaining how replicas work.
Ripley has to kind of become a leader and take charge in Aliens. Shrek to Shrek 2. Shrek 2 is less about the specifics of Shrek and his relationship with Donkey and Fiona, and more about him being concerned about societal pressure and if he has to change himself to make Fiona happy. Back to the Future 2 and 3 introduce totally new aspects of Doc Brown and Marty's characters that weren't there before, as well as also just playing around more with the mechanics of the world that were introduced in the previous film. Another good example that I like is the Uncharted series, because people...
Well, heroic gangster. Nomura needs to actually start caring about Kairi and Nomura needs to actually caring about Kairi and Namine. Yeah, it's basically a meme that Nomura just flounders using his characters. Well, because heroic gangster, Kairi's function is to make Sora feel sad. After Kingdom Hearts 2, she's not making him feel sad anymore, so there's nothing to do with her. Namine's function is to make Sora mad. After Chain of Memories, she's not making Sora mad anymore, so there's no reason for her to be here. Kairi makes Sora sad. Namine makes Sora mad. With their roles fulfilled, they cease to exist.
Are sometimes down on a pretty significant aspect of Uncharted 4, which I think has the best narrative, at least, of any of the games in the Uncharted series, but it all hinges around the main character.
Shoot99 says, Jacob, how does it feel to know that this video is your Metal Gear Solid 4 was a mistake? This is not my Metal Gear Solid 4 was a mistake. This is a loosely strung together word vomit that I hesitated to even release. This is nowhere. This is... No way. Nuh-uh.
Nate, he had an older brother that just never got mentioned for 3 games, and also a spin-off game on the Vita, and also novels and a comic book and stuff like that. Is this a retcon that his brother just showed up out of nowhere? Kind of, but it's in...
I want Kairi to make Sora mad, says Circo Duck. Hey, that would be interesting, but that would require the writers to think of a new scenario and give the characters things to do, so it won't happen.
Service of the very specific character drama that they want to tell with Uncharted 4. So
would they have to change around the characters and rewrite things? Probably a little bit. Would they have to invent a wacky scenario to facilitate that? Probably. Would it maybe be different from what we expected or what the characters normally behaved like? Quite possibly. Whether they find a really good justification for it or not. Maybe they find a really clean one that feels natural. Maybe they don't find a clean one that feels natural. It's better than nothing. I'll take changed characters in order to get content.
So it works. And this is something that I actually knew people who got really, really hung up on Sam showing up in Uncharted 4 and were like, I can't get over the fact that this guy just showed up out of nowhere, that they just made up this plot element. Whereas it's something that I had absolutely no...
Thank you, Ninja Bunny. I was trying to think of what to do next. I was trying to think of how to continue that. You nailed it. Kairi makes Sora sad. Namine makes Sora mad. Riku makes Sora glad. Thank you. I couldn't find the next one. Yeah, you got it. Thanks.
Problem accepting, because it was just a cog in the story that it needed to function, that needed to be there for them to explore this aspect of Nathan Drake's character. So when people come at me and are like, oh, you just need everything to make sense all the time, you should care about the emotion, it's like, no, it's actually the complete opposite of that. I'm 100% engaged with the emotional stuff and can overlook things like that if it is getting me to a cool story. But KH just kind of...
Yosh Kapoor, no, I have not seen a video how Tetsuya Nomura designs women. Perhaps I'll look at that sometime.
Isn't doing that anymore. But that's, like I said, just partially the logical conclusion of sequels. Characters are designed for very specific stories. Sora had an arc in Kingdom Hearts 1 that more or less concluded when he decided to sacrifice himself to save Kairi.
and KH3 character designs made Sora plaid.
Since then, he had an arc in Chain of Memories, but that was kind of because he was a different Sora at that point, and he's essentially been in a holding pattern ever since then. Riku had an arc in Chain of Memories. He kind of had an arc in Kingdom Hearts 2, but a lot of it was off-screen, other than those admittedly really awesome scenes between him and Sora at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 2, and then he's been in kind of a holding pattern. But then you look at some other characters, like, for example, Roxas, who had kind of a specific purpose in Kingdom Hearts 2 of more or less just kind of being a punching bag. He doesn't really have an arc, per se, as much as he is a vessel to take in pain and make the audience feel sad. He kind of has an arc of...
And that's not a problem. That's not bad.
Like coming to accept his place within Sora and coming to peace of like, okay, so I do have a purpose in this world, kind of. But then they introduce new elements of his character and a new arc for him in 358.
Giant Butterknife says, make KH4 a story about the web of romance between the Destiny trio, resulting in them in a throuple. Giant Butterknife, no one will ever kiss in Kingdom Hearts. No one will ever smooch or kiss. They won't hold hands. They won't. It will not. No. Just stop. It's not going to happen ever. You need to do as I have done, and accept that it simply will not happen. Turn to fan fiction and fan art. It just ain't going to happen.
Days Over 2. They do the same thing for Axel. They create.
Free yourself as I have. When I accepted that Sora and Kairi would not smooch, I freed myself from Kingdom Hearts.
New purpose for those characters. They breathe new life into them. But then by the ending of Dream Drop Distance, by the ending of Days, they've been now designed for this story, so they have once again...
Yosh Kapoor says, why does KH2's ending rule so hard? Like, even though you're going to make sequels, why is the ending as final as KH2's? Well, number one, they might not have made sequels. Number two, I don't think anyone at the time conceived that they would still be making them 20 years later, because Disney could have said no anytime. And number three, actual writers worked on Kingdom Hearts 2. I hate saying that about Tetsuya Nomura, because I think he's a really talented, cool guy. I just think he's not a writer. And maybe I'm wrong, you know? Maybe all the writing problems are being generated by other people. Maybe all the things that I liked about Kingdom Hearts 2 were all secretly written. All the good scenes in Kingdom Hearts 1 and Kingdom Hearts 2, he was secretly coast-writing those too. But I just don't think he's a good writer. I can't stand these scripts. They're just so awful. And kind of outlived their usefulness. Terra, Aqua, and Ven are all designed to go on kind of specific journeys in Birth by Sleep, and they more or less come to the logical conclusions of their characters by the ending of Birth by Sleep, other than the fact that they are unhappy, but not because of... None of the characters in Birth by Sleep are unhappy at the end of the game because of unrest within their souls. They're unhappy because of the literal circumstances that they find themselves in, of possessed, in a coma, trapped in hell, whatever, which is what I'm getting at when I talk about, like, okay, when the characters are rescued, all you get is the kick of seeing them rescued, because the character... Victor says, but they hold hands and eat stars. But they don't, though. They don't even do the thing where they share up the freaking first piece of world-building lore in the entire franchise was when you share a Palpu fruit with someone. They didn't even share a Palpu fruit. They each ate their own at the same time. It's the equivalent of like the freaking the hover hand hug, right? Where you're like, oh, I'm not actually gonna touch him because I'm a good Christian boy. My arm will go around and kind of hover. I'm not actually gonna touch him though. That little gap there, that's Jesus's gap. Okay, Sora, we can't really share a Palpu fruit. My mom would not approve of me doing that with a boy. She would approve of you doing it with a girl, though? That's not what I meant. I don't know, maybe. If I did it with Namine, I guess she wouldn't care since we're technically the same person. But then again, I haven't told her about Namine yet either. Well, what can we do, Kyrie? Because I'm getting fed up. I'm getting fed up, Kyrie. Listen, like I don't need to. I can wait until marriage for like the, the heavy stuff. That's fine. But come on. Can we at least like say we love it? Can we at least like have like cute conversations with each other and maybe cuddle a little bit? No, Sora, no. No skin contact until we're married. Well, when can we get married? After we turn 30. Okay, can we have sex then? No, only after I've gone through menopause. Only after every fan who played the game in 2002 has gotten so old that they've died. Characters don't have anything else to do now other than getting out of specifically the physical circumstances that are confronting them. There's no longer established emotional turmoil for them to be going through. And certainly an author could create new stuff for these characters to have to deal with in sequels. That's, how good sequels usually work. But number one, a lot of these Kingdom Hearts characters are a little bit one note and simplistic. Why can't we share a Palpu fruit, says Shadow 84? I mean, Roxas and nominated it. Roxas and Naminé don't have parents, Sora. Mom, why can't Kyrie and I have a Palpu fruit? Roxas and Naminé already had one. They had one months ago. Roxas and Naminé don't have parents, Sora. They don't have someone to tell them right from wrong. You have to set her a better example for your friends. You're not going to share a Palpu fruit while you live in my house, young man. Dad, Sora and I want to have a Palpu fruit together. Kyrie is the daughter of the mayor. I expect you to hold yourself to a certain standard. You understand how much public scrutiny there is on us? You need to date someone with money, Kyrie. And you're not allowed, and you are not ever allowed, public displays of affection unless it is on the campaign trail on stage. Then you're allowed to hug your significant other and show what a good happy family you are. Other than that, You keep it behind closed doors. You keep it belted up. You wear 3 layers at all times.
Now, that doesn't mean you can't literally invent new stuff for them. You can totally do that, but then you get to Dream Drop Distance, the game where I started to feel pretty uneasy about this entire Kingdom Hearts thing, because we've got a game where our two...
Meanwhile, Aqua and Terra are just plowing. Every night. And everyone knows, too. And everybody knows that it's happening. Everyone knows that it's happening at their little bungalow that they've rented on the the edge of Destiny Islands. It's like it's so obvious. They try to pretend, but like it's like whenever somebody sticks their head into the bungalow, it's like clearly there's only one bed. It is so obvious from the way that they're acting and the way that they scuttle off every night. It's so obvious to everybody else. They think they're so slick. They think they're such good actors, but they're not.
The two main characters of the series, Sora and Riku, are the leads, and the writers have absolutely nothing for them. And I don't want to sound like it's easy to just invent new purpose for characters that also works. Like, I was coming up with those off-the-cuff pitches for other things that could have been going on in Dream Drop Distance a second ago, and they weren't very good. So, like, it's not easy to just snap your fingers and have a new business for a character who was invented to have a...
Kilobytes per second just hit 0. Stabilizing, it seems. Ninja Bunny says, now that I think about it, there's usually at least one big kiss scene in an FF game and every Disney movie. So the fact that there isn't in KH is utterly bizarre. Well, to be completely fair, it could just be like the shonen energy of like they never actually get the girl. Like Ippo's never told that girl how he feels. Uravity's never gonna tell Deku how she feels. You know, couples don't get together in shonen because that happens in Bishi Shoujo. So it happens in girls manga. You want to read about people kissing, go read girl manga. Don't read boy manga. Boy manga is about action, fight, blood. And in FF, there's not a ton of that. To be completely fair, FF4, Rosa and Cecil are in an open relationship like minute 1. Literally, their first interaction is Rosa inviting Cecil, she says, "I'll come up to your room later tonight." Now they just have an intimate conversation, but you get the sense her entering his room after the moon has risen is not an unusual occurrence. I don't know if they kiss in the DS version. In the 8-bit version, 16-bit version, obviously it's hard to tell. No smooching in 5, as far as I'm aware. No smooching in 6, but Locke was clearly involved in a romantic relationship with Rachel before the beginning of the game, and he and Celeste are very clearly developing feelings for each other throughout the game. In 7, there's no... Yuffie kisses Cloud on the cheek if you do the Yuffie date at the Golden Saucer. So there is one on-screen kiss. Cloud kisses Priscilla, and Cloud can potentially sleep with. Well, I guess he always sleeps with her, but he can also sleep with her. Just depends on where your affection stat is when you get to that scene. 8. They kiss at the very end, but off-screen. When Renoa and Squall finally lean in for their kiss, and we're like, yeah, the camera turns away. And you're like, no! No, I needed that! Garnet and Dagger don't kiss in 9. I guess some of you may not know that, and we're never going to... I don't know when we're going to get back around to streaming that. I don't think they actually ever kiss. I mean, they're definitely in love. There's no beating around the bush about their relationship by the ending of the game. They hug several times, but I don't think they smooch. 10, obviously, big smooch. The biggest, the most expensive smooch put to a video game until The Last of Us Part 2, man. The biggest, most epicest smooch. Never, no expense was spared for FF10's smooch. I don't know about 11. 12 opens with a smooch because there's a wedding. Ash and Rassler smooch at the beginning of 12. I don't know if there's a smooch in after that. Garnet and Dagger don't... Oh, I said Garnet and Dagger don't kiss. My bad. I meant Garnet and Zidane don't kiss. Garnet and Zidane don't kiss in 9. My mistake. Yeah. Yeah, my bad. I said Garnet and Dagger. I meant Garnet and Zidane. I don't think anybody other than Rassler and Ash kisses in 12. I don't think there's any other smooching going on. Balthier and Ash never quite get that far. That's the whole relationship, is the knowing that they want to, but there's no way they will. 13, Sarah and Sarah and Snow smooch. Yeah, they also get a super expensive smooch because they're on the little hovercraft and there's fireworks going off. Yeah, Sarah and Snow, big smooch in 13. Very, very expensive smooch in 13. Probably more expensive than the smooch in 10 now that I think about it. I don't know if it, like, looking at it, you're not like, oh my god, they spent so much money on this smooch. Because it's like there's a whole other scene around it and they happen to smooch in the scene. Whereas when Titus and Yuna smooch in 10, it's like the greatest smooch in history. I don't know about 14. Nobody gets to smooch anybody in 15. They all just die. Noctis doesn't even get to smooch his bros goodbye. And we'll wait for 16, I guess. Maybe there'll be a smooch in 16. Who knows? Geez, at least Peach kissed Mario on the nose at the end of 64. Yeah, I mean, for real. Like, Nomura wanted to make a Mario 64 send-up, and Sora never even gets so much as a smooch on the nose. Come on, dude.
It's very specific business that you've already dealt with. Riku had to overcome...
No, Aaron Andrews, there is not a smooch at the end of 15. They just sit on the throne, and she kind of rests her head on him. They probably would have smooched at the end of 15 if they hadn't been desperately trying to make Luna get in the position to make the logo. If they hadn't been trying to justify the logo with her resting her arm on the side of Noctis's chair, if they hadn't been doing that, they would have smooched. They 100%. It was their wedding ceremony in the afterlife. I guarantee you, at least at one point in the draft, they smooched, but someone said, what about the art? And then someone had the idea, and they couldn't smooch anymore. I'm confident, and people are saying, didn't they? I'm confident they did not smooch. I am so confident they do not smooch at the ending of this game. I will stake my reputation on it. Shush. No, I am so sure they didn't smooch, because the frickin' guys, remember how the scene is framed? It zooms in on your Cindy photo and then goes to and then it's like them handing it between each other. They're never even within smooch range. They have to leave room for Jesus. I'm so confident they don't smooch.
Oh man! Oh my god! What the fuck? What was that? Cancel! Match canceled! Match canceled! It didn't happen! Match canceled! It didn't happen! It crashed!
His selfishness and flaws and become a better person. Sora had to rise to the occasion and be a hero and be self-sacrificing and all that kind of stuff. And once they've both done those things, that's what those two characters were created to do. So what else do you do with them now? You gotta invent new stuff from scratch, and then you risk the audience saying, okay, but where were these traits before now? Why are they suddenly having these new issues and these new flaws that they have to overcome, even though they didn't exist previously? Now, all of that being said, I do have to try and express at minimum my opinion and impression of the situation here. I don't think Tetsuya Nomura is a particularly good, stick with me, screenwriter or...
Shit, Shiva and Ifrit kiss too, don't they? Damn it! No! No! Match canceled! It didn't happen!
Story organizer. I like Tetsuya Nomura. I think he's a good artist. I think he's a good director. I think he has clear visions for strong imagery and cutscenes and contrasting colors and ideas and themes and all these different things. But I don't think he's a very good writer. And that's not just writing dialogue. That's...
What does it say that the second that I know, that I was so confident that those two didn't kiss, but the second someone says Shiva and Ifrit kiss, I believe and remember it immediately. What does that tell you about 15? I don't know what it tells you, but it tells you something. Claudio kisses a cup noodle in his DLC. Yeah, you know what? That probably happened.
It's everything that goes into writing. And we found out relatively recently in the Kingdom Hearts 3 Ultimania interviews and stuff that he has essentially been ghostwriting every game in the series since Days. Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories, and 2 were handled by other writers, and he's essentially been writing the actual scripts and dialogue for every game since then, with some other writers helping to proofread his work and punch it up a little bit here and there, is if I'm understanding the interviews that he's conducted correctly, but he's kind of intentionally vague about exactly how the whole process has worked behind the scenes. But when I actually look at the games that he's written from Days onward, the only games, or really game, that has a bunch of scenes where the characters, where like the friendship characters we're supposed to care about, sit around and talk with each other about their relationship, and we just get a feel for who these people are, is Days. And I think that Days has all of those scenes where the characters talk because they were structurally imposed upon Nomura, because that entire game is essentially an allegory for working a crappy office job and then after work every day going to the bar and knocking back a couple of beers with your only friends from the office and talking about how bogus your job is, how much you hate your boss, and how much you wish you could leave Tokyo and move out to the countryside. And then at the end, it turns out that the boss is actually, even though he's been telling you this whole time that you're special and you're being groomed for greatness and leadership and you're very important to this organization, it turns out actually you're just another cog in the machine, and we're going to replace you with a younger, more useful worker after we've worked you to the bone and you're no longer capable of going on anymore and you've outlived your usefulness. The whole thing is this really on the nose, and not in a bad way, corporate allegory, but I think that the scenes where they sit around and eat ice...
I despise that Terra doesn't have the upgraded Keyblade, Ends of the Earth. It's nuts. Like, canonically, it's not even like, oh, well, maybe in gameplay, maybe, but in the canon, he does have it in canon, because Lingering Will has it. Literally, we see Lingering Will carrying Ends of the Earth like less than an hour before Terra shows. It's Aqua not having her upgraded Keyblade is also stupid. But you can make an argument, oh, maybe she didn't actually get the upgraded Keyblade in canon. Maybe the Birth by Sleep movie from Kingdom Hearts 2 is fake. It's not canon. It's already uncanon because Ven's Keyblade gets broken and they changed that. They retconned that, so that's fine. Terra not having Ends of the Earth is so stupid. Especially because it looks 1,000 times better than his base Keyblade. Like, his base Keyblade is mid-tier in terms of, like, coolness factor of Keyblades. Ends of the Earth is, like, one of the coolest Keyblades in the entire series.
Or just because the structure of that game was do missions, then the characters will sit down and talk with each other. And that game has a quality to it that a lot of older JRPGs have, which is that the characters are not really all that well written, but you spend so much time with them that you kind of get over a curve and you start to get really into them. A lot of older JRPGs, the characters are not exactly stellar, but you spend so much time with them that you really get to like these people and you like their dynamic. And with Days, not every single mission, but there are so many scenes where it's just the characters sitting around and talking about nothing that you really do get. You start vibing with them. You know what I mean?
Thanks, JJA8020. That is Bloody Biscuit. Bloody Biscuit came up with that, right? That's his thing? Or did he borrow that from somebody else? The Chad Thunder, you know.
You just kind of start vibing with Roxas and Axel and Shion by the end of the whole thing.
I know I heard it from him first. I assume he came up with it.
But then you move on to the other games, and it kind of seems like Nomura just doesn't have the interest to write these scenes or doesn't know how to work.
Tomorrow Rose Black Hat. Ooh, boy, you just came in. You just missed my I just lost all the respect of my audience, and my reputation was blown out live on stream. You showed up minutes after the disaster.
Work them dynamically into a script. If you watch a good movie or read a good book or watch a good TV show, usually you'll have scenes that we talk about doing two things at once or doing multiple things at once. You'll have characters going about the business of doing the plot, of sneaking into a place, of solving a puzzle, of going somewhere and getting into a thing. But there will also be conversation between the characters, or we'll observe things in their actions that tell us about them and about their relationships or whatever else. Kingdom Hearts doesn't really have these scenes. At least not anymore. Days has scenes where...
This is so lame. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Is that when you're right, like people go like, "Oh, Jacob, you know, it's what's happening in the game. You know, it's what happened. That's what the lore says." Writers can write whatever they want. Writers can create anything they want to create. Now, within a video game, you're gonna have technical limitations. You're gonna have budget limitations. I will grant you all of this, right? But like it speaks volumes that we have here an ensemble cast where many of these characters have literally carried,
going about the business,
their own video games. I think it's fair to say Roxas carried an entire game. Riku more or less carried an entire game with Reverse Rebirth, and you can argue he kind of carries Dream Drop Distance. I have issues with Terra Aqua and Ven, but they're good characters, and and they hold their own for entire adventures, right? And like, these are all characters who are strong enough and clearly enough to find they could be... And like your response to, oh no, we didn't give the characters anything to do in the base game, which, first of all, you should have, like, realized when you went into it. Like, to me, the entire objective... I mean, again, the whole, like, you know, Avengers Endgame, Avengers Infinity War, like, premise, right, of any of those things, is you want to... The cool thing is now all the characters are going to get to do stuff. Like, God, even normal people, like freaking Bucky, man with gun, gets to do cool things in Infinity War, right? And then even you get to Endgame, where, like, half the characters are dead, and they only come back, and the ones who are died only come back in the last 10 minutes. They all get cool stuff. Freaking T'Challa shows up, and... the first thing he does, other than, like, obviously, the first thing he does is lead his troops onto the battlefield. But from there, you get cute character stuff even. Like, somehow in the middle of this huge fight scene, you get the bit where, because Clint, Hawkeye, has the gauntlet, right? After he's crawled out of... He had a cool solo scene just by himself of fighting his way out of the building with all these monsters chasing after him, because they're all coming for the gauntlet. He gets out, he's just running, and everybody's like, there he is, go get him, right? Clint's running, and T'Challa comes over and goes, Clint, give it to me, because he's faster, right? But freaking, it's a callback to freaking in Civil War when they're fighting, and Clint goes, I don't think we've been properly introduced. My name's Clint. And he goes, I do not care. And they keep fighting. And it's, the time's gone on, and they fought together now, and they're all part of this together, and now, it's so good. And then freaking Spider-Man shows up, and he has time for like a emotional moment with Tony Stark, and then he gets jumping, activate instant kill. Oh my God, it's so cool. And nobody does anything in Kingdom Hearts 3. And they didn't even perceive that it was a problem, where they didn't care. And then when they get DLC where the whole purpose is like, let's beef up the ending and give them stuff to do. What can we do? Let's have them all float in the air and fight drones. They could have written anything. They could have done anything. They literally have created a labyrinth setting, which is designed to separate characters. They could have the characters get blown off of the labyrinth and divided them up into weird pairings, right? Could have divided up into weird pairings and, like, you know, let's put, okay, well, you know, we could put Terra and Aqua together and, like, you know, have them have some scenes together for the first time in a long time, or do something really random. Put, like, Aqua with Axel or something, right? Here they have the little bit where, like, they have a quick joke where Ven and Roxas are like, "You're pretty good, not too bad yourself." But it's like that's all you can do with them without like having a serious scene of like, what the hell's going on here? So like, don't put them together. Put like Ven and, because we don't do anything with these characters who look exactly like one another. Like, put Ven and Xion together. Xion's like, thank God, Roxas. He's like, what? Who? Oh, I thought, what? Do we look, huh? Freaking Vanitas, man. The entire concept of Vanitas is like, okay, so the helmet comes off, right? And I admit it's a cool reveal. It's cool. Oh my God, Black Husora, right? Awesome, okay? Here's the thing. The reason Joey had no reaction to that in Birth by Sleep, I've analyzed a lot since then. I've thought about it a lot, and it's like, the problem is, what do we learn when we see, because we already know at that point Vanitas is a byproduct of Ventus. This has been established, right? The helmet comes off. What does this tell us? Vanitas is connected to Sora, but he's from Ventus. That means Ven is connected to Sora. But we all already know this. Literally the first thing that anybody knew about Ventus was that he was connected to Sora, because he looks exactly like Roxas. So something funky is going on. So the Vanitas face reveal is like, ooh, something's going on. Vanitas and Ven are related to Sora, which was the first thing we knew about him. We've been waiting for information, and the big reveal at the ending of Ven's arc is another tease of the same information that we already have. So all you really have is like the kick of like, ah, sweet, evil Sora, cool. Can't wait to see evil Sora do something. That's fun. I like, evil versions of characters. Yeah, that could be fun. And then he dies, and then that's the end of Vanitas. Oh shit! But he's back in Dream Drop Distance for 5 seconds in a vision that Sora goes, huh? And that's like his whole reaction to it. And then he doesn't show up for the rest of Dream Drop Distance. Oh, but sweet, he's back in Kingdom Hearts 3. He's one of the 13 Xehanorts. What are they gonna do with him? He is going to deliver exposition, then be used as a prop in a gag, then die. They can write anything that they want. Have Vanitas ambush Kairi somewhere. Look, Kairi, it's me, Sora. This is disturbing to Kairi. What's happened? You're clearly not Sora. Oh, but I am. Didn't you hear the Xehanorts tried to put an evil heart into me when I was in the Sleeping Realm? They finally succeeded. And now I'm here to invite you to join me, Kairi. It's a little ruse, and we all know, but she doesn't. That could be like a fun scene. That could be like a thing could happen. Maybe Mickey and Aqua land in the abyss together, in the labyrinth together. When they get blown off and they get separated, they get little cute scenes together, right? Of like, hey, Aqua, sorry it's gonna be long to come and get you. Hey, it's okay, Mickey. It's just like old times, huh? We'll get through this together, right? Yeah. Maybe Axel winds up with Riku. Maybe Riku's, because I don't know. I feel like really the heroes should still have some resentment towards Axel, even if it's like minor. It's a weird one. No, what am I talking about? Roxas and Riku. When they get knocked off into the labyrinth, Roxas and Riku get isolated, and there's some tension there, because the last time they saw each other, they were trying to kill each other. That'd be fun. That could be cool. That'd be cool. That'd be a fun thing to do in DLC that's expanding this stuff that should have been in the game anyway. But, we're going back. Listen, we admit the ending could have been beefier. DLC, we're going to beef that crap up. Sweet. What kind of stuff you going to add, man? What would they're all going to float in a circle and they're going to fight some drones, dude. Remind blows. Remind sucks. Doesn't know how to work them dynamically into a script. If you watch a good movie or read a good book or watch a good TV show, usually you'll have scenes that we talk about doing two things. YouTuber frustrated Jacob engages in discussing gaslighting, girl bossing, and gatekeeping. One of the biggest tragedies of losing. So Aiden and I, we've been talking about the Harry Potter fan fiction series, and we lost the recording. Our second discussion of the second book. We'll have to re-record it some other time. We've both been very busy, so it hasn't happened yet. I'm sure she's anxious to move on to the third book, but hasn't happened yet. Frickin', the biggest loss of that was our dynamic discovery. We were having a discussion of the phrase girl boss and saying, like, basically we both agreed we don't really like it very much. It was just kind of a casual conversation in the middle of this other discussion. But we discovered the true power. Forget girl boss. Push magical girl boss. You really had to, I mean, I think it's funny just as a concept, but like it was so funny to be there and stumble upon that in the conversation, and I'll never be able to replicate it. Oh, it was so good. I can't believe I was just gaslit by Jacob referring to the kissing stuff. Yeah, freaking. Yeah, man, listen, people say this stuff about me. I got I'm a big liar. I lie about Kingdom Hearts all the time. I just want to ruin the series' reputation and spread dirty, filthy lies. Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, everything. Just trying to ruin stuff for people. I take the lies so far that when a game is bad, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, I say it's good. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit that frustrated Jacob is. Ven and Roxas together, and Ven's just constantly annoying Roxas the entire time, yeah. Because their energy's so different. They're just such completely different characters. Have a character that looks like Sora and do nothing with it? Yeah, of course. Why would you? Why would you? Fugga, the Vanitas being from Ven has been retconned, though? What do you mean? Is that a... Are we saying that Darkness from Union Cross is Vanitas now? Is that a thing? Or is this something from Kingdom Hearts 3 that I'm forgetting about? I invite you to elaborate. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Demon King 45. I really like the glance Ventus and Roxas gave each other. I feel like that was the best approach. Yeah. No, like, I really, like... The problem is that it happened in a scene where everyone is standing around, Kairi just died, and Xehanort has won. And we have a comical moment of, huh? Like, it should have been in the middle of a big fight, and like, Ven or Roxas got knocked down by a bad guy, and the other one runs over and knocks the bad guy away, and helps him up, and they go, what the? And then a fireball, and they just go back to fighting. And then, like, that would have been perfect. When they're just standing around, and, like, Kairi's just died, and like, on one hand, joke doesn't feel appropriate because Kairi just died. On the other hand, really, there's nothing stopping them from having a conversation because they're just standing around talking. It's even good stuff in KH3 is poorly executed. Even Yeetus Vanitas is poorly executed, but I'm not going to open that can of worms right now. I have major problems with that scene too. Mainly just its editing. It's very oddly timed. It's a funny concept, but the timing and editing is off. Editman RGG2 with a $5 donation. Thank you very much for another one tonight. Oh, yeah, what do you think about the Master's motivation now since Chi ended and how it will impact the KH Saga? I don't know if you were in here earlier. We had a lengthy discussion. I know you just donated money, so I feel a little bit bad about this. But like, we had a whole discussion earlier on how we don't know what his motivation is. We don't know what his plan is. I have no thoughts. I no guesses. I have no thoughts. He's very clearly has his own agenda, wants to preserve the existence of the universe, and is willing to sacrifice people to accomplish that. And, like, on one hand, you go, oh, wow, dude, that's neat. This villain that's, like, you know, like, he's, like, trying to fight darkness, but, like, he's willing to sacrifice anybody, and he's very amoral and jaded about how he goes about doing things. That's a cool villain. If only every single other villain in the entire Kingdom Hearts series was not almost exclusively defined by their clinical dispassion towards killing and lack of compunction about doing bad things to get what they want. And if only the last villain hadn't been retconned to be trying to save the world, but was willing to... It's the same thing! It's the same thing as last time. It's the same thing. Oh, do they hint something in Remind that Vanitas is darkness from Union Cross? Dude, I don't care. I don't care. Crossman says, Nomura has, for years, been writing himself blank checks to have the next game do whatever he wants with any character and any plot point, and he's not cashed a single one of them yet. Yeah. Please, Jacob, they were trying to defeat each other, referring to Roxas and Axel, Roxas and Riku fighting each other at the end of days. Yeah, of course. To be fair, they were just trying to defeat each other, actually. Terra and Axel, both characters have done regrettable things in the past, but find comfort in their friends, something they can maybe relate over. Yeah. That could work. Don't know how they would have, like, that's the problem with my premise of just them getting knocked off and falling in the labyrinth, is like, would these characters have time to discover their, I guess both of them would both immediately be panicky about, I just got my friends back, I'm not going to lose them again, and they'd both like, yeah, me too, pal, let's go, and then maybe through that they could kind of discover a little bit of how they both feel about the situation. Yeah. That's the thing, right? Is a good writer will figure out how to get there. A good writer will make it work. 5 seconds ago, I was like, I don't know how you can get to, if it's an urgent situation, I don't know how you can get to Axel and Terra communicating their backstories to each other in a timely manner. I just don't see how that would happen. And then I accidentally figured out a way to do it. God, I'm not saying writing is easy, but like, holy crap, just these games don't try. They just don't try at all. They don't care. Maho Shoujo Basu says 8 Shadow 4. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I love the idea of someone lying about Noctis and Luna kissing on purpose. That's me. No, but guys, I swear, that wasn't a joke. I was so confident they didn't. Like, I literally watched that scene, like, 2 weeks ago. I'm not kidding. I was 100% confident they did not smooch. I was so sure. I'm gonna isolate that 3-minute clip of you denying the smooch. I hope you like my 7-hour response video. Please do. Tamara Rose Black Cat. Vanitas is one of them darknesses or bees, as you used to call them. You missed it. I was calling them bees the whole stream. We had a whole talk about it, and I called them bees the entire time. And KHC then asks Vanitas to reunite with him. Vanitas says he isn't actually a part of him, but part of the darkness. Says Shadow 8. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Whatever. Literally, who cares? Who gives a... Then why does he look like Sora? Holy crap. Holy shit. I'm sure I thought about this at some point a year ago and just have like forgotten it. What a masterpiece. Okay, but Kyrie dying is mundane enough. It doesn't count as a serious moment. She's just Krillin, says Crossburn. You know what? When you're right, you're right, and that's the only thing there is for it. And you sir are right. I was just locked away inside of you for we're not the same as you think. I was just locked away inside of you for a really long time or whatever. He's not from Ven, just trapped somehow, we don't know. So, wait. Stop. Stop the presses. Hold the phone. Help me out here, folks. In the final updates of Union Cross, do they say that Ven, the Ven of Union Cross, do they say that he has a pure heart of light as well? Do they ever say anything about that in Union Cross? Please help me out, chat. Editman RGG2. Oh, sorry about that. I was at work and I had a feeling you discussed it at some point. I know where. No, listen, dude. I'm sorry that I can't have a more. I guess I could, but it'd be. We talked about it a lot earlier, and I'm not really sure what to, because I really don't have much of a, like, what do I think his motivation is? Yeah, I just don't know. My opinion is we don't know what it is yet, so I feel bad that I wasn't able to answer your question better. In fact, Editman RGG2, if you would like, if you've got something else you want to throw at me, I will let you can at research runs me to make sure I don't miss it, and I will count that as a you just donated, and I will 100% be sure to read it if you want to hit me with another question on another subject. I don't think so. Yes. I don't think it's been brought up and it's been a long time. I think Venice says something about it before yeeting himself to the thing at the thing. Ven of Union Cross is not stated either way to have pure only light heart, as I recall. Okay. I ask because brought in literally one scene where darkness is sealed. Okay. All right. So the entire plot of Birth by Sleep is Xehanort wants to expedite the process of forming the blade. He doesn't want to have to do the whole Keyblade War rigmarole. However, if he has a clash between perfect light and perfect darkness of equal and opposite power, that will suffice. Hence, because there's no such thing as a princess of darkness, he takes a human and splits their heart in two into a piece of light and a piece of darkness. After 4 years, the light piece is recovered enough to face the dark piece, create the clash, which does successfully form the key blade. Okay, so that was the story before. What actually happened was Xehanort, by coincidence, found the only male in the known history of the universe to have a pure heart of light, who also happened to harbor a separate entity of pure darkness. And he happened to decide, upon meeting them, to enact this plan on this guy. His dialogue, empty creature from Ventus Riven, the name Vanitas you shall be given, he explains what they're supposed to be. He believes that what happened is he took a normal person and split him in two. And if we are to assume that Xehanort is at least as smart as Vexen, Evan, Xehanort should be able to sight a pure heart of light instantly, because Evan can. He looks at Ven and he goes, that boy is a pure heart of light, right? And probably that's how he helped identify Kairi when they yeeted her into space, right? So, Xehanort did not realize beforehand that Ventus had a pure heart of light, or alternatively, the presence of bees somehow messed up he didn't smell right. He has Riku's smell sense, and Ven smelled normal because of the presence of bees. So when he split Vanitas from Ven, he was actually just extracting bees, which happened to take on the appearance of Sora because F it. And Ven was not messed up because his heart was split in two. He was messed up for unrelated reasons. His heart was damaged and had to be fixed by Sora due to something else. I guess just being stabbed he just didn't agree with him. We've seen plenty of other people get stabbed with keyblades and their hearts come out and go back. The hearts haven't been damaged. We've never before seen a heart, as far as I can recall, except in that instance, damaged by a keyblade stabbing. Perhaps I'm mistaken, but I believe Ven is the only instance of a heart being, like the actual heart itself being fragmented and messed up. And it was because the dark part of his heart was extracted. So I don't know why Ven took a year or whatever to recover of blank eyes. I don't know why, if Xehanort's intent, I guess his intent was to extract darkness, not to extract Ven's heart. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on just a second. I have a thought I need to test. I could be wrong. We're just going to check something here. I need the flashback to the creation of Ven. Feckless neophyte, yes. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's a different beam than we've seen normally. It's a different effect, I think. However, that's a heart. That's a heart. He extracted Ven's heart. I will accept that Vanitas, that the bees, took harbor inside of Ven's heart. I'll accept that. I'll accept this. Extracting bees should not have damaged Ven's heart, I think. Unless, again, I'm not sure. Isn't there something wrong with Ven in Union Cross? Maybe his heart was damaged centuries ago, and bees was taking up part of the heart until it was extracted. However, definitely a heart extracted from Ven in Birth by Sleep, and then Vanitas came out of it. Demon King 45 says yes. Ven's heart is already messed up in Union Cross. Is that what you're saying yes to? Sean Boahide says, but that's my problem. Where did he get the bit of darkness and light clashing from? Keyblade War was a war between supposedly good guys, no darkness needed. So where did he get that idea? A book. He read it in a book. He read it in a book somewhere. He got the idea. Listen, he was right. So it doesn't matter. He was right. Maybe it was just like a crazy idea he had. Oh shit, I didn't think this would actually work. I just thought I'd give it a shot, you know? Oh, it worked! Damn, alright, I guess I'm a lot smarter than I thought I was. And I thought I was pretty smart. I don't know what I was doing. That wasn't quite the Xehanort voice. Ah, keyblade! Holy shit, it actually worked. Terra, look! Gaze upon my galaxy brain genius. What are you talking about, old man? You mean you're just making it up? Yes. And I'm so smart, the universe congealed itself around my vision. Eight Shadow Forces, but he didn't put the heart back in Ven. Let's assume the heart went back in Ven. Let's just assume, because he has a heart in BBS. Let's just assume it went back in, and we just didn't see it. I never thought I'd get this far. Says not a friendly name. Exactly, not friendly name. Ven has false memories, and he did yeet himself into bees. So if his heart was his heart's still messed up in Union Cross, what was the idea originally in forget what the idea was originally in BBS. The idea in BBS was Ven was a normal guy who got his heart split in two by a madman. That was the idea in BBS, and let's not get any compunctions about Tetsuya Nomura knowing that he was going to create a mobile phone game where bees were going to go inside of Ven, who already centuries beforehand had a pure heart of light that was damaged. That did not happen. That did not happen. That did not happen. No. That did not happen. We're only talking about what it is now. So, in the new lore, Xehanort found Ven. Bees existed in Ven's heart, which concealed the fact that he had a heart of pure light. Xehanort decided to extract all of the darkness from Ven, and it congealed into the entity known as Vanitas. It took on physical form immediately, and which I guess it developed. Good night, Allie W. I'm gonna stop soon. This is getting nuts. Vanitas has a physical form. Bees never did, but I guess he congealed one by living inside of Ventus for so long. People say I don't give these games any credit. God, if KH3 wants to insist on, I was never part of you, really, then he was still connected enough to Ven to take on Sora's appearance after Ven met Sora's just-born heart, so I don't know what's true. Or maybe the twist! I just figured it out. Guys, Nomura is a genius. He did plan it all along. I've been saying for years it doesn't make sense that Vanitas takes on Sora's appearance and has in this scene Haley Joel Osment's voice.
Empty creature from the name Vanitas shall be given.
Yes, Master.
I've been saying for years it doesn't make sense that he already has Haley Joel Osment's voice. Sora literally has not been born yet, right? Been saying it for years. We can accept this as just a plot hole, and that's fine, because they wanted to have the character say something. Now, realistically, the writers just should have had him say nothing, but whatever. Other people have gone back and argued that Sora looks like Ven. To me, I think that's really stupid. The idea that our main character's biology is not based on his parents who love him and gave birth to him, but on some kid he randomly met in the metaverse before he was born. However, I've solved it. I have solved it. In this scene, Vanitas does not sound like Sora and does not look like Sora. He sounds and looks like a young version of the Master of Masters. He is taking on the appearance and voice of the Master of Masters as a teenager, because he has a teenage approximated body based on Ventus. Nomura did plan it all along. Even here in Birth by Sleep, with this seemingly innocuous plot hole, he was actually setting up that the Master of Masters is a time-traveling version of Sora. He thinks he's slick. He's slick. You guys wanted me to give you KH theories, maybe? You're like, Jacob, what are your KH theories? Welcome to Game Theory. I'm Slap Pat. Vanitas does not look like Sora. He looks like the Master of Masters. That's why his hair is black. I cracked the code. I cracked the Da Vinci Code. I know what's going to happen in KH4 and 5. It's all over from here on out. Why would Jacob just leak the secret ending of KH4 like that? Listen, man. Nomura, he's getting predictable in his old age, okay? No, of course, this then raises the question of why did Bees take on the appearance of Master of Masters? Because he decided to, because it would make for a cool twist. So it still doesn't make any sense, but who cares? Tamara Rose Blackhead, you keep coming in. I came back from AFK to Jacob dabbing. I don't know if you could hear what we were talking about. You keep coming in immediately after major revelations. We just cracked the code. We know what the secret ending of KH4 or KH5 is going to be. We figured it out, boys. We've got it. Anyway. Anyway, that theory disregarded. Going back to what we were actually talking about. So Xehanort has a crazy theory about how to he wants to split a guy in half to have his dark side and his light side fight, right? And he just so happens to pick the one guy in the universe who has a naturally pure heart of light and is containing a separate entity of darkness inside of him. He just happens to pick that kid, stabs him, and extracts the darkness thing, and Ven's heart is left damaged. Okay, you could hear me going off. All right, just checking. And Ventus's heart still has damage from before Union Cross, since he was damaged at the beginning of that. Okay, all right. So we have this. We have this, right? Weird coincidence that this happened. If Xehanort had done this with anybody else, would it have worked? Like, if Xehanort had tried this on anyone else in the galaxy, would it just have extracted their heart or killed them like normal? And he would have been like, ah, shit, I guess that didn't work. Did he just get incredibly lucky? Or was this Lushu's doing? He thinks he randomly picked Ven, but secretly Lushu found Ventus and planted him somewhere, and he secretly set up dominoes so that it was all fated that Xehanort would meet Ven, because he knew, because he read the Book of Prophecies, that this would happen! It's so good, dude. It's so tight. I love how it removes all creativity and agency from every single character. It's so good. Vanitas is the Master of Masters. When the hood comes off, it'll be an adult Sora with black hair. Adult Sora, jet black hair. Guarantee it. I'm not actually committed to this idea, but it's funny to think about. The need to shove everything back into itself. Like, what is it? What does it gain for us? What do we get for revealing that Vanitas... Like, really think about it, right? Okay. So, like, Vanitas, as we understood him, was a dark part... Guys, remember all that stuff we talked about during the research streams for Birth by Sleep 500 years ago, right? Where people were sending me messages in chat about how Vanitas is handled in the light novel, and then I talked about that a little bit during the playthrough, where it's like Vanitas is written as this guy who he experiences constant torment and pain and is told by Xehanort the only way he can like Vanitas. Somebody wrote a thing where Vanitas was a character, where Vanitas had like traits and goals and whatnot, right? And other people have since 2010 conceived him in their minds as a character. Kingdom Hearts 3, Vanitas, seemingly conscious of the fact that he is not truly from Ventus, confesses, "I'm not actually part of you, Ventus. I'm now going to disappear and die." Who was he really? Well, he was a gullible swarm of bees with no personality from a mobile phone game. So anything that you perceived to be going on with Vanitas, it was nothing, actually. It was just an elemental force of darkness that doesn't care about anything and is... Circle Duck says, but MOM's eye is teal color, right? What if it's Riku? It's also weird like Sephiroth cat eye. His eye looks like that because of his exposure to some new element. The fantasy. Okay, hold on. All right. So your eyes turn yellow with Xehanort, but now we're saying people now saying it's probably not Xehanort, it's probably just darkness. I don't care. Your eyes turn blue and cat-like due to prolonged exposure to Fantasia, the element which exists in fictional worlds like Verum Rex / Quadratum. Eyes turn yellow and cat-like, much ooh-woo, due to prolonged time in Shibuya. That's what's going on with that. That is Sora, but after spending too much time in Verum Rex, his eyes turn like that. That's what's going on. You can't pull one over on me.
Things at once, or doing multiple things at once. You'll have characters going about the business of doing the plot, of sneaking into a place, of solving a puzzle, of going somewhere.
I'm so excited for KH4, says Heroic Gangster.
And getting into a thing.
God, we should probably just stop. We're kind of in the middle of the utilitarian writing section. We can kind of return here tomorrow. We could finish it, but honestly, it leads directly into the next segment, and it's late. We should probably just wrap up. We should probably quit. We can talk for a few minutes, but I think we're done watching the video for today. We're like halfway through it. And the ending is just me trying to be chill for a little bit. Like, there's no content in the ending. Good stream. Learned a lot, says Yosh. Yeah, I'm sure. Learned a lot. Learned a lot. Yeah, okay. Oh, wrong button. No, don't do that. What was... Oh, sweet, dude. Literally the next thing in the shuffle playlist on iTunes. Good selection. No, that's not what I said. It just undid the shuffle. No, it was there. I had it there in my hands, dude. Oh, well, whatever. I can just go click on it again. I know what was next. And now we'll just chill for a few minutes. Well, let's all wind down after that. A real professional streamer would have hard cut probably after I got blown out on the kiss, but then we would have missed the whole Vanitas discussion and the reveal of what's actually going on with Vanitas. So, who knows what other things we may stumble upon in these final minutes. We can chill out together for a couple minutes here. The moment this goes offline, I'm rewatching the FF15 bit, by the way. Same. By the way, hold on one second. Not that you guys wouldn't be able to find it, but I need to find the clip that I went to. I don't think it's online anymore. Salty Bet was a like online fighting game stream that would basically, it was just bots, but it was data dumped bosses from like dozens and like hundreds of different fighting games dumped onto random maps, and like you would have characters from completely different fighting games who are not compatible at all fighting each other. And it was, nobody was actually playing it. It was just for Twitch chat to joke about and to take bets on. And back when the Super Best Friends were no longer, this is back before the Super Best Friends became the mediocre coworkers. They're all still cool, just some of them aren't friends anymore. They did a stream where they were watching Salty Bet, and they took bets on a match between Soul Bad Guy and Naruto from some Naruto fighting game. And Wooly, once upon a time a fan of Naruto, not so much anymore, decided he would put money onto your boy. He decided to believe in him. And it didn't work out for him so well. I'm gonna leave a link in chat to the proper clip that's zoomed out so you can see what he's actually reacting to when I cut to that reaction clip that was just focused on his face. Cause it's so good. Canceled, match canceled. It didn't happen. Why am I sending a link? I can just show you guys. What am I doing? I can just show you real quick. Why not? I mean, I can send a link too, but why not just watch it? Why not just watch it and have fun?
Naruto has a believe it gauge. I don't know. Nosebleeds. All explaining it justice.
What the fuck is this stage? It's terrible.
Oh! It went.
Okay, just hold on.
Oh man!
Hold on.
Oh my god! What the fuck? What was that? Cancel! Match canceled! Match canceled!
Oh, it's sped up. I have it sped up
crashed,
still.
it crashed.
Oops. I have it sped up still. My bad. Whatever. It's fine. We got through it faster. God. I mean, honestly, it makes the fight look even crazier.
Okay, just hold on.
Oh man!
Hold on.
Oh my god! What the fuck? What was that? Cancelled! Match canceled! Match canceled! It didn't happen!
So good. Classic. Classic! It's too... Sorry, I should have turned that down first. My bad, everybody. Sorry, everyone. I'm not a professional streamer, but you all already knew that one. You all already knew that one. Yeah, Bloody Biscuit has been playing a little bit of Melty lately. Strangely enough, Bloody Biscuit likes fighting games. It's not strangely. I think it is Naruto, not Boruto. I think the guy who made the video named it Boruto just as a joke. Boruto's dad, as they say. You guys remember that famous anime, Boruto's Dad? Diego RD says, I do wonder how they will do Riku and Sora's first interactions with the Master of Masters if Master of Masters really is a time-looping future Sora. Poorly. They will underreact. There will be no emotional response. I can say that with the utmost confidence. You're a Cage Theory YouTuber in hiding, bruh. Absolutely not. Like, for real not. Not even, like, in a joking way of, like, oh, I've got some, but I'm not gonna talk about it. Like, no. Theories aren't my thing. I like content. I like being able to consume something and go, that was really good. Let's really appreciate how good that was. I don't spend time going like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool if I want something good now. I want something good now. I feel like it's topical to mention there's a semi-important plot point in A Song of Ice and Fire where our character remembers a smooch that didn't happen. The fandom calls it the unkiss. This KH discussion has me almost wanting to go back through the games. Do! Just, like, stop after, like, 2 or Birth by Sleep. These games are good, man. Even the bad ones are pretty good. Like, Dream Drop Distance and KH3 are both fun games. Any funny Halloween stories, Yosh? Here's a funny Halloween story. I have not participated in Halloween in a meaningful way in probably 8 years. Probably not since like 2013 or 2014. I guess that's not quite 8 years. I have always either been busy with schoolwork or had something else personal come up, or I was in a house in a neighborhood that doesn't really have trick-or-treaters. The biggest Halloween interaction I had was probably like the last major one was probably like 2013, maybe. Whereupon I was coming back from a run. I was driving home, and I drove through, at that time, a neighborhood which did have a decent number of trick-or-treaters. But I had to get home because I had school stuff I needed to do. So I went home and did school stuff. And trick-or-treaters came to the house. I didn't see a single one of them. I saw costumes while I was on the street, but I was more focused on driving than looking at costumes. "10 years for me," says Benjamin Persinger. He also likes RuneScape, says Bobcat. And Ninja Bunny says, if you like fighting games, then you like RuneScape. Timer says, I wanted to go back to KH3 and actually buy and do Remind because I was so burnt out from KH. I didn't want to give them $50 NZD. Is that New Zealand? Well, it was at launch, honestly. I figured it'd be more expensive there, but I guess maybe the valuation's different. But listening to talks about it and content on it is still making me want to play something. Still makes me want to play something KH related. I mean, I think KH3 is fun. I think KH3 is like a fun video game. The writing cycle just like Nier. Sora will say, that's nuts, and the audience will clap. I want a whole Persona game with the third semester idea from P5R. Yeah, you know, you could probably support that, actually. Your party members are people who you break out of it, right? The people who you recruit are those who you make aware of you are able to bring to awareness of the illusion. Kind of like a. You could argue that would be retreading ground from 4, though, because 4 is about, you know, cutting through the fog, seeing the truth of things. It'd be a much more extreme version of stuff being explored than 4, but I'm sure you could use it to approach different themes, both from 4 and from 5R's third semester. In the spirit of this being a KH stream, says Crossburn, I'm going to start calling the 15 incident TM the re-smooch. Yeah, sure, I'll allow it. I hate the new idea of Vanitas, says Complete Mystery. Well, you better get used to it, because it'll probably be something stupider. I bought P5R, and despite it fixing a lot of my problems with P5, I still only got past the second dungeon before abandoning it to replay P3 for the 80th time, lol. Oh, Ninja Bunny and your patented bad opinions. That's an example of the sort of things that I shouldn't say because I'm just casually joking around with people I'm hanging about talking around with Kingdom Hearts with, but then I remember that miraculously, somehow, inexplicably, I have, like, people care about what I say and take me seriously, and I have, like, power, so I can, like, actually, really hurt, I'm trying to make a joke, and I can really hurt people's feelings. That's the perfect example of the sort of things I shouldn't probably say if I didn't know that Ninja Bunny had already made jokes about their own takes in the past. Hate its story and characters. Just... That's true, you can say it, Jacob. Yes, I feel like, I'm pretty sure we've had this conversation on previous streams. Maybe if we stop buying KH game, this stupidity will end. People won't stop buying KH game. I'll tell you exactly when people will stop buying KH game. Nomura will stop working on KH game. And KH fan, only people left buying KH game, will go, I'm not going to play it if Nomura isn't involved. Disney or Square is probably forcing him out. When realistically, he just wants to go do something else. And they'll be like, if Nomura's not writing it, I don't want it. And then somebody else will come in who has tons of cool new ideas, and they'll make a new Kingdom Hearts game. It'll be really awesome. And we'll play it and like it. The 50 of us currently in this stream, and no one else will. And we won't get a sequel. It'll end on a scrumptious cliffhanger, and we'll never get a sequel. That's what'll happen. That's how KH ends. Diego RD, when do you think Persona 6 will release? No time soon. No time soon, dude. All of the core staff for Persona 6 are working on Refantasy. So they're not even going to start proper work on Persona, I'm sure. I guess it's possible that because they've said they've basically made a new studio, a new team for Refantasy, not just the Persona team's working on it. So it's possible that they've staffed up, and the core development staff for Persona is the same people, and maybe some creative leads have been promoted to director, writer-esque chairs, and maybe Persona will continue on with a different core staff. But the lead Persona director, lead Persona character designer, lead Persona composer, they are all working on Refantasy, assuming it hasn't been canceled, which they insist it hasn't. But it makes sense that they haven't shown it because there's no reason to show it until after SMT5 comes out. Like, there's no reason to talk about any other major Atlas RPGs until after SMT5 comes out because they will all generate more buzz than SMT5, so they just take the wind out of its sails. So we will hear about, because they've said, like, the Persona 25th anniversary is, like, this year and next year. And I know that doesn't make sense, but companies spread the celebrations out. In the same way that the Kingdom Hearts 20th anniversary celebration has technically started, even though it doesn't come out until it's 20 years next year. We will, they've said, like, they have 6 major announcements for the Persona 25th anniversary. And they might even put Refantasy in that roster of announcements because it's the same core staff. So we will find out about, I'm sure, an anime or a spin-off, maybe a new fighting game, maybe a kart racer. They'll announce some stuff, and maybe there'll be a teaser for Persona 6, but I guarantee it won't be out for like 5 or 6 years. Unless... No, because even then, I mean, like, they wouldn't have started working on it until P5R was done. And that came out, like, what, last year? Earlier this year? I forget. But, like, relatively recently. 5 years. 4 or 5 years. Earliest for P6. Maybe if we're lucky, we get Refantasy in like 2 to 3 years. But I don't know if that'll happen. We don't know anything about it. We don't know anything about the development situation on Refantasy, so who knows when it'll happen. I hate that you're right because SMT5 is the most excited I've been about Atlas games since SMT4. Yeah, listen, the people who like SMT, they like their SMT. And I'm sure that the desire is since really the only other major winter Switch release is Dread, and they're pushing it. Nintendo's like really like they're featuring and pushing SMT5. It's a big M-rated release. It's really the only big holiday release. I think they're hoping SMT5 people will buy it on that Persona buzz, that Persona goodwill, and they'll have bought it and they'll have spent $60 on it, so they will push past the weird and they will come to appreciate it, and they will expand the SMT fan base. But it would not be beneficial to say a word, to say a damn thing about Persona or ReFantasy in the meantime. So, mum's the word until probably at least January or February of next year. P5R was like 2 years ago, JP release? Let's look at. Why don't we look it up? October of 2019. Yeah, so it was a good stretch of time ago. Yeah, it's 2 years ago. No, 3 years ago. What am I talking about? No, idiot. God, math. 2021. Yeah, 2 years ago. Almost exactly 2 years ago. Okay. If the core... So here's the thing, because we don't know if the core Persona team is working on ReFantasy or if there's a new team working on ReFantasy. So... I don't want to labor under any kind of assumption, because it's possible that the Persona team is not, like, they're busy working on something else. If there is a new team for, if there is a new team working on ReFantasy, and the core Persona staff are still on Persona, maybe they're working on a smaller game that'll come out next year for the 25th anniversary, like a remaster of something, or like a mini, like a smaller game, like a single semester Persona, like a really focused one or something. Who knows? If they went directly into development of Persona 6, maybe 2 years ago, maybe Persona 6 comes out in 2-3 years, but I kind of doubt it. Ian Wallace with a $5 donation. Hey man, love the long analysis. Also, if you ever find time, I made an analysis on how KH1 uses Disney. I'd love your thoughts. Take care, dude. I want to say, have I seen the video to which you refer? Hold on. I have seen the thumbnail. Don't think I've watched it yet, though. I'll add that to my to-do list. I'll add that to my to-do list, Ian Waffles. Thank you very much for the donation. Thanks for watching the show. Or doing a detailed analysis of KH1 to compare to these streams in the future. Oh, at some point, I've said before I intend to stream KH1, just not now. I got other stuff I want to do first. Isn't there going to be a new director at the helm of the Persona series, says Jason Fung? Yeah, I'm not sure. Have they announced something to that effect? Because I know that the current director is going over to ReFantasy. So it's possible the Persona series is just going to stall out for a little bit while he does that. Or it's also possible a new director's taking over. I don't know. If something to that effect has been announced, I missed it. Or I forgot about it, which is also possible. I have not played Neo Twiwi at all, Aaron Andrews. I like Twiwi. I'm not like a huge fan, and I'm not I'm not in any rush to play Neo. I mean, I'm sure it's fun, but I don't have to. I got a copy of Persona 5 Strikers over there that's unopened. I bought Kena Bridge of Spirits, and I played like 2 hours of it. What else have I bought recently? I don't have time. I don't have time for the stuff that I do have. I don't feel guilty about the copy of 13 Sentinels that I bought and haven't opened, because I bought that strictly to financially support the game. Like, I already watched a Let's Play of it, and I don't know when or if I'll play it. If I play it, I'll probably play it, like, with somebody else. I don't think on the channel, though, because I don't think it'd be an interesting LP if I already know what's gonna happen. But it was just like, this game's cool. I want to make sure that Vanillaware makes more games, so I bought it. I'm sitting on too much stuff, and so to play something that I only have, like, mid-interest in. Oh, I bought Psychonauts 2, which I'm not going to play until I finish streaming Psychonauts 1, which I don't know when that's going to be, so. For real, like, I don't have time to play games. People took it the wrong way. To be fair, it was my own fault. I wrote it poorly in the Zelda video I did years ago, where I said, it's one of the best games that I've played recently, but I'm not sure how much that, I'm not sure how valuable, how much that matters, because I don't play all that many games. What I meant was that Breath of the Wild came out in, like, a stacked release quarter with, like, Nier Automata, Persona 5 came out, a bunch of other stuff, and it's, like, it's the only game that I've personally played recently. I didn't put it that way, though. It sounded like I don't play that many games, so why do I care about your opinion on game design? I do play games, I just probably won't get... I usually don't get into double digits new games in a year. I usually only pick stuff that I really care about. You bought Metroid Dread because you're financially supporting the Metroid franchise like a true gamer, says Crossburn. I haven't bought it yet, but my brother bought it and Joey bought it, and I will probably buy a third. I will probably buy another copy, even though Joshua has one, because I do want to play it. I just don't have time right now, so, like... I mean, I would say I'm waiting for a price drop, but it's a Nintendo game, so that won't happen. Whoa, it's on shuffle. I thought I turned that off. No thanks. Let's get something... Let's skip that kind of heavier stuff. Let's get something... I mean, this isn't mellow, but it's not as crazy as Pull the Trigger. When can I do this again? I could... I can't do it tomorrow night. I think part 3 of this is probably going to have to wait until Friday or the weekend to continue with this stupid video. But oh well. It's not that bad. To continue working our way through this lengthy video. To continue reflecting on our past mistakes. Speaking of reflecting on our past mistakes, and me talking about saying stuff, just trying to joke around with people. I don't know what's up with it. Like, I don't like swearing. I don't like cursing, guys. I don't like saying bad words. I've got a decent-sized vocabulary, and letting my anger get the better of me and rushing through things too quickly. I've been trained, not like literally trained, but I try very hard to remove ums and uhs and filler words from my vocabulary, and oftentimes cursing takes the place. That's not very valuable. I don't do it in casual conversation, but slips out. It slips out sometimes, especially when I'm doing stuff with you guys and when I'm with certain friends. It's just what's weird is I haven't been watching more stuff with cursing in it or hanging out with more people who curse, but I feel I've cursed a lot more like on streams and stuff recently than I normally do. And like last night at one point, I was looking at how many concurrent viewers we had, even though it was like, you know, after midnight for a lot of you, and it was like we had 50, and I was like, there are 50 of you mother effers or something, and I was like, I don't know where that came from. I apologize profusely. That was really awful I mean, I know, like, I assume nobody took it as anything, but I don't know where it came from, and I regretted it immediately and felt that's been bothering me literally since the stream stopped, like, several days ago. I don't know why I did that, and I apologize sincerely. It was not at all good behavior on my part, not polite. Counts in future time, so definitely the weekend. I'm confused. I said Friday or the weekend, didn't I? Or are we counting Friday afternoon as part of the weekend? Yeah, maybe you are a bad influence on me, Ninja Bunny. You guys collectively. It's possible. Oh no, I know. You guys are saying, oh, it didn't come off as rude. No, I didn't think it was likely that I'd offended you guys because I know that you probably watch YouTubers who are much, much coarser than I am. But that does not mean that I failed to live up to my own standards somewhat there. I don't really like being like that. It's not me. I don't know where that came from. It's not even like, oh, I wish I hadn't done that. Like, oh, I wish I could consider. It's like, that's not me at all. I don't know where that came from. It was very bizarre, and I felt bad about it. New Zealand, so your Friday is usually my Saturday. Ah, that's what you meant when you said time calculations. You meant global positioning. Got it. You meant international dateline calculations. Understood. All right. I'm reading your mail now. Specifically, I am too. I may make you think P3 has the best combat in the series. Oh, I'm in no danger of that, Ninja Bunny. I'm in no danger of that. I think that's it. It's late. You guys know I'm bad at wrap-ups. I always just belabor it, and we need to be done. You guys all, I'm sure, have stuff to do tomorrow. Work. Or school for some of you. My demographics say some of you are still in school. So, and I have work myself. So we best be shoving off. I believe that's it for the evening. God, that was that was a lot today. I can't believe that Vanitas is secretly, he doesn't resemble Sora. He resembles the Master of Masters, and I can't believe that Noctis never even got to smooch Luna.